Sounds good.
Hello everyone, how's it going? Should be okay. I don't know what I did with audio there, but I'm just going to assume that it wasn't working. But hey, how's it going? I just need to sync up with Yanni, who's going to be casting with me today.
Hey.
Yeah, so we're going to be just here in the background for a bit. I'm going to go get myself some caffeine and stuff, and hopefully that will be okay. So, hey, how's it going everyone? My voice is still not 100% by the way, so just... Yeah, yeah, it's not 100%. I lost my voice sometime last week and I'm still coming back from that. Right, I'm gonna get myself a drink. And yeah, keep yourselves entertained. We got ages so far, and we'll get to it fixed. And I'll leave you the video on here as well, Yanni, so you can actually see stuff. I won't keep you penned in your little cage of not seeing anything. Okay, right, I'm just gonna myself a couple.
Yes, that's good.
제가 지금 후자인 것 같은데 그래도 뭐 잘 살고 있는 것 같아요.
拥有丰富的情感，那个吧，因为我觉得人是不能没有情感的，人就是因为有情感、有情绪才会。
Yeah, what's up, everybody? How we doing?
丰富的情感和经历。
拥有就是所有的知识吧。我觉得情感就是后续应该可以有后续的，但是知识的话有点难。
那吃什么免费吧，因为可以节省很大一笔开销。
요즘 맛있는 게 너무 많아서 그냥 많이 먹고 살 안 찌는 게 나은 것 같아요.
一辈子吃什么都免费吧，因为我本来就吃不胖。
一辈子吃啥都免费，可以不用花钱。
一辈子吃什么都不胖。
希望半个小时，因为我不会聊天，聊10秒以前就变。
自己希望1小时。
第一次见面的人聊半小时，可以听到很多有趣的事情。
설거지가 훨씬 더 쉽고 편할 것 같아요.
和第一次见面的人聊天半小时吧，我不想洗碗。
Freaking hell! I just kicked my chair out.
Oh.
You know when the chair legs aren't quite, because it's one of the spinny bits on the bottom. You know when they're not quite when you thought they were. Yeah, I completely misjudged that.
Nah.
It's okay.
Oh, it's so doomed.
It's fine. It's okay. We're okay.
No, it's over. We gotta cut it off.
Yeah, you're solo casting now. Good luck. I give you my
Ah,
blessing.
shoot. We're so done.
Okay, I'm fine. I just like complaining. I just like complaining.
It's okay. I love complaining too, man.
Yeah. Then, but yeah, no, I've heard. I don't actually think we've interacted that much before, besides on Twitter. I don't think. Wait, have we been on a call before?
Bro, we haven't even really interacted on Twitter. I'll keep it a full stack.
Okay, I see your name around in good connotation. I see your name in good connotation. So, yeah.
I love to see that.
Yeah.
You know, it's always important making sure that I'm not that dumb guy on Twitter. So I keep my league-related takes close to the chest. I got roasted too much in North American Tier 3 for them.
Oh, I didn't do the underscore on the title? Yeah. Oh, so the reason I did that, Katari, is because on YouTube, I do need to do that, and it's my Twitter handle as well. So the problem is, my handle, oh shit, that's wrong. Okay, I need to do that in studio mode, and that'll be something I need to do. Yeah, should be okay, cool. Hi. Right, my camera's here. If you want to add a camera, by the way, you absolutely can. We'll keep it off for when anything interesting is on the screen, but it's just nice to have it in the background. But you obviously don't have to, you can chill.
Oh, absolutely.
Cool. Alright. Give me a give me an OBS Ninja link or something like that then.
All good.
So how was NLCL? NACL. Blech, what's NACL? How was that today?
Yeah, it was pretty solid. The Tier 3 stuff is always fun. We did our Swiss today to determine which teams are getting into the playoffs, to see which teams are actually going to fight these NACL teams for their spots.
Oh yeah.
And we had a rematch for our 4-0 match to determine who was going to go 5-0 between Dragoons, Goons, and Polestar. And Polestar got the better of them last time, even though I think Dragoons Goons had a bit better of a team. And the composition that was put together by Polestar looked so good, and then they just fell flat on their face, man. It was not close. It was yucky.
Sucks. Okay, so, right, I gotta do some of that whole social media thing where I share that I'm streaming on Discord and stuff. That's
Hell yeah.
Oh, I guess these are our plays of the week. Oh, is this? Ah, yeah, because this Monday we'll have our player of the week stuff coming up. So we got to that.
进到了门牙塔附近。
罗格里菲斯这里是一个野大哥
闪现
闪现
贴击
接机
Able 根本就跑不掉 ，Rampage 来自 YSKM， 联想威沃的根本跑不掉，韦恩想去操作一下，面对3个3界，但是二踢脚来了，瞄准就是威沃的，威沃的命丧当场。
Sorry for the delay on that. Oops.
No,
hold
no,
on.
no, don't worry about it.
That
I
link-
don't
that
need it
link
for it
might-
anyway. Like, as long as there's interesting stuff on screen, I
That
don't
link's
need to worry
broken.
about it.
Alright, there we go. That should be fixed.
赢个一把，先赢。
Chat, I'm gonna keep it a full stack. You see my hair sticking up? No, you did not.
Okay, yeah. Once we get into like the proper countdown, we'll sort stuff out. That I'm not particularly rushed right now. So what tends to happen is on the hour, well, so that timer will go down, and then it'll go to the desk, and there'll be an extended desk because it's the first day of the week, and they'll do like player of the week awards and stuff like that. And then there will be an entrance into the stage, so there'll be like a quick, like, I guess, ad break for them. But they show the sponsors and then they'll go to stage, and then there'll probably be like another, I don't know, 5 minutes after that. So it typically goes live at about 10 past. So we've probably still got like 35 minutes. So we gotta
Sounds good.
I had decreed it such.
哎，慢点上，慢点上，慢点上吧，慢点上，
直接捆他，
慢点上，慢点上，慢点上。来，Q 了，Q 了。来，上路，上路，上队，上队，上队。OT，他们这两个活得有点快，应该不好一波，但是看牛推吧。
哎，我失误了，不然一波了。
没事。
我觉得要踢下路这个位置还可以啊，你能找角度。
哎，我踢了，他们要看我，他们要看我。
没闪，
打龙，打，你们打。留下人。我看住，打龙，我看住，把龙打了。
Okay, right, that is Discord's spam. I have a folder of all the Discords which have a self-promo channel, and I just put every time I go live, I delete my last message in there, and then I put the new one in.
Oh, that's... Oh my god, that's so smart.
Yeah, so I don't spam it too much, but I feel like that's one. How many more matches days are there on the Rumble stage now? So, there is today, there is tomorrow, and there is Wednesday. Wednesday, because it's the last day of the stage, will have an official English broadcast, so that means that today and tomorrow are the last days that I am doing this more formal cast co-stream this year. So I've been doing this the whole year. I think I've done about 160, 170 games this way on my stream this year, between spring and summer. Summer I think we missed like 2 halves of 2 individual games because they got overlapped by a previous series, but I've managed to get everything else. So yeah, we've got today and then we've got tomorrow. I think Munch said he was okay to cast tomorrow, so it should be casting with him. But Yanni's very kindly stepped in for today as well. My brother's he's out and about, so sadly for him, his last day is with last week. But it's been really cool casting with as well. It's been really cool getting to cast with some different people and do it in this way because like I get it's not the it's not the classiest of things but we get the clean feed, we get to cast good League of Legends, and you all seem to enjoy it, so yeah, we take those, I guess.
Yeah, I think you guys do a really fantastic thing, just making sure that all of the games in one of the 2 best leagues in the world get covered.
Yeah, this and the LEC.
I just really appreciate it.
The LEC is so good right now. I really enjoy this. Did you watch the finals yesterday?
I watched a little bit of the finals, but not a whole lot. I was working throughout the day.
You know what? That is very valid.
It's tough. It really sucks because I always try to make sure that I carve out time to like watch VODs when I'm working. Because generally I get the opportunity to. But it just becomes like so easy to miss out on like certain things, and then like I'm not getting so much from the VOD. It really sucks.
Damn. Holy shit, we're almost at 7,000 followers as well. We passed 6996, which I feel like is an auspicious number.
Let's get some more followers. Come on.
But yeah, okay, I guess we can start talking about the matchup a little bit if you'd like. We'll talk about it again later because people start filtering in and they'll want to know more about it.
For sure.
So we have Thunder Talk Gaming versus Roll Never Give Up. Of course, RNG are a team which everyone knows at this point over their many international successes over the years. Also, by the way, if there's something with audio, folks, that needs fixing, because obviously I normally do it in person here, so it's just balancing my mic against the backdrop or whatever. Let me know if Yanni's okay and my voice is okay compared to his as well. But yeah, RNG, obviously we know them a lot. They are eliminated already. They are
they're on fire in a bad way, I should say.
Yeah, although funnily enough, ever since they've role swapped, they've actually... So, basically what happened was, so this would not be on an official stream. I wonder, there was, like, a player saying that he, like, groped them in their sleep, which is obviously not okay.
I was gonna say something that was gonna make you regret your choice.
Yeah, so that was, why are they starting so late tonight? Because there are only 2 series today, God bananas. There are only 2 series rather than 3. They start earlier when there are 3 series. But yeah, so Iwandi is now off the roster. I don't know whether that is the cause, so again, there is a disclaimer there that came through from a player speaking about that on stream or went wild on Weibo. I don't know if there is additional context to that, but that's the only information I have that why Iwandi is not playing, because now that Iwandi is now not playing, they have role swapped their regular mid laner Tanyuan, or Tongyuan, I believe is technically the pronunciation. Look, whatever. With pronunciations, just give you your best shot and we'll be fine. I don't think anyone was expecting us to be perfect with it. So he's playing support, and their sub mid laner is now playing in mid lane. But before this already, they switched out their jungle and support Ming and Wei, who are like MSI winners, so they're gone now.
Yeah.
Wei's now playing for BLG.
Crazy.
So RNG have now had, 2 role swaps in jungle support, and then 1 from Tanyuan down to bot lane. And then XYZ. Yeah, they've had like 4 role swaps. They're four player swaps basically, and they've still looked better than they did before that, which is insane. So they're just playing for pride. They're currently the worst team in Group Nirvana, so they are currently the worst team in the LPL. Then we have TT, who are currently in top 4 of Nirvana, and they will continue to be there. Let me just think about implications here, because each team plays 7 series. RA and OMG, they're playing later, so one of them will drop a loss. If TT win... I'm going to check head-to-heads. Okay, if TT win, there is a strong likelihood that they go top 2. If they win 2-0, they will get top 2. Yeah, there's no chance to get first. They can't get first because one of RA and OMG will go to 6-1, so which means that they cannot go to a two series loss, which TT do have 2 losses, so they can't go to that. So this is important for that. Why does seeding matter? Top 4 go through into the next stage, which is fighting for playoff spots, and I believe that the bracket is set up in a certain way where seeding comes into account. So you have the bottom 2 teams from the Ascend group, and then you have like the top 2, the top 4 teams from Nirvana. So as it stands right now, yeah. So there's like, yeah. So basically, there are 3 qualification maps. Wait, hang on, I got to check out this shit because this thing is weird. So there's basically a play-ins to the playoffs. That's the Knights Rivals things. So if you go top 2 in Nirvana group, you face off against another Nirvana group team rather than an Ascension group team. There are 3 games. They are best of 5. It is a single elimination, I believe. Yeah. So IG will be facing off against an Ascension group anyway. They're already locked into like that spot that they're in. Basically, if TT win, they avoid playing against NIP or LGD from the Ascension group. That's their stakes for today. Anything else? Yeah, thanks, Curry Chicken. That's exactly it. Hey, we just hit 7,000 followers as well. Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Okay.
Good job, people.
So, yeah, so that's in terms of the stakes of things. In terms of gameplay, and in terms of the teams. So RNG, they have the role swap thing. There's this current thing where I'm talking about in terms of, you know, the ship of Theseus? Where it's like, how many pieces of a ship can you change before it is in fact just not the same ship? RNG, WE, a lot of these teams have been trying to just replace pieces like willy-nilly, but like I will say RNG have looked better, weirdly. I don't know whether the pressure is just off now because no one expects anything of them. In terms of players that need to succeed for them to succeed, oh man, this team's all over the place. It's really hard to tell. In Tanyuan actually had he had an MVP in his first role swapped game into support. I think it's
impressive.
I think also Juice, their sub top laner. Oh yeah, that's another role swap as well. Yeah, roster swap. Juice wasn't playing at the start. Yeah, that was ZDZ, so he's in your top laner too. I think that Juice has had some weak games, but he does get leads quite well. So yeah, I think if if Tanyuan can get himself into good team fighting engage supports and Jeez can get himself good individual leads, that's something. However, they are against TT. They've had some shit series, don't get me wrong, but I don't think any team in Nirvana can say that they haven't. TT just came off of the back of beating OMG, who were undefeated before that, and it looked really good. It was a real team effort. I think Feather, who's quite a young support, he had that guy with the blue hair is Yucal, by the way, the mid laner.
Yep, we love Yucal.
Yucal's been insane. Yucal and 1xN, I think they found a real comfort place in their carry meta. Yucal was a top 5 mid last year. He struggled to do that again in spring. And in summer, he's struggled in the groups, but he ended up doing really pretty well when it came to like the Lucian meta. So he's a very good Lucian player. Anyway, I'm gonna put cameras on the screen. I'll go get your camera as well. Hello folks, how's it going? And I'll go get your camera link as well because I need that. Let's go get that. All right, and we'll have another little bit of time until we get through stuff anyway. So let's get one of this browser source, I guess. Yeah, there we go. I'll put you on the other side of the screen for me.
Hell yeah.
There you go. Hey, there we go. We got you. Okay, well, thank you for joining me again, mate. And is this match important? It is important for seeding. It is important for seeding. Disco Pussy, what the fuck? That is a name of all time. That is a name of all time. But yeah, thank you for joining me.
So
And
great.
yeah, so when it comes to TT, for me, the first players that I always look towards are Yucal and 1xN, but I think it has become more of a team effort for them recently. When Yucal took a step down, it really was like 1xN that was just kind of, yeah, keeping them above water. So yeah, let me just check if that's the same size. You know what? That's almost bang on the same size. I'll take that actually. Cool. Alrighty. Hey, Brack, how's it going? Good to see you. And yeah, we'll hang on, give you the full screen preview again. Do I plan on doing any PCS playoffs coverage? If it is on a day where I don't have LPL, yeah. Maybe. We'll see. It depends how the overlap goes with LPL. My focus is on LPL because it's where I cast. So, yeah, that's the thing. I need to fix these. These are not quite aligned, these cameras, and it's really annoying me now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm just sat there
fiddling
like,
around with this for the longest time, trying to get it exactly pixel perfect.
So, look, can I do that? Can I group these together?
That'd be so
whatever,
sick.
it'll be fine. Hoy's
The technology, not the infrastructure.
Yeah. Yeah, Hoya has been looking better, but then also I think that Hoya actually had a very good series versus Harry on OMG, who I think also stepped up in his own right too, so yeah. Okay, right. Have you got everything you need? Are you good? Like, now is the time if you need to go get anything before cast.
Nah, I'm all good, man. We are locked in, we're ready to go.
Cool. Have you been watching much LPL this year, or is this kind of like a just jump in straight in, which is completely fine if it is, by the way. Like, I know this region is a lot to
Yeah,
cover.
I watched a lot of LPL in the spring,
Cool.
but not as much in the summer. I got really behind on VODs.
I get that.
I had a lot of personal stuff crop up in life that I was like just getting behind, and
That is completely
that I was
fine.
like, damn, why am I so behind? This is a perfect time to get behind.
Yeah. Thank you for the message there, Harold, as well. Yeah. Okay, and I will judiciously be using my cough button because it's really good to have a cough. I basically set up my stream deck to have like a mic mute, and that has saved my life many times at this point. So remember, kids.
Oh man, that's so good.
Yeah, casters. They have health problems too, folks. Yeah. Basically, last week what I've been doing is, I'll take our cams off when we're doing this as well, so we can do that. So these are the fixes for the last 3 remaining days. So this is all Group Nirvana today. Tomorrow is Group Ascension. That will decide the seeding of NIP and LGD. So that will determine which of the teams the Nirvana groups are placing against, actually. So that's going to be really, really important. And then, of course, BLG, AL. AL have looked better, and BLG have looked not fantastic, but yeah, the last day when you've got like JDG top esports, that's actually quite important. That's a lot about current form. I think if AL win and JDG lose, there is a chance that JDG drop down all the way to 6th as well, which would be pretty disastrous for them. And this is the full statement. This is all the implications of stuff. So yeah, that's the full picture. Anything else to add to this? Well, I mean, obviously we're seeing that RNG and EDG dropping out at the earliest possible opportunity. This has been a doomed year for them, which is, yeah, sad. Red is qualified to playoffs on that little tag. The little teal thing is qualified for Knights Rivals, and these are today's games. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think I read somewhere it's you know, WE, EDG, and RNG is the first time that all three of them are not in the playoffs in LPL history, I think.
So RNG and EDG have both failed to get playoffs at the same time before. They had one split in like 2020? No, maybe before that. 2016? No, not 2016. It was a while ago. Maybe like 2020 or something like
there
that.
was a time where both of them are real stinky at the same time.
Yeah. Whereas with WE as well, that's a good point. Oh yeah, this is the roster for RNG. Tongyuan typically plays mid lane. He has been role swapped out to support because Iwandi has just upped and disappeared from the roster for reasons. So that's a thing. Gerju came in to replace Wei, who is now obviously on BLG and who's doing great for himself. So we stan him and we stan a jungle king. But Gerju is a solo queue prodigy. And he was already suspended for 2 series for basically talking shit about MVP votes in the LPL. So that was the thing. XEZ has been... So XEZ was Milky Way's mid laner. And Milky Way has, of course, taken the league by storm over on FPX. He's an incredible jungler. He's struggled this summer, actually, though, so maybe not the time for that one. But yeah, so XEZ's kind of... He's more of a supportive mid laner. I don't really like blaming people like XEZ for the situation they're in. And then, of course, we've got UCal and the boys as well. Or I don't know. I think at this point, it's kind of what I said of the boys. But UCal dyed his hair to the color of the team, so... I don't know. I appreciate that commitment.
Respect for that, seriously.
Yeah. So I think Beichuan has done a really good job of transferring over to the AP jungles. He has been a good AP jungler. He was kind of like the Xinjiao guy back in spring, and he played it. Was he good at it? I don't know. It was his comfort, but hey, he's really gone well after that. UCal is the interesting thing for me, because he actually wasn't that great on stuff like the Corki. The Corki was really bad at in group stage, but as soon as the Lucian came through into his champion pool, the Lucian and the Zeri have worked out really, really well for him. So now he's become a bit of a late game monstrosity when it goes towards those picks, but also has really good lane control. So he was taking like barrier on Zeri to win the first couple of levels of trades to give him like priority there. So I think when it comes down to this matchup, if UCal gets a real strong start against XCZ in mid lane, because XCZ is, you know, he's not necessarily a lane dominant guy, he's swapping in late into this roster, that's going to be a huge issue. Also think Huanfeng has not been great in lane, and he's also playing with a role swap support, and Tang Yuan has also been really bad in early lane and then the early roams across the map. He's great in skirmishes and teamfights later because he's still got that that map mentality as a mid laner. But my problem is, like, if you've got problems in lanes versus the 2 biggest carries on TT, that's a problem, because 1x and UCal are going to get a ton of gold, and they're just going to skirmish. So that's my big problem with this matchup. The bonus for RNG is, this doesn't matter to them. There is 0 pressure. So, but the thing is, that was also the case versus IG, the last series we saw them, and they probably should have so they beat Ultra Prime with their role swap players. They should have beaten IG, brother. They should have beaten IG. So, they've actually looked a lot better than they have done before, so there's every chance that they can pull out something special here. So, yeah, that's kind of like my immediate worry point for RNG is, like, they've had no pressure before and fumbled it, and the lanes that they are not going to be great in lane with are probably where TT are going to explode. So that's... I foresee issues there. We'll put it very politely. Is next stage sure for TT? Yes. Every team is locked into which stage they are going into. The only thing we're left fighting for is seeding, but seeding is important. If TT win here, and if they win 2-0, they do get top 2. If you go top 2, you face against the other top 2 team from the Nirvana group and not the Ascension group team, which is kind of important. Because TT have... Actually, let me just check their record versus the other top teams. They lost against RA. What is this? Oh, this is the team stats. So TT, I think, lost against RA. They lost against EDG, RA, and that's the only 2 series they've lost. But they did beat OMG, and honestly, they look a lot better from when they faced RNG very early into the stage as well. So I think if you take TT and put them in top 2, I think they make it through there. So they probably knock out the other top 2. God, I mean, there might even be some really sick logic to say, the team in the second series shouldn't want to win because TT will beat them, and maybe they have a better chance against a failing LGD or NIP. But then I think the group between the difference between Ascension and Nirvana is still pretty big, so I think maybe don't risk that. Give yourself the best possible shot, folks.
Just win. Just show up, play League of Legends, play well, and win your games.
Yes, that is typically pretty good advice. Trying to think of anything else. When it comes into draft, we'll talk more about meta, I suppose. Because yeah, I mean, there's the LPL drafts right now are made up of several different mind games which are weighed against each other. So you have stuff like the AP junglers, but there's also champions like Sejuani, which are pretty good at hard engaging. The big things which are different in the LPL, which I think are from the rest of the world, is that we have huge prio on Ashe Braum, because they deal with Leona exceptionally well. Now, we have seen Ashe Braum do well against Leona in other regions, but it's not as picked as much. So the problem is, people want to first pick stuff like the Leona. We'll still see the first pick of stuff like the Lucian as well. Lucian is really, really important to a lot of these teams because their mid laners have started thriving off of it. But what we're seeing is that if Ashe Braum is available, then you can't pick the Leona because Ashe Braum shits on that pick so hard you just don't get to play the game. So what you'll often see is like either so you can see an Ashe first pick, and then the other team's like, well, I don't want to pick Leona now, so they'll pick other stuff, and they'll wait later into the draft and maybe ban away Braum, and then they'll pick up the Leona or something like that. So that's one of the mind games we have, and then of course there's stuff like the Lucian. Rumble and Ziggs are magic damage elsewhere around the map besides jungle, so sometimes we see them instead of stuff like our Zyra or Brands, but they're still around. And actually 1xN and Huanfeng have both been quite big utility AD carries when they need to as well. So they'll pick up the Ziggs. Also, 1xN has been very successful on Kai'Sa recently, which is another AP champion from bot lane. You need to get magic damage from somewhere. So most of the draft puzzle in the LPL is get one strong, consistent magic damage source somewhere. And that typically has to be in jungle, but you can see it with Ziggs, Kai'Sa in bot lane. And occasionally stuff like the Rumble or the Cannon top lane, and that kind of fills out our whole picture with stuff. And if you're a weird team like Fun Plus Phoenix, occasionally just put Rumble in support as well, because Life's really good at that, because he still plays that. Yeah, so that's...
Yeah, it was played, yeah, it was played the other day, wasn't it? Yeah, that was...
It was played.
That was something.
It was played. Not sure it was good, but it was played. We'll believe it.
They definitely participated on that pick for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been really crazy to see certain champions throughout the year and seeing how things have evolved, like just be in positions that this just feels so grossly incorrect. I mean, like I remember when everybody started doing Kalista Rumble for the longest time.
Yeah, that was
oh
stupid.
my god, dude.
Kalista
it's
Varus
just so
as well.
disgusting. Why did it ever work? Why did it ever work? How did they let this happen?
They changed Rumble, so as support, you don't need to put points into your Q. You can just put them into your E, and you can just magic resist shred. And then you have a Kalista, but you just have a get out of jail free button. So they've got a thing with the It was really funny having the Kalista Varus bot lanes, having them either way, where you'd have either the Kalista go support and go like full cooldown reduction for their ultimate. So then Varus is actually a mobile champion. It's like having a Thresh Lantern with a lane dominant support instead of a Thresh, which isn't that right now. Yeah, that was nasty.
RIP.
Okay, folks. I'm probably going to run an ad break now, just so we don't have it while we're coming out onto stage and stuff. So we're going to run that. And if you don't want to see ads, you can... Well, I mean, you can watch on Twitch and you can watch on Twitch or YouTube, so you can have a preferred platform. That tax. Thank you so much for the resub, and you can do that to avoid adverts. Isn't that incredible? You too, with the power of Prime, with the power of subscription, can avoid adverts and help support us on channels like these. Yeah. Also, yeah, let us know what audio is like as well, folks, because that's a thing which we'll be working with today. Also, I hope that the stream quality is okay as well. As a fan of Wayward, nothing pains me more than the WE tap downfall. WE's downfall was very, very sad. So let me tell you the story of Team WE. They looked like they were top 4 in both spring and summer at the start of the split because other teams were falling apart and they kind of like stayed more stable. And then they just self-sabotaged in both splits to the point where they are now a bottom 2 team in the LPL, which is, from being a contender for top 4, is absolutely disastrous. So that's the thing. Do you have a favorite player in the LPL, by the way? If you had to name one, or any teams, or any teams or players which you like. I won't challenge you to say.
Yeah, no. I really enjoyed watching top esports quite a bit. And
they're a fun team. They're a very fun team.
Jackie Love's been around for so long to really enjoy watching him play. But like, there are definitely a couple other players that I'm like, I would much rather like watch this guy play. Milky Way when he was lighting the world on fire, and I'm really hoping he's able to, you know, find himself soon and come back up to like a really good level. You know, it'll take time, and we might not see that until 2025. It's just what happens. Sometimes you get figured out for a little bit, and you know, gotta make like a couple of tweaks to your game.
At least they're in playoffs. They're guaranteed in playoffs, so at least they get that.
Yeah.
But then the problem is, like, I mean, I'm trying to think of who they'll be facing right now, because they're currently like bottom end of. They'll be in the early rounds. They'll probably start in like round 2 or round. Yeah, they'll probably start around round 2. I think if they finish in 7th, which is not looking particularly healthy for them. Actually, that could be a bit of a, well, yeah, so they're going to have to run the gauntlet. I mean, yes, they did clutch out games versus LGD and NIP. Probably should have lost those series too, so I don't know. If there isn't a massive meta shift coming through from time away, because for once, we're going to have a big break between regular season and then playoffs, which we don't normally have. Normally it's like 3 days and then you blam straight into it, and then there's matches every day. It means if you're doing the gauntlet, you are playing every other day, so you play 1 day on, and if you then proceed, you then go 1 day off, and then you play the other day after that, because each side of the bracket play is kind of like syncopated. At least you get some time to take a step back from the meta, have a read of it, and then come back to it. Of course, that can be a problem too, because if you just get the wrong read, then there's no chance to adjust.
Then you're doomed.
So
Absolutely doomed.
Single elimination. I do think that LPL's playoffs format is ruthless, but it's my favorite playoffs format in the world. It is relentless as a caster and as a viewer, but oh my god, it's so good at figuring out what the best team in the league is. So yeah.
You want something like that, especially in the LPL,
absolutely,
because you know, where on any given day, you know, you take a look at like top 4 teams can trade games off of each other and things like that. So it is really nice to just like, all right, we are cutting the fat immediately. Here are your really good teams. Here's who we're taking to Worlds. Let's go have a great year.
Yeah. Do I think this will be a 2-0? If it's not a 2-0, something has gone horribly wrong for Thunder Talk. But this is Group Nirvana. These are not teams which are flawless. TT have had some awful games along with their excellent ones. There is every chance that something random happens. RNG are playing with 0 pressure. TT are playing for a top 2 spot, and it's an important game for them. Now, typically, TT, when it comes to like our Nirvana group teams, have done better under pressure than most of our other teams here. So, hey, there's some bonuses to that. Yeah, I think that just on paper, I look at the matchups, I think that mid lane's going to be an issue for RNG, because XEZ, I think he's good. I think that I'm glad that I'm seeing an LPL. You just don't want to be against a resurging UCal. That he's just a really good player, and his understanding of lane matchups right now is really pretty good. And also in bot lane, I actually quite like how Tongyuan's been playing recently. Kira was trying to convince me that Tongyuan was a good player, and I wasn't having any of it, and then he like completely shit on Ultra Prime, and I was sat there thinking, yeah, this guy's actually pretty good. So if he is role swapped though, and the problem is being a role swap support means that particularly your early lane understanding and then your early roams aren't always as easy. Once he gets into mid and late game, he's fine and knows how to orchestrate a team fight, but having that weakness in that lane can be a big issue. So that is my worry coming through from this. Hi, look at these interesting things on screen. Wow, this was basically a Yu-Gi-Oh opening to the LPL this year. It was very fun.
That's super sick, by the way. Like, when are we getting League of Legends on motorcycles?
True. Oh my god, is that Zexel? Zexiel? I remember. I never watched that season, but I saw that it released, and I was thinking, hang on, what the hell? We're biker gang card duelists. That's great.
At my job, I've been actually watching back like season 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah?
I'm in the office because I'm like in the office alone for like 4 hours at nights, and I'm just like, man, I haven't watched this since I was like 6 or 8. I don't know.
Yu-Gi-Oh! I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Has aged well. Beyblade hasn't. I watched back Beyblade, and Beyblade is not good anymore, folks, which is really upsetting to me. So I watched like one episode, and I thought, I'm not going to watch this again. I'm going to keep this as a sacrosanct memory somewhere locked inside my brain. And it's remained that way.
Honestly for the best. I think the most interesting thing about like early season Yu-Gi-Oh is that like Joey Wheeler barely learns how to play the game before he's got to go up against like
Bakura or
like
whatever.
Rex Raptor
Oh, yeah,
or
that guy.
whoever the hell he plays against, who was like finished like second at regionals, by the way. It's really the equivalent of like RNG going and winning a game off of like Weibo or something like that. And just like, how did they do that? Oh no, man, he just showed up and started playing his cards and crazy shit started happening.
Alright folks, so we're going to head onto the stage soon. Volumes are going to get a little bit strange because, again, things change from in-studio and onto the stage from their end. Let us know if there are any audio issues. I will be keeping an eye on chat vaguely for that stuff. Just tag me if you have any issues with what's going on there. I've kind of been eyeballing it and hoping that it works out for the best, and we'll keep it that way. And yeah, we'll have ourselves a good old time. And of course, thank you for everyone that has supported us through this throughout the entire year. For those of you who haven't seen this channel before, we have been covering all of the LPL games which are not broadcast officially in English. And now, at this point, we've done, I mean, God, almost 200. Legitimately, almost 200. On our own stream, here, we've ended up doing more games than most casters will do in an entire year. And that's while I'm also doing the LPL official broadcast as well. So it has wrecked my voice. It has wrecked my free time and everything. However, it has also been really, really cool. Am I feeling better? Not 100%. I'm still coughing a little bit, but I will soldier through these last couple of days. I'll do this day and tomorrow, and then I get myself a sizable break. But yeah, for those of you who have tuned in, who've come to support this channel and to enjoy both the teams, the players, and us casting it, it means an awful lot. And yeah, I don't know whether I'd like this to happen next year, because it means that casters aren't casting all of the games next year. But if it isn't, I'll probably keep doing this again, folks. It has been a really cool experience. So yeah, thanks everyone for joining. And of course, Yanni, thanks for stepping in today as well. First time casting together with Yanni, who you do NACL. Is there any other projects you're involved with right now? Or in the past, anything you want people to know about?
Yeah, not at the current moment. I just try to cast anything that I can when it comes to League of Legends, and just been, you know, like playing and paying attention to League for a super long time, since like Season 2. League boomer over here.
Great stuff. Yeah, I'm really happy that you've turned up today. So it's we'll get to know each other on the cast, and we'll get to enjoy some of this gameplay as well. Our first matchup of the day is Thundertalk Gaming versus Royal Never Give Up. This is in Group Nirvana, so this is the bottom teams in the LPL scrapping it out for an extra chance at making it further. RNG sadly have already been eliminated. They will be, this is their last series. You will see them again in either Demacia Cup or in LPL proper in 2025. So RNG, legendary organization, it has been a terrible year for them. I think the problems really haven't stopped for this roster. The only player which was starting at the start of the year for this team, I guess you could say Tang Yuan and Huanfeng, but Tang Yuan's even been role swapped. This team's changed jungle support multiple times. It's changed top laners. They had ZDZ before. But weirdly enough, I have to say, in their last couple of series, RNG have looked better than they've done for a lot of the rest of the year. I think the pressure being off and just being in such an absurdly difficult situation has somewhat helped this team, because no one's expecting anything in there. Despite the black and gold colors, despite the logo, you know, this team, the pressure's off in a lot of ways. And I'm sure the fans will still want this team to succeed, but hey, yeah, for a last time this year, we get to see Royal Never Give Up walk out onto the stage.
07 salute, RNG. 07 salute. I'm excited to see what Juice is gonna do today. Honestly, you know, just just pretty much starting out in this LPL career. I think it's always nice to see some new top laners come out because they usually like come out with a bit of a splash at times.
Yeah, I think that Juice. Oh God, do you know what? Can you think of? You're in the LPL. Give me like a top list of 3 people you don't want to face as your debut game as a top laner. Just have a think. Who would you not want to face? Because I'm thinking.
Yeah, I don't want to face Bin.
Yeah.
If I'm a top laner, I don't think I want to face 369.
Yep, that's another.
And I don't want to face Ale.
Okay,
honestly.
so you know what? You know what his first game was? It was against Bin. So that was really not a great debut match for him.
Yeah.
He got
in the bin. Sadly,
he got slapped around. But you know what? Since then, he's done a hell of a good job. Gramstro, by the way, thank you so much for the continued support. Another gift bomb given out to the community of 5 community subs. I really appreciate that. As we see TT walk out onto the stage, and we will be seeing them again after this series because, of course, they will be fighting in the Knights rival stage. Which part of that stage they'll be playing into in terms of their seeding for that is subject to change. If they 2-0 today, they will get themselves in as a top 2 seed from the Nirvana group, and they'll be playing against the other top seed from the Nirvana group. If they drop a game here, there's a chance that they drop down below top 2, and if they lose the series, they definitely will drop low into 3rd or 4th instead. Into 3rd, I think that's where the lowest they can drop. And that means they'll be facing off against an Ascension team instead. So, TT, series is quite important for them. I think even though LGD and NIP have looked poor in the Ascension group, they are still in the Ascension group, and they still have some incredibly powerful players, and though they might have been exposed against some of the best teams in the LPL, this is going to be a scrap in the next stage. So TT, they will very much want to avoid that as we head into this series. So that's the stakes coming into it. What we said coming into this, I am quite afraid for RNG in AD carry and in mid lane roles, particularly because of early laning phases. XEZ, I got a lot of love for this guy from his time in the LGL. My brother Initialize, who's doing a lot of LGL streaming again now that the streams are back. He's already talked very highly of XEZ and how he was very good at supporting players like Milky Way in the past. However, you are now stepping up onto the big boy stages, and UCal is one of the big boys. He is again. He took a step down in form in spring, and it took him a little while to recover that, particularly considering how good he was in 2023. So XEZ against UCal, that's a key matchup for me to see if XEZ can survive in that matchup and bring value and not allow UCal to just run over that lane. However, that's not the only lane I am worried about, because, yeah, AD carry is also going to be a bit of a worry now for RNG. I love the crowd size, man. These are great.
Oh my god, that's such a sick sign.
Because Huanfeng is a legend. This guy's a legend. World finalist with Suning back in 2020. His laning phase hasn't been excellent, and I think that when he's playing with a role swap support in Tinyman, as much as I have a lot of love for what he's been doing for that team as well, it's just not an easy situation. It's not easy at all. So, playing as 1xN, who has been the most consistent and high-level player for TT on the other side, who is another LDL rookie coming up through to the 4 as well. I think 1xN has been absolutely fantastic to watch. That AD carry role could also be blown out in Thunder Talk's favor.
Yeah, and I really like what you said about XEZ and UCal, mostly because XEZ, as you talked about, really good at supporting his carry junglers. Guess what? The mid pool is not really conducive to that. UCal, really good at running people over. Guess what? The mid lane pool in the meta is super conducive to that. I think that might be the bigger worry than the bot lane, because I think you know what you're kind of getting into with Tangwan getting swapped. You just kind of know that, like, this might be a little ugly.
Yeah, that's true. You're sat there thinking, look, buddy, just do your best. Did UCal just do jazz hands? Did you just?
I believe so. I saw. Yeah, I saw those jazz hands. I even looked back at your stream, saw those jazz hands.
Perfect. So we should be getting into draft fairly soon. Yeah, so reminder, folks, there are stakes for both of our Nirvana series today as well. And thank you for popping in and watching our stream again. We have 2 days left of the non-English broadcast games for the LPL for this year. We've been helping do a stopgap measure effectively where we have the clean feed and we help cast this as well. If you notice there's problems in any audio, or you think there's a balancing problem where you can't hear the game enough or you can't hear us enough, please let us know with that as well, as we're working things out on the fly. My name's Nymera, also known as Alex, and this is Yanni, who is joining to cast me today. And you might have seen us on various different projects like NAC Alpha for Yanni and myself. I've been on LEC LPL and a whole handful of other projects across time, because I'm a little bit addicted to casting at points. I've cast about 360, 370 games this year, and in like 6 months it has been frankly too much. But hey, that's the love of the game, I suppose. Something like that.
Hey, listen, you're doing a great service to the people. Your voice smooth like butter. Like,
not now.
You're giving that out to the people.
Right now, it's got that kind of like shredded edge to it right now. But I appreciate.
You still sound great. You still sound great, my guy.
God, we love that positivity in here. Yeah, we should be getting into draft soon. Trying to think what the priority picks are going to be, because I believe TT are on red side. Oh, that's the thing. You can tell actually by the color of the stage behind them. I love the LPL stage because they just color the blue and red side like this. Man. So even if they change sides, you can see the color of the stage light up behind them as well. So red side.
Dude, that player card is sick, by the way.
There are some. By the way, I have a ruler player card from in London from last year. There were some folks who were doing some fan giveaways, and yeah, I got myself some merch for that one. So, but enough about
Dude, that's so sick.
It is really sick. And you know what else is sick? We're getting into draft for game 1. Welcome everyone to our first game of the day. We've seen RNG and Thunder Talk Gaming. RNG 0 stakes for them. Thunder Talk, this could solidify them into top 2. A lot of our priority picks are already starting to get rattled through. We talked about the importance of getting magic damage somewhere in your team from different roles. That's why the Ziggs has been banned. But also the Lucian and the Ashe being banned away from Thunder Talk removes some of their powerful combos and also some of the powerful laning tools from UCAL.
Yeah, and with that Zyra getting taken away by RNG, it feels like we're really cutting out these magic damage dealers, and of course that Lilia going too. I mean, it almost feels like you're kind of priced into picking your magic damage early, like this Rumble here.
Exactly.
TT is going to be able to respond to that pretty easily.
Yeah, so Rumble's been nerfed on this patch. We are onto 14-14 now, but it's still powerful. So Juice is going to pick that one up. We'll see what Hoya wants to go towards it in that top side. We have occasionally seen stuff like the Twisted Fate with the cannon into it to play carry into carry, but Cassante can also do fine at kind of bracing towards those team fights. TT, they will pick themselves up some of their own carries at this point. 1xN has been a magnificent Ezreal player. UCAL potentially going towards something like a Zeri later into the draft you can be important. But of course, with the Ashe off the table, Ashe Braum is also not there to counter the Leona, which is an easy lock-in towards Feather, who has been a very important teamfight menace for TT.
And seeing that Misfortune come through, it's always a bit of a scary pick at times when you are staring down a Leona in the face, because we all know what low mobility Misfortune has when it comes to her abilities, and almost guaranteed that you're going to have to at least take a cleanse or nice defensive summoner. And with the Skorky coming through, this is looking like nice standard stuff out of RNG, which I must admit, I'm a little disappointed by, because I was hoping they'd pull out something a little crazier today.
Well, the thing is, they have all the crazy stuff happening with where their players are playing already, so maybe they've already got their dosage of that. With the Corki coming in, UCAL is an easy lock into the Zeri for him. Zeri has been such a power pick for UCAL over any other player within the mid lane of the LPL. He sometimes goes towards that barrier in harder matchups. He was taking it into the Lucian, but he's very happy to play that into the Corki as well. The key with Corki matchups is being able to dash out of that Foss bomb early, which you can do with stuff like the Spark Surge coming through from that Zeri. Now we're getting through into that second round. Notice that RNG don't really have any engage, so they're still probably looking for something like probably a Rel wouldn't be go amiss for Tanyuan, who's a big player of that. See, actually, the Braum's banned away and the Sejuani by TT, so they know that there's a little bit of that countering of that Leona, a little bit of the engage coming across on the other side. Whereas RNG, they're banning away some of the magic damage and potentially some of the better matchups into that Rumble.
And one thing we could see from RNG is potentially Nautilus as well. You want that nice point and click to try to deal with UCAL, keep him down a little bit. Everybody has always seen it to be as a problem when you don't have that point and click CC to deal with Azeri. And then, of course, TT. Want to see them pick up their magic damage. I'm honestly not quite sure where it's going to come from, but it's going to have to be out of the jungle at this point if they want to go into it. So, you know, maybe Karthus?
Karthus is probably what
Maokai's gone.
Yeah, Karthus is what I'm thinking of. The Nara is an easy enough pick into the Rumble. Nara's been really coming back to prominence because it feels like it just does a jack of all trades for everything right now. It's going to do fine into the nerfed Rumble. I think before the nerfs, I would have said you're trolling if you're picking this, but it's a lot better. We've also seen bits of Aatrox around the place. RNG still looking for their engage, probably looking towards that Alistair. That's a very nice one there. I'm kind of surprised they don't go towards that Rel. It's much better for playing around the Misfortune combo, kind of dragging people together and kind of sticking them into that play. And Geju going towards his last pick in the jungle could potentially look for his own lock away of something in there, and he locks in the Graves. Now, Geju is one of the rare few Graves players in the LPL. It's him, it's Griffith, also known as GLFS, and sometimes Milky Way plays that as well. So that's going to be locked in as an extra damage source. Very long-range damage coming in from RNG, but very squishy and relying on Tanyuan to have very good engage to set up for things. Beidra on the other side does bring some magic damage in, and he goes towards the Nidalee. Now, Nidalee, very, very aggressive. Not that much setup around the map, though, so tentatively, we've been handing out, this happens with the Renekton as well, but worldwide, I think it's much more of a recognized thing. The Nidalee pass, you must be this good to play Nidalee to justify the pick. Beijuan's going to lock this in. It is against a struggling RNG, but Geju is a solo Q menace, and he has played this Graves on stage before, and this will give a lot of burst damage. If Beijuan could get into his jungle and shut down this Graves early, that could be a very big power point for TT. I think they have themselves a stable set of carries, and they have probably easier engage with the Solar Flare, but on the other side, huge amounts of one-born damage coming from RNG if they can set it up. The setup is hard, but both teams have a lot of damage to bring to bear.
Yeah, and the one other thing about the setup that's hard for RNG is that Tangwan kind of also has to play defender a little bit and try to keep Gnar out in certain situations when he's going to go Mega Gnar, or keep Leona out from getting to the carries, which means that you don't have a whole lot of CC left to throw at the key members on the other side of Thunder Talk, and that is really where I'm concerned about this RNG composition, is that you're not going to be able to touch these carries after a certain amount of time if it's Gnar going in, if it's Leona going in on their terms.
So you heard it from both of us. RNG, the stakes don't really matter that much for them. TT, this could lock them a top 2 as we get ourselves closer and closer towards that rift. We'll pump the volume and we'll see exactly how the Gyos feel on the rift as well. We're here in Shanghai for our last 2 series of that Nirvana group, both into this first series and the second series. TT, they lock themselves in a lot of damage, but that is more than matched by RNG. It will be about setup, it will be about execution on that damage as we go into the rift and hear those crowds scream for this first game.
I always love that, man. It's so great. It gets me so amped up.
I love the Chinese crowd. So the way it works, for those of you that don't know, there is a crowd kind of leader, a chant leader within the crowd that says, like, the team name says RNG, and then everyone replies with Jio, and then they'll do that 3 times, and then the other team will have the chance to do it. So it's a very organized affair. So once you hear those, once you hear 3 from each team, you know it's technically done. But then you'll also have some people where there's the famous one in LPL is actually shouting LGD, because LGD it kind of became like the TSM chant of Chinese fans. That was so that was just a thing. Fun thing about LGD, the name doesn't actually mean that much. It means Laogandier, which is a kind of chili oil. It's a chili oil sponsor, which they no longer have a sponsor for anymore. Anyway, TT walking in for level 1. Beichuan looking to get aggressive early and just force Geju away from his first camp.
Yeah, it's great stuff. Exactly what you want to do to set this Graves behind. And there's not much the bot lane of RNG can do, except for a flash knockup on top of Beichuan, who is ignited, and he does go down. It's first blood over to Huan Feng. They do get a trade of kills back, and that means a lot of flashes are going to get burnt, and Feather has no flash left to burn. So 2 kills for Huan Feng is fantastic for RNG.
And Waterfall gets away with an absolute miracle early game. TT, they try and go for the early invade. They try and get Beichuan onto the board early, and they absolutely mess it up. They try and get themselves this Nidalee into a point of power, and RNG immediately slap back. Lane dominance from MF is the name of the game, and you're already getting yourself onto the board very, very early. I guess the saving grace for TT is that he hasn't gone back for his items just yet. But this is a disaster start for TT and for Beichuan, who, on this Nidalee, needs to get stuff going early, and that's not going to happen now. So now TT, sadly for what X said, his 100th game with the LPL starts very poorly for him.
Oh, that's a tough life. And there's Ignite in the top lane and a flash auto forward. He's not able to out heal the potion. Juice with a solo kill. The pressure is getting to TT right now, man.
And Yanni, buddy, I hope you're enjoying your first game of LPL here, because we've started off
always a banger.
With 4 kills in under 3 minutes. God, I love these teams. TT, this game means so much for them at RNG, it matters so little. They are currently the worst positioned team within the LPL. They would need to 2-0 to get themselves off the bottom rung of the standings, but that also means they have 0 pressure on them. Juice, he has been, of course, he replaced ZDZ earlier in the year, and the bot lane as well from RNG. Well, the whole team has changed at this point. RNG, they're coming out really, really strong. Where are the gold leads leading to? Of course, in that bot lane, it's huge, but, you know, Juice, even on the nerfed Rumble, in an isolated situation, gets that kill with the Ignite early on, cools his eyes down. Look at explosions, and Hoya, who has had better laning phases recently, falls down very, very quickly. TT, this is the worst possible start.
Yeah, and not only that, it's your range champion into melee champion. That's also an extra feels bad. You always get some satisfaction as a top laner when you are able to get a kill there, and I think what's super concerning is that you know, you can't really stop the Huan Feng train right now because he has both of his summoners up. So you could make a move to try to deal with Juice, but again, because there's not a whole lot of CC when you come up top, unless Hoya goes into Mega Gnar, Beichuan is very limited in where he can go.
That is a huge issue, and in fact, that's exactly what I was going to talk about next. So good job, you read my mind on that one, which is okay.
Hey, got you, bro.
Yeah, so you have the Nidalee. What does Nidalee do? Okay, she bullies you around early and tries to look for these early setup ganks. is the setup in the room with us. Hoya is going to get himself a stun there onto Juice, and he's going to try and get himself a trade back. But, you know, early Swifties on Juice is already a pain, a real pain for Hoya, because once you prop that Flame Spitter, it's really hard to start walking away. Even if you get hit by the Boomerang, the slow is much less impactful at that point because of the impact of the Swiftness boost. And look at this, just goes over here, immediately gets himself onto him, hits himself with the E. I mean, Hoya, he is getting absolutely brutalized in this matchup. And for a player that had his debut against Bin, that is about the hardest debut you can have. But since then, I do think that Juice has been doing well at getting his own advantages. Sometimes he hasn't capitalized on them well, but the advantages have been there all the same. Can he keep it with no Flash versus Beitron, who's walking up here? There is a ward, so we should know about this, and that should be the end of this.
Yeah, he is just doing his thing right now. Honestly, battle tested after, you know, having to deal with Bin, and Beitron is not able to help out as much as you'd really like your jungler to. At least Hoya is going to be able to get this wave in. But he's going to get driven off and ignited again. Never mind, bro. Never mind. Juice is just... He's going crazy right now.
You know, I've heard of apple juice, I've heard of orange juice, maybe even a little bit of grapefruit juice, but I've never heard of Hoya juice before, because that's exactly what's happening in the top side. Is Hoya, he's been turned into like little lumpy bits at this point. Like, it's a 0-2 nah. What do you do from behind the game like this? I mean, this has been a solo advantage, and need we remind you, there is zero pressure for RNG, which is why on paper TT should be dominating this matchup. This should not be a close series. RNG are the worst team in the LPL, and TT look like one of the best teams in the Nirvana group. For this early game, with no pressure on RNG, and with all the pressure on TT for them to try and claim a top 2 spot and give themselves an easier chance in the next stage, are not having a fun time of it. Beitron's going to go towards those grubs. The dragon was taken earlier by RNG, but honestly, the focus of this game is about this level 6 on this... Like, Juice is absolutely mauling this matchup.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, this is getting ridiculous at this point, and Hoya just can't get this wave in, and there is not any help coming, at least for a little bit, because of these grubs that are getting done. The good news is that means Hoya is able to get a first move, but since they're already done, there's nothing you can really do. So let's talk about TT. You can hang your hat on UCal right now, at least. He's farming well.
Yeah, and he's on this area, which he's done a lot of work with. I also think that the big thing I'm gonna be looking for later on is RNG have enough CC to set up the first bit of the Wombo combo, because they have the Alistair combo going on to a set of targets. And if you hit enough people with the MF ult, the Rumble ult, and then the Graves ult too, that is someone dying, and it might be multiple people dying. If someone escapes, what does that mean for RNG? Because if it's UCal escaping while he has a lot of power, I don't think RNG deal very well with that, because if UCal spaces well and he doesn't get hit by something like a stray Electro Harpoon, which leads into being like a huge amount of damage and then the slow on top of that too, I do think that UCal can solo carry this fight. There is not that much tankiness at all on RNG. And speaking of UCal, he's going to get the absolute dick move from Geju, stopping that recall there. I appreciate the mentality, I guess.
Nah, you know what? I love that, mostly because any little thing that you can do to make sure that UCal is not the one who's able to run away with this game and find a way in for TT is going to pay off in spades, because it's going to take a while for UCal to actually get there. And, you know, who knows, in 5 minutes after, you know, a dragon and after more grubs after the dust settles, we could be talking about how, wow, UCal either has 0 kills, 2 deaths, or 3 kills and no deaths, and... you know, TT's back in the game somehow.
The thing is, I didn't think we'd be saying that from the first, 2 minutes of the game for Wanfeng, who is potentially going to be the recipient of another play down towards bot side as well. 1xN getting himself some shots on target. 1xN, of course, has been a huge star player for TT, and while he is behind in gold, that's more a testament to Wanfeng getting lots of gold rather than 1xN not having gold in his own state as well. So if UCal and 1xN can be, once again, that double carry threat from TT, that's still something for them to be focusing on, especially when they get towards that second item state for the two of them. We don't really see ourselves in an entrance towards a fight anytime soon right now. In the next 2 minutes, we'll have those grubs up, and then if TT can get themselves towards multiple grubs, I think that's where we'll start seeing things differently. And of course, you have double teleports from TT. God, Juice is doing so much of this overheat. The swiftness boost making it so much easier to chase down, but Juice is great in this 1v1, but he doesn't have a teleport. He has that ignite, and then suddenly look at a UCal and Hoya who do have those double globals, and if they get towards 6 grubs, they're very happy about that. So that means that they can kind of play around maybe teleporting into XEZ's lane, knowing that Juice can't respond, and they can use maybe 6 grubs to take side lane advantages. We'll see whether they get them in the first place. Tinyone and Geju going into the enemy jungle.
Gonna get right on top of this Leona. It's not going to do a whole lot of damage. And now potential turnaround here as the Solar Flare comes out. Genju a little stuck here. He's able to get away from the CC for now, but chasing him down, and it's time for UCal to speed skate around this fight. Great ultimate coming out from the Misfortune, but after a couple minutes, it doesn't hit anybody else, and these health bars are getting real low. It's UCal, and it's 1XN getting the kills for TT. Charged up back in the game.
What did we say? The double carry combo of UCal and 1XN can still do a hell of a lot of damage. It is a good bullet time. It's not a bad first kill from RNG as well, but they just allow UCal to get that first ult of the game and get huge value with it. Zeri does damage early. If you allow them to keep going through with that ultimate, it's a huge issue. And Tanyuan and Geju, they go into the enemy jungle, but they just don't get the value. Tanyuan needs to be so careful with his early skills. You only have one combo to set up for your team. He uses it to go in there, and it's a big problem. Geju's then left alone. You don't have the follow-up coming through because UCal's there first, and Feather massively locks down onto Graves. Yeah, you know, Feather's still locked in on the backside of this too, so he goes down, but the fact that this was so disconnected between jungle support and the lane supporting them is a big issue for RNG, because that's now given a lot of this early gold lead back over to TT.
Oh, and by the way, UCal getting priority in the mid lane because he's been so good on these champions. A big reason why XZC was not able to get into that fight soon enough. The supports are here. They're mean mugging each other, just looking around like, hey, don't you touch my mid laner. You stay away.
It's been for a long time now, mid lane hasn't actually been a 1v1 lane because jungle support typically when you get resets in bot lane or you win bot lane, support has a very easy time when your AD carry is resetting to just walk towards mid lane and make sure there's no funny business there. And you can see that these support moves can be very, very impactful in plays like that, and also around playing towards objectives like this. Beitram going to get a dragon for TT, so that means that our early objectives are split right down the middle. TT with 3 grubs and the Infernal Dragon, and of course RNG with an Ocean Dragon and 3 grubs of themselves. So no Grubageddon coming in from TT, as we like to call it here, or the Zerg Rush, or I don't know, Tyranid Hive Fleet. There are many things you can call it here. But it's still going to be, I think, given the level 1, a pretty good early game from TT. Their laning phase in top lane is still going to be a worry. I'm still worried about what happens the first time that Juice comes up to lay down the red carpet for TT in a team fight. That's going to be an issue. But considering that they're now 1,000 gold ahead, given that level 1, this is a much better start for them.
And they might try to end some games here, although it doesn't look like it, as Geju does not want any part of this. They'll just take whatever chip damage on the turret they can get. And that's really the top lane difference between the summoners. Was a big reason why that fight went well for TT. Juice not having a teleport available to try and show up and help his team out. When you are missing one of your strongest members on your team, you're almost guaranteed to lose a fight.
That's one of the things which really changes early game fights compared to mid game fights. Because in mid game, you just expect everyone to be there. You know, you get the, oh god, do you remember? Hang on, do you remember the Pantheon Talia bot lane that was played? That it was, yeah, do you remember that?
I want to forget. Yeah. I want to forget.
But it was like, hey,
it's all globals.
It's all globals all the time, and it's the Avengers assemble, where you just get everyone flying in from across the map. And right now we have stuff like that Talia and Twisted Fate in meta too, where just everyone turns up at the same play. It's not quite the same as when we had, you know, the 6-man bot lane plays. Or like 10-man, or like the 10-man bot lane plays at level 4 or level 5, just because mid laners could teleport down there as well with top laners from the very early levels. But it still feels like you just have that Avengers Assemble moment in most mid-game fights. Early games, a lot of the time you start there like, guys, I don't even have like my first base yet. I can't help you. I can't do that for you. You must do this yourself. You're going down a path I can't follow.
What do you mean? You have teleport. Big knockups coming through and a flash forced out of 1XN. Great job by the RNG bot lane on the shift.
That's a good play from Tanyuan. Does lose half his HP, but 1XN not having flash is more important because this Ezreal doesn't have to worry about much in team fights, especially if you have flash and E. Don't tell anyone. No one tell Noah about that. But if he has that flash, it really does make a difference. Hoy does have Mega Gnar coming up. Can they burst him out? Don't think so right now. With the Merc Treads, definitely makes him a lot more safe versus Juice.
Yeah, just a bit of a drive-by and a lot less value from Graves coming up to try and help out as XZC forced to flash away. On this bottom side, I mean, TT is just given so much gold over to UCal right
So
now.
if you want to learn about LPL macro, it's slightly different here because Huanfeng's gotten such a good advantage here in the mid lane. But once we get to around about 12 minutes, you see mid lane is going towards side lanes and get gifted a load of gold. And we saw that happen with UCal. You can see that in the top lane, it was Juice and Geju trying to get something out of this top lane turret. They don't get any plates there. You do get plates out of the bot lane. And what that means is that one of the roles which I was really worried about, this mid lane, is suddenly exploded in favor of UCal. This is with a cull on either side. It's not even with a cull differential on one side or the other. UCal's just gotten all that gold from the early plays, a CS lead, and then the plates in the first turret being taken over as well. And you know what happened in that bot river earlier in terms of him getting huge amounts of damage? That can happen at any moment now, because we're talking about Ezreal being hard to catch in these fights. Very similar situation, and Zeri has a absolute butt ton of gold to throw at these next fights.
Yeah, just a little too good for TT ever since that jungle fight. Things have gone the RNG way, I guess we'll call it, for this split, because it has been a tough split for them, as you talked about earlier. And this is where you're starting to see the struggle of trying to set things up. I am still awaiting them to have a fight involving Juice, and it would be just the greatest tragedy of all time if by the time he shows up, it's far too late. You're already down 1,500 gold. It's not a whole lot, but it's worrisome.
Would you like to know the results that RNG have had since Xiao, who has left the roster? Hang on, there might be negation. You know, we'll talk about that later. Tower's gone. Have they lost a life for it, though? Beichuan.
Wanfeng taking a lot of damage, but the bullet time along with the stun, it's a lot of damage onto Ezreal. The question is, can they turn it around, as it's UCal coming in and poking away, trying to speed skate around. Is forced to flash away. Some teleports coming in as XZZ, trying to put in as much damage as he can, but unable to take anybody else out.
So UCal comes in and cleans up, does have to blow his flash, because Tanyuan has a good couple of combos there. 1xN not having that flash really becomes up paying dividends, and UCal now losing himself that flash too, maybe can be kind of leveraged in the future. Problem is, it wasn't leveraged right there. The tower goes down in mid lane. That is a big win from RNG. But just watch how Tanyuan's playing through this. I mean, gets himself a good combo onto Beichuan first, but it's not before the spear hits onto Wanfeng, which means that he has to flash back out. But Tanyuan, just look at his huge value. Gets himself that E-stun. And this second round of cooldowns here becomes really, really impactful afterwards. Yes, the damage is there from UCal, but this combo here almost saves this fight, because XEZ gets a huge amount of turnaround damage. Tanyuan on this Alistar has such a disproportionate amount of burden put onto him, because if he's not having fights like this is not going to be a close game. Tanyuan needs to keep having fights like this, and maybe it'll work out a little better for them the next time.
Yeah, and we talked about how if he's the one who's going in, who is going to protect the carries, and that's exactly what you saw with Wanfeng having to flash. It's just a little bit too much. They put too much burden on him that even if he's having these crazy good fights, it just might not be enough.
So, just before that, I was going to ask that question of, hang on, we're going to see an ult up here. I'd really like to talk about how RNG, as soon as Xiaohu left this roster, they have had their results. So this is since the 23 spring. They ended up finishing in 7th to 8th in LPL spring. In summer, they ended up 9th to 10th. Then in 24 spring, they were 14th. And now they find themselves at the very bottom of the roster. This has been a continual downswing since RNG lost themselves that core of their dynasty. You know, it really was about Xiaohu over time, and Xiaohu moved on to Weibo. He reached the World Finals, and yes, he's had an up and down performance, but he has definitely won out on the splitting of the ways there between those two teams. The fall from grace from RNG is tragic. It's absolutely tragic. This is one of the greatest teams in all league history, and one of the greatest teams ever within the LPL. And it's sad to see them in this state. You know, they are at a point where they're 1-5 down in the losers group of the Rumble stage, in Nirvana group. They will try and rebuild for the next year and maybe try and throw an extra spanner in the wrench here for this one. But it has just been a really sad year or two for RNG, and it hasn't gotten any better. So maybe look towards another fight.
Looks like everybody will be okay for right now, except for RNG, who really have they been okay the entire year. You know, the good news is they have more opportunities to find their identity going into like 2025 and beyond, because, you know, as you said, when you lose your identity, things get tough. Oh my god, the poke damage. You know, I swore I saw an LPL TikTok just like that earlier today.
Yeah, the spear hits. Turns out we have a new hope here in the jungle. Obeichuan Kenobi helps with the spear out there, long range, and absolutely slaughters down Wanfeng. We do have a catch onto Feather, but he has flash and ult. He's not going to be any danger. And now TT with Herald, they're going to keep pushing for a fight.
Oh, he is the danger. He wants to go back in. Equalizer out. It's just going to force UCal to hop over the wall. And Tanyuan, unfortunately, will fall, and that means the siege is going to continue in the mid lane. The minions have been cleared out finally, but RNG just cannot stop this onslaught from TT.
No, absolutely not. I really feel like every time that Tanyuan is misusing a combo or his ult, Yukel just jumps at him. Yukel just jumps at him and runs him down. This is the problem with the Zeri. So funnily enough, when Zeri came out on the LEC, I did a Zeri champion spotlight. I did that in one of the pre-shows on my very first show on the LEC back in 2022. It's a fond memory of mine.
Hell yeah.
And you know what? Zeri's changed a lot as a champion. One thing which hasn't is a line which I said during that, is that Zeri doesn't always do the most damage, but you can never stop her doing damage. And that was the problem right there. She just jumps and runs you down. Right here, you see a good chunk back onto him, but Yukel, so strong, 2,000 gold ahead. He is the main character. Blue Cal has come out to play, as we'll see exactly what he can do on this pick.
A Super Saiyan Blue Cal.
Yes,
that's exactly what's happened here. Oh, it looks like TT is itching for another fight, or at least going to try to keep this turret alive. The question is, does RNG have the palate to want to go after this? It just doesn't seem like there's going to be anything there as they continue to fall further behind in gold. And Baron up in just a couple of seconds. It's just one TT fight away from claiming it for their own.
Yeah, if anyone dies in a bad enough spot now, TT are going to run over this game. And the level 1, great from RNG. Tanya, you can't use combos like that. That is so dangerous. He's in danger now.
Oh, he's getting chunked out. The good news is Yukel wasn't quite there in time, but still going to force away RNG, take all that vision control in the topside jungle. This is the TT we expected to see.
It was, and that level 1 notwithstanding, this has still been a good game from TT. And you know what? The most important thing here is I've started remembering the Star Wars puns I had for this team. So we had Obi-Wan Kenobi, my favorite, Wookiee in the mid lane, Chewbacca, favorite co-pilot here at TT. I haven't really got that many ideas for the rest of them, but for now, I feel that's a good enough core to build something off of as Thunder Talk. Try and go to light speed, I guess. I don't know. We'll workshop it.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta workshop everything now. The one thing I've been watching recently is everything in my feed has been, when it's raining outside and it's like, I've successfully made contact with the Prime Minister of Camino.
That's fantastic.
TT is building a Zeri army in the mid lane.
Oh, that's great. You need to have like the Nico and LeBlanc there as well. It's like your clone army is very impressive. You must be very proud. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, that's great. It's like,
well, if you're seeing the clones, I mean, at least the LeBlanc clone, maybe it's not that impressive.
Sure. Well, I mean,
a little scary when it's getting popped.
I've been deceived by those before. It depends how well you use it. As Beatron walking up, Beatron is now really fed too, despite his terrible early game. Beatron trusted in the force of this Nidalee. There is a Baron startup from RG. You can't stick on this, though. That would have had to be a real lapse in vision from TT. They don't have something like the Zyra to really burst this. Feather's being engaged on it. I don't think they win this fight. No, they don't.
They don't have any damage. Geju is burning away and has finally fallen. And Meganar is here to cause some havoc and just keep the carries out pretty much, as Alistar is going to be made into grade A beef. There's an equalizer coming down to the very least. Let's see if Juice is able to do anything. Yukel sustaining through. It's just far too much. You get a kill on the way back for Misfortune. All right, nice. You got one.
Yeah, wow. It's still a 3-for-1. RNG, they mistake another fight in this mid lane. Again, Tanyuan has really struggled. He's not getting himself the value that you need out of this Alistar, but credit to TT for not giving him that value. They're not clumping up and they're chasing down. They're absorbing the initial engage. Feather is very tanky, and TT gonna get themselves to Soul Point. They get themselves multiple Mountain Dragons. This game is about as good as done. TT, they've kicked off their hyperdrive. They've gone into light speed, and RNG have been completely left in the dust.
When Tangwan is 4,000 gold down, he believes his team is at too big of a deficit, and he must engage in order to get them back into the game. It's the old copy pasta.
Man, the fact that was from, you know what, that was an RNG copy pasta. Hoya's going to die here on the side later. We miss MLXG and his ability to play out the game. It's going to be not put out from Gage's to take down Hoya. I miss that MLXG copy pasta. Back in 2018 when he won that MSI, it was the switch between MLXG and Caster in the jungle. That is a throwback. Now with the overextension towards bot lane, TT can go towards the Baron in the way that RNG couldn't before. Geju is recalling, but he might not be here for a steal. Tanyuan has ult, has flash. He's probably going to flash him for a combo, pop the ult, and see how much time he can buy.
Hey, you know what? He's had some pretty nice combos throughout this game, despite them not coming at the greatest time, trying to do what he can to keep this Nidalee out. It's not enough. The bullet time is going to keep people in a confined area, but it's just a big damage diff. As much as Misfortune has had a great game, Although, we're seeing a bit of a turnaround because Juice is showing up, but Beishuan has gone golden,
Quadra!
and that bought enough time for 1xN to get a quadra kill.
That was still a bit of a mess of a team fight. It won't be the pentakill, but 1xN, the LDL pickup from for TT in the AD carry role, came through in 2023 summer and has taken this team to a different level. He has been another carry. This fight actually got really scary because what happens here is the headbutt means the smite's outside of the pit and you have a lot of damage. This goes down to 74 HP and there wasn't a smite. That was actually fantastically well played from Tanyuan. He tries his best there and the damage almost comes back from the equalizer. If the equalizer managed to stick on a target for a little bit longer there, maybe we could be having a different story. This was actually quite spooky. Has to come round to a huge damage cleanup from 1xN and Beitron at the end of this, but considering the state this game was in, RNG made them sweat a little bit, and Tanyuan's dead again, so goodbye.
Unlucky. I think the worst thing is that's like one of those false hope fights, because you're like, oh, you know, Juice and Keiju came in, they cleaned up, well, they burned double flashes for that, so in this next fight, Hoya can even have an opportunity. It's like, hey, all of these guys are flashless, I'm gonna come in, serve them right up into a wall, and call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, Hoya's not had the easiest game. I think he has struggled. Oh, Spear's hit. Spear, unassisted, needs no setup. Beitron, again, the new hope for TT, takes him down.
Yep, he is passing the Nidalee bar. It didn't look like it earlier on in the game, but has firmly gotten there as the inhibitors begin to fall, as RNG has no response. We're seeing Teleport come in on the... no, that's a replay. I'm sorry, my bad. I was like, why are we in frame and frame? As the Alistar will once again fall. They're just farming this cow right now. Bullet time coming through, but Huanfeng has to stand still in order to make that happen. And TT has finally run over the last remnants of RMG. Game 1 looked pretty cool in the beginning for RNG, but they were not able to get the job done. TT buckled in, and they were ready to try and win Game 2 in 2-0 series.
Yeah, but I thought that, we've been making all of our Star Wars jokes. I thought it was only meant to be the Sith that used lightning hands. It's Thunder Talk, I guess it was in the name all along. They shock RNG after what was pretty poor level 1 to take themselves that first game in this series. UCal, fantastic game from UCal. UCal and 1xN, that early skirmish and every team fight from beyond that point just ran away with this game. I think that the draft made it very hard for RNG to lock down their key targets if Tanyuan didn't use his combo well, and I don't think he did end up using his combo well enough, except, he is a role swap support in RNG. Definitely have seen better days. Folks, welcome back to us. Hello, I'm Nightmare, also known as Alex, and this is Yanni. I don't know what else you're known as, but I'm just... Is it still just Yanni?
Yanni.
Yanni,
It's
Yanni. Yanni, okay, I'll get... So, I'm not even pronouncing it right. But anyway, we're here covering...
No, don't worry about it.
But
I'm not known as anything else because that's just the name I use in everyday life.
It's a good name, I like it. Folks, we are here covering LPL when it's not here, a broadcast on the official English channel. That has happened every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday for most of this year. We have covered something like 170 to 180 games now here on this channel, and if you're enjoying it, please drop a like, follow, subscribe, Prime, something like that. It has been a long old year and we appreciate the support all the same. And Yanni, how did you feel about that first game coming in from here? It was bloody as hell. You enjoying yourself?
Oh, of course. It's always a banger when you get to watch LPL games, and that's how they always turn out. Bloodiest region in the world. There's not much that separates a region like LCS and LPL. It's just macro. That's it. Everything else is just bloody fighting. Although LCS tends to play a little bit too much chicken at times. But it's a shame for RNG. I really thought for a second they were showing flashes and they were gonna play an upset, play a spoiler today. Hurt some seeding of TT. But TT, they recognized, like, hey, we made some mistakes early, but that's okay. And I can't imagine they're going to repeat those in Game 2. It feels like it's going to be a larger mountain for RNG to try to climb to at least take a game.
Yeah, so reminder, folks, for the implications of this series, this is one of our very last series in the Nirvana group. This has no meaning for RNG besides the fact that they could get themselves off of that. In fact, actually, now I think by losing that game, I think RNG have now guaranteed themselves as the worst team in the LPL. There is no team that can go below them. Even Team WE, who are on the bottom of that rung, cannot be surpassed by RNG. And TT, if they 2-0 this, I think they guarantee themselves top 2 in this group as well, because they'll get themselves to a decent enough game score, and they can get themselves into that kind of the upper echelons of Group Nirvana. Fantastic game from UCal and 1xN. This was really good from them. And yeah, you know what? We were saying this into the late game. terms of the Nidalee pass for Beichuan, I think he passed it. He hit a load of unassisted spears. It was really well played from him. Yes, it's against an RNG team, which have struggled, but I think Beichuan also had really good team fights into the late game in a way that it's quite hard to have as that Nidalee. He had some crucial spears onto Huanfeng, especially that one under mid turret that was really nasty because Huanfeng had a lot of that early gold, and he tried to bring that into the mid game, but he was just cut down to size time and time again.
Yeah, and the one thing that I love that you mentioned, the no setup spears, right? He's raw dogging these spears. And it's just hitting guys when it's a champion that feels like it's almost impossible to do without setup at times, but the best players in the world make it look good. And, you know, in the LPL, you got some of the best. And I thought for a second he was maybe going to live. I'm like, I think there's one more tick of that Ignite.
The sunglasses, as you mentioned.
Are you
kidding me? The style points go absolutely wild there. And yeah, this was a fun skirmishy game. But this is the power of stuff like the Zeri and the Ezreal, and it's why we see particularly champions like this and the Lucian and the Corki doing really well, because they're not just AD carries which are good in a solo lane, they have themselves enough mobility and ability to just run you down once you misplay an engage. If you misplay an engage, like right here, yeah, it's an engage onto like the Nidalee. Okay, now you have nothing to stop the rest of the team. This is the one of the few times where they did turn it around because it's an overstep, because Gerju was just behind them, but like UCal here, I mean, what do you do when the Alistair combo's down? It's so hard. Tinyone had to have fights like this the entire game, and he just didn't have that. This is probably the best fight which he did have, and he just couldn't get the value out of it, which he wanted to. And this was a disgusting play where, you know, Huanfeng has that early gold. Yeah, it doesn't stop you from getting absolutely blasted by multiple skill shots coming through from this. This is a slow-mo execution. 1xN and Beitron co-piloting that kill.
Yeah. It turns out all you need is Nidalee and Ezreal to make Nidalee Spears look like Nidalee Spears of seasons past, where you're chunking everybody out for 1,000,000 HP. And I'll keep the stack, was not expecting that to happen.
This is how you can tell that Beichuan is one of the main characters. He doesn't have the Stormtrooper aim. He's actually hitting the skill shots. You know, maybe that's it. Maybe all of the Nidalees which just don't do well, maybe they're just the Stormtroopers. Maybe we're just living in this world which I just keep making references to because I know no other famous sci-fi franchises. Maybe that's just it. This Baron fight
Hey, really listen, there's nothing wrong with that, and based on some of the Nidalees I've seen across all of the regions, they are definitely building a clone army.
They're trying their best, emulating greatness where they can. Question in chat, what's the play against poke nowadays? Because yeah, there's a lot of poke here. Most of the time it is long-range hard CC, so stuff like Leona can be very powerful. Stuff like Warmog supports was the play, but on this patch, Warmogs is now going to nerf for them. Poke is not great against stuff like the Leona and the Cassante because they can just out-tank everything you put at them. You need to then get to the point where your poke is so strong that it just doesn't matter after that point. And yeah, I see you, Shibi, in chat. Thank you so much for the prime there as well. Yeah, Yanni's been doing great. We enjoyed our first game. Luckily today as well, both of the series that we have today, so both the first and second, are both going to be played within Shanghai. So we're not going to have that kind of crappy situation where you have one series and then you have to immediately jump into the next one or you fall behind because it's overlapping. So we'll get ourselves a decent break between them, which is fun. Right, if you need to take yourself a break, go to the toilet, or whatever, now is the time, by the way. I need to probably get myself another drink at some point, but I'll be okay for now. We'll just chill out for a bit.
Yeah, I'm all good to truck through. So, you know, I'll take this opportunity to ask you, who's really looking the strongest? When you think it's time for Worlds, what are you expecting out of LPL?
It's the problem with LPL right now is that a lot of our top teams are in such wild form. I mean, LNG have been looking good. I think that we've seen a blueprint of how to beat LNG, but if they get towards their preferred style, which is effectively getting Scout into a pushing side lane, so you can either destroy outer turrets, so you can get a load of gold from that, and then also open up extra angles into objectives, then they're really, really good. I'm going to get ourselves an MVP here as well, so we'll see who owns that one. I'd imagine it's UCal. I think UCal was great. Is it UCal?
Yeah, it really should.
Beichuan.
Oh, Beichuan, okay. I mean, you know, Beichuan gets this by virtue of having the really gaudy scoreline. Although he did have a fantastic game. I'll keep it a full stack.
My favorite thing is Obeichuan Kenobi still does the force pose. He just does the force pose. It is so fitting. It is so fitting. I laugh at this every time. Only his third MVP count. It was a good game from him towards that late game. His late game team fights were legitimately very good.
Yeah.
I think maybe I would have given it over to UCal for his own laning and his skirmishing. But yeah, Beichuan had a solid game. And you know, I'm not displeased by that.
No, not at all. But he definitely may have played that Jedi mind track. You want to give me MVP. And that's exactly what happened.
These
there.
aren't the spears you're looking for.
They weren't looking for any spears, apparently. Again, you know, it's solidly deserved. I'm not going to try to come out here and say, oh, he didn't deserve it. I mean, he did get 3 out of 6 of the total votes.
Yeah,
so,
it was close. It was, yeah, I understand
just
split. Yeah.
by a simple majority, right?
But did someone vote? Hang on, did I see a vote for top lane in there? Did someone vote for top lane? Was there one in top lane? Why, that's beyond
Was
me.
there?
I might have been for support instead. I thought there's 3 for jungle, 2 for mid, and there's 1 for another role. I'm just trying to remember who that other role was.
We're inting. We could have had co-MVPs.
True. Yeah, look at the co-pilots of that.
Which would have been deserved. That
Yeah,
I
it's
would have
good.
been like, hey, all right, we'll take that.
Yeah, but yeah, only 3rd MVP. Beitron, he has been better on the AP junglers than I think of the AD bruisers that we saw him on before in spring. I'm going to be very, very interested to see what happens when we finally get AD junglers back into the meta, because I wonder how many players have now basically proven to their team that they're more valuable on carries like this, and whether they can keep kind of doing towards that. Right, I think it's now into like ad breaky stuff, so I'm going to run ads as well, folks. So if you don't want to see ads and want to keep listening to this chat, drop one of those. Got any of those primes, any of those subs, and also you can watch on YouTube as well.
Primes. Yeah, can always do that. Because this is how you get the really good, juicy conversation.
True.
No, I'm interested to see what the world's meta is going to look like, because obviously we're going to see a change at some point. I just hope it doesn't push some of these champions we get to see out of the meta. Like, I'm sure everybody is like super sick of seeing champions like Zyra, super sick of seeing champions like Brand. But once they're gone, you'll be a little bit sad because everything is cyclical, right?
And the thing is, right, that we haven't had them in meta for that long. People are still practiced on other stuff. It's not like that those skills have just immediately disappeared. You can play stuff into AP junglers. You absolutely can. We've seen a lot of first pick Sejuani for a lot of teams here in the LPL. Stuff like Ivern is very good at choking out some of the AP junglers too, because they can't get through Locket Shields, Redemptions, and they lose a lot of the value because they actually don't bring the hard engage onto a single target they need to kill. So there are definitely plays like that you can make, and also teams like JDG still very happy to lock in a Lee Sin and just let Kanavi roll you in the early game. So for me, this is more of a problem with pro meta just not evolving.
Yo, what is this ad?
This is an energy drink. I love this. I think it's an energy drink.
Yo, that's super
like,
sick.
Is this an energy drink or is it? Oh, it might be. Oh no, it's either an energy drink or like a supplement drink, something like that. But that's BLG.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
great.
yeah. That's super cool. You know, I always love seeing, you know, like League of Legends motifs on those drinks. I really liked when we had the World's Coca-Cola, right? The Prestige Edition Coca-Cola.
Oh yeah.
I'm not much of a Coke drinker. I'm not much of a soda drinker. But I was like, oh, this is super sick.
So I have 2 I can show you. Hang on, let me count it.
Oh,
two
okay.
I can show you. So
okay.
I'm gonna find them out. They're on the shelf back there. So
I'm trying to figure out what cool things do I have in the area. There's a couple of where did I put my Teemo and my Corky hat? Damn.
So, first one I have
Damn.
is Wild Rift based.
Okay.
So I have Wild Rift. I have the Ari Wild Rift.
Yep.
Put my camera's back. Headphones back on. So that's that. And then also I have. So there is a brand of energy drink in the LPL. Well, in China called Warhorse. And this is a Ginergy drink. So this is this is Warhorse. This is LPL brand. You see the LPL at the top there, and this is the Gin energy drink. And I have 4 of them topically back there. I'm not even a gin fan, but I got them.
Of course, you gotta. But whenever you have anything gin related, it's gotta be 4.
Apparently, there's so much B12 in this drink. It's called Warhorse. people are wondering if there's actual horse in there.
Oh my god.
That's the joke. That's the joke. I don't know how serious that is, but anyway, like go put these back on the shelf.
I'm trying to, you know, I don't know where I put my Corky and Teemo hats. I got those from many events of years past. I have some lightsabers over off to the side from Disney, but the batteries are out on them.
Right.
And then the other cool thing that I have near me, again, nothing League related, unfortunately, it's all like downstairs. I got a Mox Ruby for those who like Magic the Gathering.
Hey, my uncle introduced me to it. I never really picked up Cardboard Crack enough. Oh, by the way, while we're doing this, because the name is too funny as well. Nut Guzzler 2K20, thank you so much for the Prime. You just keep guzzling those nuts. You get that protein. However, understand that there are allergies which are related to this, and also nuts can be quite radioactive, particularly Brazil nuts. It's not bad for your health, but Brazil nuts are, I believe, the most potassium-heavy
Yes.
food out there, so they are actually, because of the potassium isotopes, they are actually quite radioactive. I do need to get myself a cup of tea before we get back on stage. I've got to do that
Yeah,
now.
of course, of course. Yeah, as long as you're not guzzling those, it's all good. So big shout out, thank you, Nut Guzzler. Thank you everybody for being here. To be quite honest with you, it's an honor to be here and get to cast some LPL games. I hope everybody's doing well wherever you're at. Oh man, I've had a bit of a day. So I got done casting the North American Challenger League Open qualifiers at about 11:30 Eastern. And then I slept for 4 hours, got up, made my Wawa run because we're East Coast, baby. And then came here. And, oh man, let me tell you, it's been a while since I've gotten very little sleep. I'm still feeling it a little bit, but one thing that'll definitely get your blood pumping is LPL. Honestly, that's what I did when I went to go watch VODs when I would go to the gym, is I watched VODs of all these different regions, and it just didn't work out. But I watched LPL, and I was pumping iron, baby. I was like, oh man, this stuff's good. Captain Gore, Northern East Coast, yep. New Jersey, baby. We love New Jersey. Alright, we don't... No. I live in New Jersey, so I love New Jersey, right? I'm close to everything I want to be close to, at least. So, TT close to, winning this season. Hey, I'm walking in! Now Shibby's afraid that I'm gonna dox myself or something like that. It's all good, bro. I love meeting new people. Favorite LPL player of all time? I actually answered this question a little bit earlier. So my initial answer was, honestly, so I'm going off current players, not of all time, because my memory is just bad at times. If I had to go all time, I'm definitely going with Uzi, but because I'm going off of right now, definitely going with Jackie Love because he's an 80 carries. We are into the picks and the bans here. Very similar picks and bans. Is this a salty run back right now?
It feels really similar. Same bans, same first round so far. The Leona could come in from Feather as well. So what's the change coming in from RNG? Because they got blasted in that first game. They had a great level 1. It was a great start for them. What do they change from that? So this next round for them was, I believe, Misfortune, and it was also the Corky. I believe they locked in both those picks at this point. I mean, the Rumble was fine for them. That's okay. Maybe Hoya chooses a different matchup into it now. That could also change as well from the side of them. But RNG, surely they have to change something.
Well, I thought they were for a second, and it doesn't look like they are, at least right now. You can't expect to get another good level 1 like that, right? It's like, oh, guys, well, we had it, and then we threw it away. It's like, well, you only had it because TT had a gross misstep. Okay, I like this a little bit more, because Corky, you can't just W on somebody and shred them and deal 1 million damage anymore. You only deal 500,000 damage. But Tristana, you still get the burst off. It's still pretty weighty, at least.
Yeah, Tristana still trades very heavily and gets earlier wave control than the Corky does, just because of the nature of the E passive. But you are a weaker champion than you were by a long way. 15% less attack speed per rank of Q. Well, at every rank of Q rather, and then also having the mana increase on that really changed things. And I don't think Yukal cares about the change in that matchup. He's still playing a champion which he's very, very happy to play. He also might just change over to taking the barrier in this matchup and say, you're more bursty, okay, I'm going to take an extra combat summoner. If you lose that trade, what does Tristana bring to the table? Second round bans are looking exactly the same right now as the Maokai last ban from RNG the last time. See if they keep towards that again. It wouldn't surprise me to see them lock that away, because it is very powerful to giving, one, some magic damage, but then also some setup of the team fight. They banned the Nidalee instead, which of course Batron walks away with MVP from, but isn't this just an easy lock-in of the Maokai now, question mark? They might just do that towards that 5th pick. They may as well counterpick that top lane first for Hoya. That'll be important for them.
Yeah, if you want to go with the Maokai, fine, at least be like, alright, well, you're on something, you got more utility, at least it's less damage. One thing I am interested about before all these other picks start to come in is, with those Tristana nerfs, I do wonder if we're going to go back to, Hail of Blades Tristana, right? Especially in a matchup like this where you want to get that quick proc and then just hop out. I know that's seen nerfs too, but I think that might be the world that we live in. Nice to see this Gragas up top, by the way.
Yeah.
That should be a nice neutralizer.
So Gragas is that neutralizer. The problem, Hail of Blaze got nerfed so heavily just because of the nature of Ashe, Varus, and bot lane. So
it's still so good, but you gotta get that proc off quick.
Maybe when Fleet Footwork gets nerfed as well in the next coming patch,
oh
maybe
please,
maybe we'll see that come through. So it's Gertrude which ends up picking up the Maokai instead, which is much better engaged. But the big problem from RNG in that last game was the fact that actually they didn't have anything besides Tanyuan getting himself myself.
There we go.
Really good combos into the backline. And we get
Whoa.
ourselves the Shyvana jungle. This has been making its way through to being a priority pick in the LPL. In the last week or so, it's seen a lot of bans, and then finally over the last couple of days, it's seen a lot of picks as well. It is an artillery bot. It is a bruiser. We've seen different builds towards it. We saw Milky Way go towards Nash's Tooth. I much prefer going towards the Shojin and then the Liandry's, getting a lot of HP, a huge amount of sticking potential, and a huge amount of ability to just run people down who are isolated. If you are left alone against the Shyvana with that kind of item, you get shredded. And we'll see now whether Beitron can handle it as well as Croco did the other day to take a game off of LNG.
Yeah, and I really love the Shyvana with this team composition because you have all these champions that can kind of chill out, right? Nothing that it's like, okay, you need jungle intervention to help you out. You know, UCal should be just fine in the mid lane. Oh, you have Ezreal in the bot lane. He's able to chill out. Gragas, like we talked about, the ultimate neutralizer. You don't need your jungler to help you out that much, which means you can at least get that first full clear without much of an issue if you are Beishwan.
I was jump scared by this champ select, so I'm going to go very quickly collect my drink from the other room as we wait to get into the game.
Oh yeah, you're fine, man.
Almost a solid run back, but not quite. So we'll get onto the Rift, listen to the Dryas, and hopefully I'll be back in time.
Yeah, and you know what? If you're not, that's okay. I got it from here. Once we get in the game, I just got to be quiet and let the crowd shout. It's super easy. Let's see. Kinda... Oh, I like the Nautilus adaptation as well. That's also something I wanted to talk about because UCal was just able to do whatever he wanted in that last game. So I'm glad we're seeing this Nautilus come through to be able to try to deal with that. I like the adaptations that RNG has put together. They still have plenty of damage. They come up with more CC and more setup now. You can get your... Oh, yeah! Sorry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's just a tree. Nah, Genji's gonna take too much damage. It's another disaster level 1. But this time RNG is the one getting disaster class.
What did I miss? What did I miss?
All right.
What did you let them do, Yanni?
I'm sorry. Listen, Genji was doing his best tree impression. He sat in the bush, but the problem is he started moving. And then TT was like,
no.
Oh my god, a walking tree.
It's okay. So I guess, right, kill over to 1xn, tier first back. That's horrific. Yeah, that means that he's gonna get that tier for free. You don't even lose any laning power, so that's terrifying. And yeah, Hoya gets himself, he loses that flash, but he's fine. He's a neutralizing lane versus the Grumble, which you highlighted in that champ select as well. Yeah, that's not what you wanted from RNG. You had the best start in the last game. This is not that.
It was the worst of times. It was the worst of times for RNG. The good news is, while you were away, I got to do the oh yeah, and it gave enough for TT to get the job done. The other adaptation though that I was talking about while you were gone was this Nautilus for Tangwan. At least I like the fact that they have something to deal with Zeri now, but already getting the game off to the bad foot. It's like when you're trying to like go out and run and like you twist your ankle. Unfortunately, RNG twisted their ankle out the gate. Oh, Juice forgot to buy items.
Oh no!
And couldn't bail his boy out.
Oh, that makes so much sense. Oh, Juice, no. Oh, that makes wow. Considering that Juice like monstered his game last time, that is not the way to start game 2.
The duality of man.
If you don't what's it called? If you don't love Juice at his buy no items, you don't deserve him at his 2 solo kills, I suppose. But now the problem is, I mean, Huanfeng's on this MF, which is meant to be lane dominant. You're not going to be winning lane now. The tier on Ezreal means mana on Ezreal early is very important. It means that you just keep getting wave control for like the entirety of time, really. Whereas without any mana items, Ezreal does run out of it very, very quickly, of course. And that means that now Feather's going to be free to roam, a lot easier. 1xn is going to be completely fine to get towards 1 and 2 item spikes. This means that TT's early game plays become that more potent. And they were already really good that last game. Remember, they just kind of shredded those early game plays. Level 2, level 3. Doesn't get that much.
Yeah, but you know what? I like that Feather is there. It's like, you know what? Let's do it. We're the level up. Let's get some damage in. No barrier for UCal, but oh man, you can see that attack speed nerf actually was huge.
Yeah, it's 15% less attack speed. He's gone for the press the attack, trying to go for more damage. Another hook to interrupt that Zenith Blade. So that's how you play that Leona Nautilus matchup. You try and just press the hook when you're Zenith Bladed and try and stop that follow-up Shield of Daybreak coming through. Feather has been also really important to this team. He came onto Rare Atom last year. That was his debut into the LPL. He was the youngest support in the LPL, I think, when he debuted. I think the second youngest was weirdly On, considering he's been playing for years, but On's been, he's still very, very young, even with his tenure. But yeah, Feather has really grown on this team. He's not going to be here to help mid lane, though. I don't think it's going to lead to that much. XCZ has been a notable Tristana player in the past, but the problem is with going towards this press the attack is that you don't have that same kind of like presence in mid lane permanently, because you don't get that same sustain to the same level, where Tristana would get wave control, grind you down, use absorb life and fleet footwork to just mean that you could never move. Press the attack means that if you ever take a hard trade, you can really struggle for the next minute or two before you get a good reset.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you're seeing happen. At least you're going to go back and pick up your call. But these are lanes that, you know, if you saw this a couple weeks ago, it would just be entirely Tristana dominant. UCal wouldn't be able to take teleport at this point. You know, it feels like disrespect, but it's not. It's just there's not much coming out of Tristana, and I'm interested to see for how long teams and players keep hanging their hat on this champion in the mid lane. You at least always get push because of the explosive charge passive, but I don't know if that's enough to really move the needle anymore.
That's a really important conversation, because I think weirdly, in some ways, the best Tristana players in the world will see this as actually a good thing, because it means that it's available more. Because people aren't banning it first permanently now. They won't just ban it on red side. So players like Cream, I think that players like Scout as well also fall into that list as well. They can get a huge value out of this. So the fact that it is more available does work for some of them, but the question is XCZ one of them? He's trying to jump forward again. Dragon started up. TT are roaming in force, but Juice has come down to the play.
Yeah, Hoya doesn't have teleport to help out either. The mid laners are a little too occupied, but UCal's level 6, and it doesn't matter. The Buster shot doesn't push UCal into the turret. So, a couple low mid laners. Flash is coming forward. Geju is the one who gets engaged on, but the Equalizer will catch out Feather. We'll be able to take him down, and the Dragon goes over to RNG, so already denying the Dragon stacking, plus the little bit of extra benefit that Beishuan would get.
Yeah, so that would have been nice for Beishuan to get, and sadly for TT, they can't find themselves that River Skirmish this time around. Hoya didn't have that teleport, can come to the play. However, mid lane, one of these matchups which we were worried about at the start of the day, is not getting any easier for RNG's mid lane. XCZ is getting kind of shown about by UCal, who took a really good trade at level 6 to level 5. Very lucky of XCZ to get away with his life, managed to get himself some XP off the minions and live through that. Grubs are going to go to the side of TT, which is a bit of a problem, considering that Tristana normally wants to play towards that. Checking the Fog of War. Right, okay, so nice. Juice manages to slip behind that. That was really well played. XCZ goes for a quick all in there, which means that Juice comes down with the Equalizer. How much damage does the Equalizer do to change this fight? Because he comes down with that ultimate immediately. Yeah, it's a good Equalizer. Separates out that fight. Next, 1xN has to get himself away. So that's well played from Juice. Gets himself immediately into that fight. One thing that we were saying in that last game is that, of course, wasn't running that teleport to have himself more presence to get back to a lane or get to a fight. He couldn't impact these early plays. He could there.
Yep, and you know what? All is forgiven for forgetting your items and leaving your jungler out to dry earlier on.
I don't know if Geju agrees with that, but sure.
No, not in the slightest. And maybe the game state won't agree either, but you know, at least you're making up for it a little bit with that teleport advantage. That means Hoya, they're going to have their teleport up first, so we'll see if we have any impact from TT this time making a play onto RNG. Or if Beishuan is just going to continue to be a full clear jungler. It's exactly on schedule for Shyvana, so totally fine there.
Yeah, no, and Beishuan's going to be very, very happy. He's going towards that pickaxe first, which means that probably going to, I believe he's going towards the Shojin. I'm trying to remember, oh god, Shojin's build's changed over time and I forget about that. But
oh
yeah,
my god, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, because I think it's probably Kindle Gem, Warhammer, and then, well, hang on a second, that's a Flash Wave, was afraid of the cast. And then also the pickaxe.
Nice move.
But yeah, Beishuan probably going towards that and then towards the Landry. So he's going towards the more bruisery build, particularly with the Fleet Footwork himself. The change away from Fleet Footwork giving more movement speed than it used to before as well has really, really helped stuff like Shyvana have that sticking power which they can sometimes struggle with.
Juice putting in a lot of damage into Hoya, but going to be able to sustain and run away for right now. Overheated means no Equalizer coming out for Juice.
Hoya just making sure that phase rush is kind of able to get him out. There is a kind of fun thing. Well, I say fun thing. It wasn't fun for me because I was on the bad end of this. But you know, sometimes phase rush can get you killed in weird ways. So I played a lot of Quinn top lane back in the day, and I know you can hate me for what that is. And one time I was playing against a Nasus, and I learned the hard way that phase rush doesn't have a cooldown to be procced every wave. It's every other wave or so. And the problem is, if I took a hard all-in versus the Nasus and got phase rush, and you just sat there and just tanked it up, the next time I went for an all-in, he'd wither me, and I'd be dead because I didn't have that phase rush. Because on this every other wave, I wouldn't have my phase rush. So sometimes in some weird matchups, you actually need to not hit people 3 times. You need to limit your damage output just so you save your phase rush, because that's the only thing keeping you alive from them all-inning you. It's a weird thing, particularly in some of these top lane matchups where people can run you down.
Yeah, and, you know, you said I was going to hate you for that, and, you know, I'm not that much of a top lane player, but I hate Nasus, right?
Yeah.
So, I feel for you on that one. That must have sucked real hard, but,
yeah,
you know what? Phase Rush is still good. People will still be taking Phase Rush from now until the dawn, or the end of time, I should say.
Phase Rush has had to be nerfed over time because of champions like, Jace made good use of it, Ryze was really good with it. Hang on, there's no flash here on G, still needs to hit with the slow, gonna be punted back into H1.
Ooh. Oh, Beishwan with that Dragon's Descent coming through. There's plenty of damage. They will be able to get the job done. He's able to pick up his first kill of the game as well. And the Shyvana is online. We are ready for takeoff, my friend.
That is a problem, because if suddenly you give him kills over to the Shyvana, I don't think that Juice can play in a side lane. I think maybe XEZ can, but the problem with something like the Rumble is that, well, I mean, you go for the Comet. You don't go for something like that phase rush. And if Shyvana just jumps at you at 2 items, I think you just get 1v1. I think Shyvana is such a strong 1v1 bruiser champion right now that you can't stand in a lane like that. So Hoya can sit and wave clear, but every time you push up to a tower, you have to be afraid that Beishwan's nearby as well. That is going to be the Shojin now based off of that kill. Huge point of power coming through from him. Beichwan might struggle when he's diving into 3-4 people, but if he gets someone isolated, that's going to be a dead set of targets. We get ourselves that dragon coming up in 20 seconds. TT, they're not going to have that Shyvana ultimate because the Rage is now currently a good Q coming in from 1XM. Does look like, though, that RNG are not positioning around this at all. Instead, they want to deny the grubs and split the objectives down the middle again.
Yeah, and it's really disappointing that RNG wasn't able to do anything to disrupt Beishwan, right? He was able to full clear essentially for free. Even, you know, it's like, all right, you took the dragon, sure, I don't really care, I'm going to do my thing. With this mid-jungle duo, should have been Moore's. Nice engagement here on to Yucal, and Yucal without barrier will fall. Just keeping that flash in the back pocket.
Well played by Tanyuan. Not exactly sure how he got into that lane without being seen. There's good vision on the roam up from bot side through to mid lane. Just disrespects the Fog of War on the other side of the wall. Great flash over for the ultimate from Tanyuan, and Huanfeng gets himself onto the board as well. That's important because, of course, we saw how well Yucal kind of ran away with his mid-game fights if left unattended. You still give up that dragon, which, of course, gives you extra 5 magic resistant armor for the Shyvana per stack, and of course the Shyvana also gets into the enemy jungle to start clearing away camps. Shyvana has always been a fast clearing jungle. This is a terrible teleport, as you can see. Tanyuan's here, but
yeah, not going to be here in enough time, I don't think. Will at least land the hook down as Feather, tanking up that turret big time, able to live with the sliver. I just don't think there's enough damage on the way back, but there should be enough CC. Ezreal with a good cleanse. 1XN able to survive and dump some damage out on the backside.
Good set of mobility used by XEZ there. Problem is, now that leaves Yucal to hit this tower. Yucal's already 1,000 gold ahead. And yes, you killed him the one time. That doesn't shut down the champion for the entirety of it. Still, XEZ not really able to play through the side lane in the way that he would have wanted to. TT, they find themselves at a minor gold lead again, 12 minutes in, 1,000 gold. That's actually pretty good. And the fact that the Shyvana is just off to the races now is a big problem for RNG. We called about that before, but I think if this game comes down to side lanes where Beichan can just Dragon's Descent onto someone isolated, it's not going to be pretty. And they're going to hoover through their farm. Interested to see what they get on this next back. It'll probably be, I mean, if you get towards upgraded boots, that's very important. Yeah, Merc treads through. Means it's much harder for the Maokai and the Rumble to play anything close towards Beichan.
Yeah, and you know, if you're RNG, you don't have anything to hang your hat on. Like, Huanfeng, sure, you've got 1 kill. You had 2 kills in the last game and couldn't really get the job done. Things are so much harder now, and XZZ has been a bit of a non-factor. It's down nearly 40 CS. I just don't see where this damage is going to come from before TT really gets going and UCal really starts getting late, and this Ezreal finishes their first item. It's going to be really rough.
It's funny, before this series, before facing UCal, he was just called ZZ, and then he's been put in the dirt, and now he's XZZ, as Tiny White also has to put an X on his name. He has no flash. That's probably a very, very dead Nautilus.
Yep, he is going into the dirt as well. It's just standard Nautilus gaming, It's just the first of many. Probably for Tangwon in this game. No offense to him, it's just how it is on Nautilus. Everybody knows.
Yeah, I was sat there like, you know what? It's harsh. The kid's not wrong. So, yeah, tell you what, he's trying to play. It is what I like to call losing support syndrome. If you are playing Nautilus and you are losing a game, games look like this. You just end up eating a lot of bad plays because you're trying to get vision down. Oh no, you're caught out. The enemy team's ahead on the map. You get caught out in team fights because you're engaging through. Oh no, you're not that tanky because you're behind the game and they have a ton of damage. Sometimes it happens like this. Now, sometimes there are players which do this even without that. I'm looking at you, Hillisang. There are players like this who can just occasionally just throw a million deaths and they can get away with it. Not always the case, though. Herald now started up. Tinyman still doesn't have ult. Beitron doesn't have his ult, though, and that's a big point of power which TT would like to have back.
Yeah, but all it takes is Feather to come through the Hex Gate to at least force RNG off. UCal does need to link back up with the team teleport coming in onto the top side. And here comes Gragas as well. Bullet time down, doing a lot of damage to keep them away and secure the Rift Herald on top of it. The Leona is the first to get blown up as Meishuan is forced to flash away. So RNG got what they came for. They might get a little bit more as they get on top of UCal, who also burns away. Still with this flash up. It's a double kill for Juan Feng.
Why did TT fight without that Shyvana ultimate? You don't have that rage. That's a huge amount of your damage. So TT, they kind of throw that fight at them. Herald goes over. Juan Fan picks up another couple of kills as well. Beitron, yeah, he's strong, but he does still need that ultimate. That is one of the problems of the Shyvana. Has rage back now. Gerju needs to be really... He might just die here. This is really dangerous for Gerju.
Oh, he is just getting chunked so hard. Luckily, he will be able to survive, but your jungle is not your own. Shyvana is the queen of her and your jungle now. Yeah. The good news is, at least you're on Maokai, you still provide so much to your team.
That's not your jungle there, Tanyuan. There is a Hex Gate so people can come through it, but that was a little bit scary for a while. Beitron manages to get a buff steal and is really, really far ahead of Gerju, of course. When you don't go towards the Leandries of the Maokai, your clear speed goes very far down. We're going to go back to this replay. Look, Koya has a good teleport angle, but it's just not the fight you want. Yeah, Feather gets his Eclipse off, doesn't have the Solar Flare. Look, fight, guys, you don't even fight with the Solar Flare. I mean, UCal as well should also just play. UCal should also just, one, flash away from this, and two, just not be there in the first place. TT, this is a very poorly decided fight for them. And, I have a lot of love for what TT have done in the Nirvana stage, and, they do definitely deserve their position here. But there are a couple of fights like this where I'm just questioning why they position like that.
Yeah, and I think the biggest issue was their inability to link themselves a little bit tighter, because once that bullet time came down, it split the entire fight, and that's how you knew it was over. 1XN is like, guys, I'm taking a little bit too much damage. I'm not going to stand in this. You're on your own, pal.
So Dragon Snap has started up. I don't know if there's going to be a contest. Beitron does have ult this time. Good vision.
Oh, he wants it.
Can RNG get out of the pit? That's a mark ult, but Beitron has just put his ult to the side.
Yeah, just a little too far away, and now here's the engage onto the Gragas. The Cask is only going to hit one. Feather very low, but so is Juice. He's overheated and doing a lot. UCal forced to flash away, but 1XN is full HP and in the thick of things, using his summoners excellently as he looks for more, firing away the Mystic shots. UCal helping out on top of it. Meishuan getting a kill from downtown. The question is, can the skill shots ring true if you're 1XN? He's trying to get that shift back up, looking for a little bit more. Shifts into a hook, survives, and then finally falls. It's another kill for Misfortune.
It's another kill to Misfortune, but TT walk away with the grand majority of the kills. 4 for 1 after that third dragon fight. Hoya had an excellent ultimate there. Honestly, I think Hoya saves that game. If that ultimate gets a full channel, I think that TT lose the dragon and they lose that fight. We'll get a replay of that almost certainly, but just keep your eye out for the Cask and how beautifully timed it is. Maybe playing a bit of a mind game to make sure that Quan Fon can get out. Beitron starts putting through his Flame Breath. This is huge. The hook goes onto Hoya, and this Cask immediately cancels the bullet time. There is 2 waves of that put through. And yeah, Feather goes down, but Beitron has nothing to fear at this point. UCal and 1XN, nothing to fear at this point. And yeah, you lose a lot of summoners. And again, even Hoya here tags an extra slow onto XCZ, which allows him to go down as well. Hoya, fantastic fight from him.
Oh, more fighting, and it looks like it's TT's time to run the game over. Catches this Tristana out on a side lane, and guess what? the top side of your jungle is now forfeit. RNG.
Oh my god. I mean, Baytron, the gold lead was already bad. Now it's gone from bad to worse. Another cat. Hoya,
Oh,
man.
man.
Hoya's Gragas is on form today.
Oh yeah, this man is going crazy. Geju is able to walk out. Never seen a tree move so fast in my life, but he is on 10 right now. And, you know, this Gragas play has been phenomenal and a great return to form because last game on that Gnar, not so hot.
Yeah, no, Hoya had a really difficult game one, which is against the run of form which he's been having so far. Baytron, also worth again shouting this guy out. I think in spring and in 2023 as well, he was a Xin Sao player, and I get that he was a role player for the team, but he wasn't really that special for this team. I think the AP junglers have done a world of good for him. I think his Lily has been great. I think that this Shyvana game is excellent, and now he's got himself up to 7 Dark Seal stacks, and that Leandri is built up too. Baytron is going to shred some fools in team-wise. This is not going to be close. We see this play in the side lane again. I think that TT, they have really evolved their side lane play, and again, they might be looking for a cask play onto XEZ if he doesn't buffer well.
Oh yeah, this man's just dead. ACC for days. He's able to get the buster shot off, sure, but you're going to go right into Hoya's waiting arms. This teleport's not going to be able to save you.
Juice pulls out that equalizer. Is it enough? No, all that is that's an exit carpet this time. The red carpet towards the exit. Baytron forced the flash, but he might just kill Gedge all the same.
Yeah, and along with 1XN, who is just dispensing damage. Huanfeng is super low. Luckily, no Ezreal ultimate to clean up these last couple of kills, but RNG just can't buy a good fight at this point.
Their mid games have just been so far behind TT. The early games have actually been a little more contested. I think TT's choices of fights in this game 2 are much worse than game 1. That's why RNG got a lot of those early kills onto Huanfeng. But you know, TT, they're just better at playing around sidelines. I think that they're much better at comboing up with their big playmaking tools as well. We've seen that with the Gragas, we've seen that with Feather on the Leona too, and of course Baytron on this Shyvana. 3-level lead, by the way. So this is terrifying. I kind of want to see what he's going to build that third item. We have seen Horizon Focus, where the whole idea of the build is any item which gives me % damage increase is something I want, because Shyvana's base damages are so high, and they have multiple scalings on them. So we might end up seeing that, but I wouldn't even mind him seeing go towards something a bit tankier, just to run at people like Juice a little bit more, and to say, you can't ever kind of escape at this point. So we'll see what he goes towards with that. But either way, whatever he builds, he is a Shyvana with 1,000,000 gold and 1,000,000 damage, and that's a huge problem, because you know, RNG, we said they were going to be in trouble if they have to play isolated. They're not being given that option. Juice is going to 100% have to flash again.
Yep, and this poor guy is isolated. Flash comes out, but the CC follow-up is there. The tankiness is just too much. They can't take down Feather, even with the help of the turret. Huanfeng is here to try and turn this fight around. Gets engaged on, is going to cleanse, still has that bullet time in the back pocket, but has to just try to dive, duck, dip, dive, and dodge a little too much. But once again is able to get kills under the turret. 6-0 and 2. It's been an impressive performance.
Do it, Hoya. Do it to him. He's got the flash. Come on.
No, don't do it to him, bro. Oh, he's trying to do it to him, and he is going to do it to him. Serve him right up for UCal, and then take the kill your damn self anyway.
He's going to teleport back towards mid lane to wave clear that as well to make sure that mid lane turret stays alive. TT, they are just so much better around playing on the wider map. They have been playing through this so much better. Hoya's going to keep the wave away from the turret. Needs to be a little bit afraid. Just used a lot of his skills. XEZ now finally can auto-attack that turret. Should be able to take down that turret. This is a little dangerous from Hoya.
It's okay. UCal is here to save the day and help out. Buster shot does come through. That means XZZ will be able to walk it out. It's been the highlight of XZZ's game. Got that mid turret.
I can't stress enough how well TT have played around sidelines compared to the way they did in the group stage at the start of summer.
Yeah.
This team was getting destroyed in side lanes at the start of summer. This time it's been much, much better. They find people out of position. They've been running down extended kills, and they trust in the damage that they have. This is a bit of a mess. They are very, very lucky here that the bullet time's not through. I think actually if Feather goes in, maybe thinking the bullet time's just come off a cooldown, it still had like another 5-6 seconds on it at this point, which is very lucky for them. Yep, 1XN does go down. He's had a bit more of a fast and loose game with the Ezreal this time around, but all the same, it has really just been TT playing better in the entrances to the fights, and that's meant that it's been very, very hard for RNG to fire back, even with the damage that they have on the likes of this Misfortune.
Yeah, the good news is Huanfeng is strong and is still strong despite dying for the first time this game. The problem is just doesn't have an opportunity to really set his feet with the team composition that TT has put together. 23 minutes into the game, we're seeing the pings go down onto the Baron. XZZ on the split push train here. tried to land a cheeky hook onto this Ezreal, but not so. This Baron has been started up, looking to pull the attention of RNG. The bullet time doesn't do a damn thing. That's what we've been waiting for all game, is Tangwan will die alone on the side. Huang Feng just gets knocked right into the Shyvana, and he goes down, as it was all TT from the start of this fight. It's only ever been TT, and it's time for them to take the Baron.
Tanyan tries to get the quick combo onto 1xN, but the reactions are too quick. XTC is just, yeah, nah, screw this somehow. Goes towards the bot side to take something there, but the Baron's down. TT, they can do whatever the hell they want with the entire map. This has not been a close game yet again. It was an easy first blood for TT as opposed to that first game. And yeah, RNG, they took some better fights in the early game compared to the last one, but TT have just been playing better around their damage. Beitron has been playing an absolute stormer of a game, MVP in game 1 on the Nidalee, and here with the Shyvana has not dropped Mr. Beat. Level 16 already. The Rage generation at level 16 goes up from 2 per second to 3, I believe, at that point, which means that you get your ultimate on a way quicker cooldown. You haven't done more damage. But Beitron, you don't even want to walk at this with a 1v2 and a 1v3. Beitron just walks away and he's said, okay, I've taken your jungle now. Goodbye. RNG, they're continuing on to this. He has Flash and he has Rage coming up. You don't want this fight, folks. Tanyan, if you walk up towards this, you die. That is just seeing where he's backing off.
They are lost in the sauce, Nymera, and I think the only question we have to have for this game is, has Beitron done enough to earn another MVP?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
We saw that buffer come through, and that we were waiting for something like that to happen, just positively for RNG, and it's just not coming together. And Hoya, once again, has had a fantastic game, has realized what his assignment is, has gotten an A+ on that assignment, frankly.
Beitron caught out in picture-in-picture.
Oh, yeah, you're right. The question is, how long does it take? Not long enough for the rest of the team to show up, but the siege is on the bottom turn.
Yeah, it took 4 people to kill him, but they do get him down. First death of the game goes back for a death cap. Yukal's now on this top side, might be able to stop a recall or two. So this is the Baron push coming in from TT. RNG use their resources to kill Beitron. They might be able to get a pick. They don't land that hook, which is a shame for them. And also you can see that Yukal is chasing down Gedra on the top side of the map, make sure that he can't recall and join in a play on the other side of the map. Now, Yukal might have overstayed. There is a teleport coming in from XTC. Yukal is also quite strong, though. I don't know if he wins this. Double buffs from Yukal, too.
Yeah, and we're seeing multiple teleports come in to try and help out Yukal and help out the rest of RNG as Juice has arrived. And the Misfortune ultimate goes down, gets enough damage in. Hoya is forced off and can't do much to help out.
Alright, I said that TT were playing better around side lanes, maybe for not the last 2 minutes. Hey, they still got themselves...
Caster curse!
Yeah, we do that a little bit. I think, I
cursed Beitron.
I'm trying to remember the last big Chaos Caster curse I had. I said, there was one for an IG engage just the other day. I think that might have even been against RNG. No, it was against WE. Where I was saying that, oh, you know, IG, the one thing they need not to do is over-engage and let, you know, the carries behind the tanks do a load of damage. And they did exactly that, like, 2 seconds after I said it. That was probably the most overt one which I've had recently, but hey, we all have a couple of top draw ones there from time to time. Dragon spawning up in a minute's time. That would of course be extra stats towards Beitron, and it would be soul points towards TT as well. Death cap for Beitron is absolutely disgusting. Typically we see stuff like even the Shadow Flame or the Horizon Focus, but he's so fed he just goes towards the death cap, and it is a huge amount of damage coming through. Shyvana doesn't always have the biggest AP ratios, but the Flame Breath it's enough. Also, her Dragon's Descent also has a huge AP ratio, so be careful for the burst coming through from that one. If Beitron gets his Leandries and his Shojin stacked, and then also ults and ease onto you, it is a one-shot for a lot of people on this team. Because of that RNG, they're not going anywhere close to either Dragon, whether it's the objective on the bot side of the map or the Shyvana, which will be hanging around there so far. TT using that Beitron.
This is cyberbullying.
Yeah, misses that E. We need the damage check. We 100% need the damage check. Come on, give us an E on target.
I want to see somebody get to half HP. Huang Feng, you're going to need a little bit more in the way of shields. I don't think it's going to be enough. 0 for 2 on Dragon's Breath since we've seen the Rabadon's Death Cap come out. I'll gauge you coming in from the side. Maybe a cheeky play for RNG, but hey, you just take too much damage, and still the Shyvana hasn't landed a damn thing.
He misses all 3 of his flame busts through that. Thing is, when you're level 16, your ult is on such a low cooldown, and when you're auto-attacking things, it brings it back all the quicker. So if you just keep channeling through those twin bites, it really helps. You see that RNG, they're pinging towards this top side. I think what they want to do is trade the Dragon for an objective bounty on that top lane outer turret, get that gold, and then also get themselves the objective bounty. I mean, XEZ does have a decent amount of gold. Is it going to be enough? No, not really. This is still an incredibly powerful TT. RNG walking towards this top side, going to take towards that tower as well. So that's something in pocket. How much gold are they going to get, though? Okay, it's going to be about 250 gold for XCZ and a little bit less for the rest of the team. RNG, that's something, I guess. It's probably the only macro option they had available to them. Yeah. And sadly for RNG, I mean, this is the nature of playing against TT when they've actually upgraded their side lane and their macro play from the start of summer. RNG are looking destined to be in that bottom rung in the Nirvana group, the worst team in the LPL.
That's a tough distinction for a legacy organization that, you know, is synonymous with some of the greatest organizations and most long-running organizations we've seen in League of Legends history. But just because it's bad now does not mean the bad times will last forever, fans of RNG. Sometimes you just gotta suffer through and it'll be all too sweeter on the other side. But right now you are in the suffering phase as TT is beginning to knock down the last few structures before it is time for them to end the game.
The other side, TT, you know, in such a big advantage right now as a Medjai's and Beitran, my favorite item in the game, folks. In fact, if you're on Twitch, you can even spam my emote, which is buy the book. Not buy the book as in do it by the book tutorial style, buy the book. You purchase it from the shop. You've become an avid reader and someone of great class and style. Beitran doesn't have the 10 stacks because, of course, he died in that top lane. But once he gets that, you know, he's going to get extra move speed too, which means he can chase down even further with a bird out. And then the move speed for the 10% from that one Shojin, of course, gives you some as well. Oh, God, I hope it. I think it does. Look, Shojin's been changed so much. I remember it giving move speed at some point. Beitran is feeling it. He absolutely should do. He's walking away with an MVP level performance with him or Hoya probably on the running for that right now. And TT, you know, this team has only reached playoffs once in their org's history before. If they secure themselves top 2 and they get themselves a matchup against OMG or RA, they might see themselves there again for just the second time in their org's shorter history.
Yeah, and you know what? With the season that they've had, despite being, you know, in Nirvana group, they would deserve it, honestly. It would be nice to see them come in. Always like when teams cycle in and out. I never like seeing teams that, you know, don't have great playoff history just stay at the bottom forever. It's so necessary for fans to have their time in the sun. As RNG look to have their time in the sun, a lot of roots coming down in an engagement we finally see. They're able to blow up. Zeri Hoya has gone golden. He's very low. RNG is very healthy. Hangwan looking for more, was unable to get more. A 2-for-0 despite giving up the Baron.
Yeah, Yukar gets CC down. He can't impact that fight. 1xN also not quite able to get the damage out that he would have liked. And of course, this all happens after Beitran has used his ult and once again doesn't get a huge amount of value out of his flame breaths. We've been speaking up this Shyvana for quite a bit. Not quite able to get the great value. Oh, this is a problem. Hexgate's coming through Geju. I think he might have just thrown himself to the wolves. Baron buff up for TT. Jungler alone. If a tree falls alone in bot side river, do they really fall? Yeah, they actually do. Dies to TT.
Yeah, when you have true sight like we do, you know that they fall. And that sucks. That really sucks because I think that this was an opportunity to at least stall out the game a little bit more to get your double 80 carries, more gold in their pockets, and maybe have another cool fight like this a little later on, but you know, throwing like that and just overstaying for the crab that is not going to do that much for you. It
doesn't help.
Tough mistake.
So we saw that TT kind of misused a lot of the bigger ultimates. Didn't have Dragon's Descent, only had the back end of it, and then Hoya didn't have a great cask either. So TT, that's probably one of the worst case scenarios for them in terms of their big team fights. So we expect more from them. They're still very far ahead in gold. They have themselves those 3 dragons. The Hextech dragons giving cooldown reduction and attack speed. Really, really helpful for absolutely everyone on this roster. Shyvana, Zeri, and Ezreal, all big users of both those stats in their core build. So it's very, very powerful now for TT to bring that to bear. RNG, they have themselves big items on Huanfeng. Has himself the rapid fire cannon and the Lord Dominus regards in terms of giving himself better ease of access to that Beitran. That's gets through the shield of Juice, gets through the tower even quicker.
Oh man, the damage that's just occurring on these structures, it's just far too much. Knockup coming through on the Shyvana teleport here as well. Bullet time going down, doing quite a bit. Skidju is in the middle of this fight. A lot of damage coming back onto RNG though, and it is finally time for TT to knock them down like dominoes. They are able to clinch this game. They get their 2-0 for the day. They will improve to 5-2, get the leg up on seeding, as it wasn't pretty all the time, but they were never in any real danger now.
They get themselves the 2-0, and they will secure themselves a top 2 finish in Group Nirvana. TT, they've had They've had ups and they've had downs. I think that's fair to say for every one of our teams within the Nirvana group. TT, they deserve this. They do deserve this. They took down the undefeated OMG on their route towards the top as well. And in our second series of the day, OMG will be playing again versus Rare Atom to determine who else will be in that top 2. TT, this means that they will not face one of NIP or LGD who have fallen down from the Ascension group into the Knights rival stage. And they'll give themselves potentially an easier matchup into that last chance qualifier for playoffs. TT, this was a good series from them, even with some of their slip-ups. It kind of had to be a good series versus RNG. This is a team with role swaps, and RNG, with that 2-0, secure themselves, I believe, their worst finish ever in the LPL. They are definitively the worst team in the LPL. TT put them to the sword, and for fans of Royal Never Go Up, spring was bad enough. Losing Xiaohu and going into 2023 and getting yourself just into the first rung of playoffs and then continually falling down split after split is not what fans of this organization would have wanted to see. And that will finish us off for our first series of the day. Hello everyone, it's me, I'm Nymerit. It's Yanni who's joining me today for the cast. I hope you've been enjoying yourselves and enjoying this first series of the day as TT sealed out a 2-0. We have been doing this all year. Myself and a number of the casters are coming to join me, and I'm very thankful for them that join me as well, because it gives us a lot of variety. Variety is the spice of life. And because there is no official English broadcast on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we do it here instead. We have the clean feed. We have ourselves the co-streaming rights. And we thought, hey, why not give ourselves some coverage of these games, which might be lost to time otherwise. We have ended up effectively saving about 170, 180 games from the abyss of the dark corners of the internet, wherever they could have ended up if they weren't being broadcast. So if you've been enjoying that, drop a follow, drop Yanni a follow as well. I believe your Twitter handle, YanniCass, got that's for you on Twitter as well. Do you have a Twitch as well? Is that same title as well, or?
Yeah, it is still the same title. I don't stream nearly as much as I should. I was consistently streaming I had a really fun project I was working on. I did a Pokemon Nuzlocke, my first.
Nice.
But I named all the Pokemon after my esports friends.
Aww,
and, tried to make sure I didn't kill them. And spoiler alert, I killed a lot of them.
I've been playing a lot of Pokerogue on stream anyway. But anyway, give Yanni a follow.
Nice.
Give Yanni a follow. It's great to be casting you today, and hope you've been enjoying yourself as well. There's probably going to be about a 20-minute break now until the next series. So go hydrate, go get yourself whatever. I don't know what I'm going to do for this break. Hell, I might even put Pokerogue on the screen. We'll see what we do.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
We'll hang out for a little bit until we get towards that second series of the day, which is our 2 other top teams within the Nirvana group as well. They would have been fighting for top 2. Now with this win here, there's a chance that one of them drops down into 3rd place. So that series actually gains a lot more importance now. And yeah, if you have been enjoying it, go check back the videos on Twitch and on YouTube. We're streaming on both here as well. Hope you're enjoying yourself. I haven't checked the YouTube chat in a while, but yeah, thanks everyone for joining in with us. And thanks for supporting us this entire year. It has been a hell of a slog, put hundreds of hours, hundreds of hours into this at this point. And it's been worth it. It's been worth seeing all the new people in chat. We just hit, 515 subscribers, 7,100 followers, which is absolutely insane. So thank you for joining us in this journey through the LPL as well, because it's been really cool watching, to me, the most entertaining region in the world. Even when we have teams like RNG who are the worst of the league, they still give us something to be entertained by. These games are entertaining, even if the level of play sometimes took a hit from RNG. I enjoy watching this team. I enjoy following these stories of these players.
Yeah, and Tuan Feng at least showed out in this series, right? Was the real bright spot, and actually, we had a couple moments where it's like, hey, if things go really well for RNG, like they can win these fights, they can win these games, which, in series that you see, you look at a team's record and think there might be non-competitive, that's really all you can ask for. So I want to give them a lot of credit, and I want to give you a lot of credit, and all of the other casters that cover these games that don't have official English coverage, because otherwise you'll see like lost media YouTube videos like, yes, the lost media of LPL 2024 without you guys. So always a nice source of entertainment for the people as well, because more League of Legends is never a bad thing.
Depends if you want to go losing, I guess. But thank you, I appreciate that. And that's,
at least watching, more watching League of Legends.
Yeah, and for most of the games I've been casting with my brother Initialize as well. I'm very thankful to have him as a co-host caster. But for the days he's not been around, for other people to jump in, in some ways, I always wish there were more opportunities to bring other people on, because I get the casting industry right now, and obviously I'm prey to this as well. Not always in the easiest spot. It can be hard to get yourself like onto the radar in a lot of ways. So it's nice to kind of build these connections and, you know, allow people to show the work that they're capable of. You know, it wasn't that long ago that I was in this position. You know, as much as I've been doing a hell of a lot of games recently, I'm still pretty new to the casting scene too. You know, I went full time in 2022, so this is my third year of doing like full time casting. Before that, I did a load of amateur stuff, but you know, 2022 is when I started off. I started casting amateur in 2020, so yeah, I've been doing it for about, you know, 4 years, I guess, in that kind of metric. But yeah, you know, it's not that long ago that I was doing that kind of grind, which a lot of other casters find themselves in, where like you're not quite sure if you can go towards full time or something like that, which is very, very hard to do as a caster, particularly right now with the way that the casting industry is. So being able to, you know, make some connections with with some other folks around different casting scenes, it's nice. It's really nice, though.
Yeah, and you know what? It's just making friends too.
Yeah,
you know,
true.
it's always great. I'm always gonna, like, you know, many years from now when I'm on my deathbed, I'm gonna think fondly of nights of playing Flex Q with all the people I've met through esports, and, you know, regardless if it's the greatest Flex Q game of all time or it's an absolute shit fest where Shibby ins his face off, I'm still gonna look fondly on them.
Yeah, I'm gonna remember the times when my friend played Caitlyn jungle and tried to convince me it worked. Believe me, it did not. That's just...
He was cooking. He was cooking, but the thing that he was cooking, he was spraying water into the pan. He was only making steam. That's it.
That was an all pan fire. God. That it was. Okay, folks. We're gonna get ourselves a quick break now. It's gonna be a little while. Your Mal's jungle was good. I mean, there was a time when Malzahar AD jungle was genuinely a thing. Remember AD Malzahar jungle, because the Voidlings used to scale off of AD, but it was like his old passive was every 3 casts of Voidlings spawn. We'll see who in the MP. I think Hoya might get it, but also Beitron's really good. Hoya also flubbed.
I think Hoya should get it.
I think Hoya should get it.
It's another Beitron. I mean, dude, you know what?
Look, okay, put it this way.
Yeah,
Hoya completely fucked up that one Baron fight, so that wasn't great. But the rest of the game was so absurdly good. I would give my vote to Hoya, but Beitron was the best player across both games in this series, and that's completely fair to say.
Yeah, I think without question. I mean, you know, I must say it was a little disappointing later on to see a alarming lack of damage, but that's okay. The rest of the game was just so damn good that you forget about near the end where it's like, oh, you got picked off in the side lane, you felt like you did negative damage. Clearly, you did a lot of damage, a large percentage of the team's damage, and you know what? Double MVPs for a guy who had
vote for top lane. Are you kidding me? Oh,
what? What are we do, guys?
That I can't forgive. Come on, God, that feels a bit bad. Hey, I think that Beitron did a good job.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's definitely deserved. Nice 2 MVPs into the back pocket. Had crazy KDAs, right? I think it was what, KDA of 17 and 17, right?
Something like that. Yeah. I mean, this
so
is good.
Pretty good.
You know, considering if you. I'm trying to think of all the junglers that this applies to, but I think for Hacker, I think for Beitron, who else is on this list? Anyone else? Meteor, I think as well. Meteor's there. These are the players which I look at and say, this jungle meta change has completely revised my position on whether you should be playing an LPL or not. Because I think all 3 of those players are start thinking you probably should be replaced by an LDL player on upstart hopeful at this point, because we've seen your cap, we've seen your peak, and it's not that great right now. I think the AP jungle meta in bring through perks like either the Karthus or the Brand or the Lily or now the Shyvana as well for a couple of players too, has changed my thought process a lot on these players, where I don't think we've ever seen a jungle meta which tests these specific skill sets as commonly as it does. Very occasionally you'd see a Karthus before, or something like a Ivern or something like that. But particularly when it comes to like the immobile mage junglers and then the weird flex to kind of different flavors of AP carries as well, you just don't see that. You just haven't seen that before. It has for so long been either tank engage or AD early skirmishes or something like that. It just hasn't been.
Yeah, and like these facilitators, you know, you're seeing Jarvan all the time, you're seeing Vi all the time. I mean, it was what? The last summer was essentially the summer of Jarvan. We saw him a ton. And then before that, it was Udyr and Hecarim, right?
Can you
so
ever
it's like
think of another
nice
meta where like... So I don't think another class of champions makes you position like a mage in jungle, where you have 0 of defense, 0 mobility, like low move speed, very, very squishy. So if you're playing like Karthus, Brand, Zyra, and then I guess Lily is a bit different because you actually do have the Q move speed, and you can get you are kind of playing for like those flashy Q forwards and stuff like that. I think
prone to early game disruption too, like Karthus and Brand. You know, if a team is warding very well against you, you can easily get put behind.
Because Zyra's like Shaker, Shaker, you want to interrupt the initial plant spawns. Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen I don't think we've ever seen a meta which tests junglers on these skills before, which is great. It reminds me of Season 8 bot lane, when they had to play stuff like bruisers and mages, and they were like, oh my god, I'm not playing marksman.
That was a time.
And I'm like, I understand why they didn't like that, because marksman just kind of fell off the face of the planet, and now they've had their revenge, and now they're everywhere, and we get like 5 per game. But yeah, I don't think we've ever had a jungle meta which tests these skill sets in the way that this does.
Yeah, and you know, at first it was really cool that we're seeing all these AD carries get played mid because of it, because you're like, here's our AD mid lane, you know, AP jungle battery. But now we're starting to get to the point where it seems like a lot of people are not liking it, and even though the nerfs are still coming through, that they're still that damn good. And like I said earlier in the stream, I'm really worried about what the next set of buffs and nerfs are going to do and how much the meta is going to change, because I don't want these really cool jungle picks to die out. I like them to still at least be on the outskirts of the meta. And in a game where everybody's looking for an edge and sometimes just playing the boring stuff gives you that edge, I don't want to see Brand jungle die. As much as I hate playing against Brand, and it feels bad to watch some people play against Brand because of his huge AoE damage or getting poked out by the E, it still would suck to see that go.
Yeah, no, I there's a place for them, but they shouldn't be dominant to this level. I think the problem, and it's a whole internet-connected issue where AD carries are just the best picks in most roles right now because they're consistent, they have good early game, they have great late game. So they do everything, and they're safe. They're safe while doing it. It's not like you're playing an Aurelia or a Fiora, which is very easy to have 0 value in a game, or something like a Zed or a Talon, which means you need to be very, very mechanically proficient to get even value out of them. And
against you know, people who know what macro is, it's going to be nigh impossible to try to get these extra one-on-ones that you would typically see in solo queue. I always think that this problem with AD carries mid lane, if you want to call it that, is traced back to the EXP changes in bot lane many seasons ago, because in order to keep your AD carries in line, because they were getting too far behind 3 levels down, you buffed a lot of their base damages, right? And that never really went away. So all of a sudden, when you decide,
up to a lot of their stats,
exactly. So all of a sudden, when you're like, hey, what if we just put the mid lane? Well, now they're on even levels, and their stats are just so much higher than anybody else's. That's just going to create a problem in itself. But
then they have
if you nerf those, they're bad again.
Then they have like sustain runes, which are really good right now. They have
Absorb Life is crazy.
They have
it was crazy when I first.
They also have great first items as well. When you look at Kraken Slayer, Shiv, but then they're nerfing them. But Blade is also a great first item too, and that's completely fine to build up on a lot of these carries. So that's going to be a problem. And then there's also a systematic issue of you can't play volatile mids, because we mentioned this in cast, I think, in the game 1. Mid lane is not a 1v1 and hasn't been a 1v1 for years, because every time you're in a kill position, jungle support have roamed to your lane. If you're pushed up and you're looking for poke and a tower, people are in your lane. You don't get that anymore. Whereas before, it was the kind of case where junglers needed to spend way more time farming in some cases, because clear speeds were a lot lower at different points, and also they wanted to be impacting side lanes and fighting for scuttle crabs and stuff like that. It was much harder to get into mid lane at some points. So that was a big change. So it means that, you know, we saw a game the other day where Xiaohu was brutalizing a mid lane matchup with Lucian into Yone. And I somewhat don't mind Lucian because he's a bit more of a caster. I know he's an AD carry, but at least it's the same kind of thing. Like, I don't mind playing towards dominant kind of bursty mid laners like that. But oh yeah, this is the fan meet music, by the way, which is kind of fun. But yeah,
That's
I mean,
great.
yeah. Also, by the way, Moral Hazard. Yeah, LPL does have a Durex sponsor. Yeah. Now, this is a question of I've had this talk on stream before. The demographics in LPL and LCK in terms of who goes to watch live esports matches is very, very different to the West, where it's mainly quite a male-dominated thing in Europe and America. Not completely, not at all. But I'd say that there is a lean towards like male demographics going towards esports events. It's actually female dominated in terms of the crowds of LCK LPL, and also it's another thing too. A lot of young couples will go to esports events because it is a shared interest and it's a fun live event to go towards. If you are Durex, of course you're then going to advertise to the place where the young couples are going to. It makes a lot of sense. It actually does make sense. Now, you can make the jokes like, ha, League players, they're never gonna get laid in their life, and I'm like, sure, but like if you
maybe over in the West, sure, you know, but you know, in the East, we got team branded condoms yet?
It is The funny thing is,
The unexplored market.
I saw a post about, because, you know, basically at the Olympics, they need to have literally millions of condoms for the Olympic Village. And it's like, oh, here's the first 300,000 given out. So that's for day one. What's going to happen with the rest of the event? Like, there's actually, it can actually make or break condom sponsors if they get an Olympic thing. Oh god, yeah. It could actually, it could end their careers if they don't get certain like sponsors like that. I remember when it was in Tokyo, there was a problem because the company they went to provided these things, but they weren't up to regulations because they were slightly too thin or something like that, and they like destroyed their whole company basically. So yeah.
Oh, that's so bad. Now everybody's going crazy with the condom talk on Teams.
Hey, anyway, the base of this is actually it's not a bad one. Protection is a good thing. It's not a bad sponsor.
Oh, and two,
actually, the demographic actually fits for LPL quite a lot. So someone's gonna clip this now and just have, like, it's just the difference between like, just the difference between like the fan meets on the stage and the happy music and just, by the way, sex on the background.
And I love that you talked about, you know, in the East, it's, you know, more female dominated attendees, or, you know, very common, more of an even split, because I noticed that when Worlds came around in New York, we live nearby, so I was able to go and attend, and I really realized, like, oh my god, the cult following that some of these players have is crazy. When Showmaker was playing, and after the game, there's like 8 or 9 girls that like go up to the edge, to the barrier as close as they can get, and I just hear them count down 3, 2, 1, Showmaker, and you know, goes over and gives a little wave, and they just went absolutely crazy. And I was like, oh my god, that was so cute. This is great. I love League of Legends and esports.
I think particularly within, so T1 have shown this hugely, but I think both LCK and LPL have this to some degree. One of the best ways to monetize a League of Legends team is to treat your players like idols. You treat them like K-pop idols, and you make them the face of your brand, and you kind of put them on this pedestal above.
See how handsome some of them are?
Yeah, so it's, god, Flame with his Ezreal concept, dude looks way too
the
good.
Original Giga Chad.
Peanut's a good-looking bloke as well. There are a lot of good-looking blokes out there in terms of but so there are negatives to this, because of course there is the negative connotation of like the idol culture as well. For those of you that remember, Bang, who was of course the double worlds winning carry for T1 and for SKT back in
NA player extraordinaire.
Yes, he did come over there as God, I remember, that was weird, man. But there was a controversy about him eating a Big Mac. Like, he was like eating a burger, and he was like,
I remember that.
Well, he was, I don't know, maybe he said something in the past like, oh man, like I can't remember what the context was, but he ended up eating a burger, and he maybe said something negative about burgers before, and then people tore into it to the point where he had to make a public apology. Like, that's the
I remember seeing that, and I'm like, huh?
Yeah, that's the negatives about it, and this can very much happen about the place, where you're held to then, you're scrutinized to such a small degree that sometimes it can make it very hard to just perform as a professional in the way that you're meant to as well. That's where it's
like live your life, you know? Obviously, your life's going to be a little bit different, you know, being a professional League of Legends player in these countries where this game is like super popular, but like, let the dude enjoy a burger, man.
Yeah, and like, I mean, I get it to an extent where, I mean, public accountability for bad stuff is important. Yeah,
for sure.
When someone's, had like a bad, treated people badly in relationships or blah blah blah, or like, has never really dropped their high school humor. That you can't do that on a bigger stage in front of a huge impressionable audience. That's just not acceptable, really. Like, that's important, but even then, there needs to be some degree of like allowing young people to make mistakes, because everyone makes mistakes, and you tend to make more when you're young and you don't really know better. You don't know any different yet. Yeah, everyone does that. Yeah, there is a degree of that, but yeah.
You know, one mistake that you won't make as a young person who watches LPL, not using Durex.
I'm just catching up on chat, so how's everyone doing in chat, by the way? I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, enjoy the condom talk, I guess.
Yeah, for real. I mean, hey, listen, if it hasn't been entertaining, we ain't doing our thing.
Oh yeah, also, like, thank you so much for the bits, Harold, with the fucking on-screen celebrations. Those things are fucking hilarious. I do need some extra ideas for emotes. Because we've, very luckily, we've had so many goddamn gift bombs that we've had over 500 subs. I now have, like, 50 emote slots free.
That's so sick.
Are they literally making them? Are they Kermit ears? Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, we need to come up with more Star Wars names. So we need more Star Wars names for UK, for TT players as well. But the problem is, there's a great name which we had a joke about earlier in the year, which we can't use because it's on EDG. It's JJ Binks. Like, it fits too well. We have JJ Binks. Amber reminded me of that in chat earlier. So we have Obi-Wan Kenobi, who is of course the man, the myth, legend. There's Yubaka in the mid lane. So God, what I mean, you've got Rogue 1XN, I guess. Rogue 1XN, or like you can't. I would love to do like an R2D2 thing for him, but it's just not quite the same. Feather, I don't freaking know, and Hoyer, I don't fucking know either.
There has to be something with Hoya. There has to be something there.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is right now.
What, Hoy Solo or something like that? I don't know. Again, it's just not... Because it has to be something which is funny as soon as you hear it. You can't sit there and think about it and go, oh, it's funny. Because if you're casting with it, you gotta make the most of it.
Oh, of course.
One of the big things which I've learned as a caster is... so particularly... Because my casting game, a lot of what I did, particularly earlier in my career, and I still do it now, obviously, is a lot of references. I do a lot of references. And I try and bring people onto a same page as me where we can enjoy the same franchises and you feel like that kind of connection. You can't throw those references out of nowhere. They have to be very word efficient. Yeah. They need to be able to be clear what you mean with them.
And easy to understand for the audience, too.
And also, part of what helps with that is if you've done that earlier in the cast, is like in a bit of downtime, it's like, oh man, like this feels like blah, blah, blah. It's like, man, that really was feels like a charger the Rohirrim or something like that. And then you just go, Munch and I had like a really load of fun stuff. In spring, one of our best casts, Munchables and I had a great cast where it was the Yasuo Diana, and it's like the Moon Breath combo. It's like, God, that sounds great. We'll just go with Moonbase Alpha, and then we just started making space puns. It was like, and then the combo failed, and we started like, oh, Houston, we got a problem, stuff like that. It all flows. It's in the tone of the cast. Yeah, there's like there is actually a lot of thoughts, and even when it's in a fun cast to me, there's still a lot of work which I put in to make sure that it's in the right kind of fun, where it's put in the right place. Sometimes things are so funny you can do them at any point, but that's a rarity. I mean, I have to let that take place.
Yeah, some things are universal, but not everything.
Yeah, and it's great when you can just sit there and enjoy the same kind of franchise stuff like that. Sometimes it can be really funny to have like someone not understanding any of the references at all, and you're like, "There's like, what the hell are you talking about?" And you can make a bit out of that too. But the idea about making references and having that kind of humor and downtime is making something personable, so you feel like you're a little closer to the casters because you understand what they're talking about too.
Yeah, I think it's also great because it's when you make references that are nice shared common interests that a lot of people watching are gonna have, it just adds to that because like, how many times I've watched some esports event.
That's it.
Oh, Anakin. Oh, that's so gas. We found it. We found it.
We found that one. Alright, that's another one on the list. Okay, that's an extra one, man.
There we go. Excellent.
Okay, okay, that's about all of my creative juice to use up for today, and I guess juice was also used up from RNG, but hey.
Hey, he was doing the juicing, and then he was just really a non-factor in that second game.
The juicer has become the juice. Man, some of these late game combos are actually not bad from RNG. I mean, the problem is you're trying to lock down someone into a hard CC combo when they both have like flash and mobility as well. Doing that for 1x and Yukos is actually unplayable so far. Also even Baitran with his flash and his ult, really hard to get through. And the only person you can reliably lock down is the Leona, who is a tanky motherfucker and just throws the solar flare back in the other way. It's really hard.
Yeah, it's like, okay, we're gonna dump all our damage into Leona!
Yeah. Are there other games?
Two.
Yes, there are. We have another series coming up, which is Rare Atom versus OMG. The first series of the day has just ended, for those that missed that, and TT won that 2-0 over RNG. RNG are now officially the worst team in the LPL, and TT will move through into top 2, which means that they will not face an Ascension group team in the next round. So we'll be seeing that next. In fact, should I move these cameras around? I probably should actually. Just so
RNG has clinched futility. That's tough. Oh well, but you know what? I'm excited for Rare Atom and OMG. That should be a really spicy one. Because these guys are gonna be going all out. It'd be nice to see Vikla again.
Yeah, true. You would have seen it from NA. Now the thing is, I'm sorry for this, buddy. Vikla has been kind of shit half the time.
Oh yeah, so. yeah. It's just what happens when you go to NA. Yeah. Sorry, it's just what happens.
Yeah. Okay, folks. Wait, do I run?
Look at what they did to Prince.
Oh, true. Well, Prince came here as well, and he was really quite poor. So.
Yeah, it's because he went to NA,
Yeah, he was on WE, and he was part of the bot lane revolving door. Thank you so much, Nymera. I have the worst anxiety at night, and every time you stream, I can relax and get a good night's sleep. Got no idea how much they're saying, but like, that is so sweet. That is so
It's the
sweet.
voice.
I am probably one of the greatest compliments, and this is genuine thing, because that is very, very sweet. Probably one of the greatest compliments I've ever received. I think this is genuinely like quite a positive thing. Is someone said, "Oh, when you start talking, like I get sleepy because your voice, because like I listened to your cast when I was going to bed, or like in the morning before I woke up, probably, or something like that." And that's exactly what I used to do for like OGN back in the day. And I remember like waking up for 9 AM lectures, and I was like half asleep, and I would kind of like I'd doze off watching, you know, Faker's pentakill in 2015 spring on the LeBlanc and stuff. Compliment RA this split instead of myself. That's completely okay, I can do that. So, RA, I think they have had some of the best timed flank teleports in the entirety of this group. And in fact, in the entirety of the LPL. RA, the real specialty this team has is when Vikla and Xiaoshu are both on picks like a Jax, Yone, something like that, which can both want to dive the backline. And one of them end up, both of them end up kind of like getting this coordinated engage where no one can escape because everyone's coming at the same time. And I really, really like that about RA. When RA get their like choice team fights, it's really huge. Hey, Mazel, how's it going? Does anyone know when Nightmare opened up this petting zoo? Because all I see is a couple of goats. Man, I love you too, Mazel. By the way, I mean, Mazel, if you want to come and chat on call for a bit, you can come hang out if you'd like, by the way. But I don't know.
How was your birthday party?
Yeah, Mazel. By the way, folks, Mazel had a fucking incredible shift over this weekend. Was doing like 3 days back to back. I was asked to do the 3 days, but my voice gave out, so sadly Mazel had to pick that up. So I'm very sorry, Mazel. I wish I could have picked that up for you. Enjoying the birthday party. In that case, you absolutely enjoy that, buddy. It's great to have you in chat. Great to see you as well, Mazel.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He's still partying. It's 4 AM. He's got to still be partying.
Well, George to the games. Well, honestly, those first games, they were fun, but yeah. Did I watch Fnatic yesterday? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Look, so, oh, actually, this is the point. I'll throw this on screen as well. I need to plug myself every so often. So, folks, if you enjoy LCK and LEC, I have a podcast. I have a podcast on both of these regions. One is called EuroLeague. The other one is called Complaints Truck, very typically for LCK. Haven't done a Complaints Truck episode for the last week and a half because my voice died. We're in fact doing another EuroLeague recording later today, and we'll be talking about that later. So you'll get a lot of my more in-depth thoughts there. But if you enjoy listening to other regions, that is a place where you can go find that. So I hope you guys enjoy that. You can find it on Rich's Wrath on YouTube, though, which is kind of cool. But yeah, the finals, how much do I say about this? Look, as a caster, you need to kind of like rep the regions and stuff like that. I guess I'm not connected to at least anymore. The fact that was a finals is a fucking embarrassment. That's the way I'll put it. It's a fucking embarrassment that G2 can play like this, crawl across the line against BDS, and then across Fnatic as well, and somehow walk away with another title. Like, I've been saying it for the entire year that no one is pushing G2 out of second gear. Everyone's gone in reverse. Suddenly, as soon as the pressure came on, and like, guys, this wasn't even in front of a big crowd. This was in the LEC studio. This wasn't on the big stage. Maybe it gets easier there, but I don't know what the hell's happened to EU, but the mentality, the winning mentality of a lot of these teams has just flown out the window, and it really upsets me. It really upsets me. I think that, you know, I have a lot of empathy for players who are put into difficult situations like that. Like, I have no idea how the heck Noah's going to be dealing with the next couple of days because he had an absolute shocker of a series. But this is the nature of top-level competition. You put yourself at risk of these moments with the reward of occasionally walking away with absolute glory. I think a lot of these players in LEC need to really recognize the fact your careers are not infinite. Not everyone is going to be a G2 player that's there for 4 or 5 years. No one's going to be on a top team for forever. Very, very rare. The fact that was a finals and Fnatic played the macro they did and the mechanical mistakes they did under not even the highest pressure scenario because it's in a studio and it's the summer finals instead of the season finals. That to me is a huge issue for the region. This is also gonna lead to some issues too because Worlds is in EU, there won't be a boot camp for EU teams. They're gonna be playing in Europe instead. They don't get to go towards Korea really. A lot of the time before events, teams will go out to Korea. A lot of the time now, teams are gonna just stay in Korea and they'll turn up super late towards Europe. I think that means that European teams are gonna have worse practice. I think that this is awful practice too. I need to see a huge step up in season finals. If season finals has to step up, then and look, there are things that'll step up. Hopefully, this gives a kick up the arse to EU teams like BDS, who's I mean, I think a lot of their players took a huge step down. I think Adam had his worst split in years. Fnatic as well. I think Oscar and Noah had dismal performances in this finals too. Hopefully this is a wake-up call. Hopefully this is just a blip in the pan, and it was so egregious that finally we get ourselves like onto the right track again. You know, I wasn't feeling great about the region, and then MSI happened. Maybe that can happen again. So I'm not putting that out the window, but you know, I think a lot of people saw the I will dominate rant, the 12-minute rant on Fnatic in the state of EU. The emotions for me are similar, actually, because I've covered LEC before. I'm in Berlin. I go watch the games every so often. I'd love to be back on the LEC broadcast at some point too. And I love a lot of these teams, a lot of these brands, and all of these players. But this is just not acceptable for a finals. It's not acceptable. You know, this region's got to shape up.
Yeah, and you know, I hate that you're going through that with LEC, because this is something that, as a longtime fan of League of Legends and being based in North America, I have already come to terms with. I think I came to terms with it when it was C9 versus Fnatic, and C9, with their notebook and their infinite wisdom, somehow just did not ban Kassadin, and ended up losing the series. That's when I realized, damn, we're never gonna get there. And then they had that other nice run that got them into semifinals, and I was like, holy shit, we are so back.
No, it's 2018.
We are so not back again. Although, I must say, I'm actually very excited and hoping that Team Liquid actually does something, because they have shown that they can at least do something. That is the hope that I have. Screw all the other teams.
No, TL are genuinely a good team. You know, I think that it's become such a... community sentiment is very slow to change. You know, it was very slow to change on a lot of big teams who finally found success, and I think that it's often harder to rebuild confidence as well. TL are a good team. You know, there were games against T1 where they were better for 80% of those games, but they didn't clutch it out in like the real flash points of those games. The fact that they were better in like 80% of those games is like a huge achievement, by the way.
Oh my god, yeah. I was like, holy crap, like this is sick.
Yeah. Also, Shibby's asking, you don't think GT will use whatever downtime between Split and a World Star to bootcamp career? Yes, but then they have to travel back and forth, and it's just a pain in the ass, and they will probably have to go towards Europe a little earlier. Also, the costs are just really high to go towards bootcamps like that too. The bootcamps can be really, really hard, so I think it's easier for other teams to do like a two-part trip towards Korea and then towards Europe because they're already traveling. For European teams, it is a huge amount of operating costs to go towards those boot camps. It wouldn't surprise me to see them go out for a boot camp somewhere, but a lot of the time when games are held in Europe, particularly because of the way that LPL and LCK teams play right now, they don't necessarily get themselves back. They don't go towards the host region for a very long time until basically the last possible moments. That has happened before. Right. Okay.
Yeah, and travel. We've seen what like travel can do to players, you know, and just like have them in really poor form.
Some players love traveling. Some players love traveling.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It just seems like it's like a bit of a catch-22, and it'll be a little difficult. But you know, as long as G2 represents the region well, it won't be doomed. It'll just feel a little bad.
Okay, right, so we should be... do I need to run ads? Maybe I do, maybe not. Let me just think. P-roll's off for another 26 minutes. I'll need to run ads before the next series comes through. I think we had an ultimate ad break. So, yeah, if you need to go to the toilet, get a drink or anything, now's probably the time we'll get towards that second game. As soon as we can. So, game will probably start another 5-10... Well, no, probably like 10-15 minutes, because we still got to walk onto stage. So, probably like another couple of minutes here. We'll go onto stage, and then... the intros, and then of course into the draft after that point. So we're probably looking at about 15 minutes, I think, actually, depending on how long this next segment is.
Hell yeah.
You
know what?
right.
I think I will take a quick second. I will be.
Yeah,
right
no,
back.
so you gotta do that. You've been powering through it so far. Thanks for joining me, buddy. Didn't even load a Poker Rogue. Yeah, I don't know. We're having a good conversation. It was good stuff, and I got to rant about EU, I guess. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, most of the time I do it just because I can't think of anything else. But if we've got a good topic, I don't see why I have to. But yes, no, I do like play Poker Rogue. I'm doing a 0 reset run now, which I should probably do on stream just to prove that it is a 0 reset run. Because, yeah, a lot of the co-streamers are playing Poker. I know that Kedge was playing Poker Rogue, but no ADHD stream. No, because the games aren't overlapping this time. They're not overlapping this time, so we're fine. But yeah, no, I think I'm actually pretty good at Poker Rogue. So yeah. Yeah, basically I've got a Ninetales, which is absolutely carrying the fuck out of all of my runs, which makes things easier. But I think basically every every run, if you get yourself like a good setup Pokemon with like the right items and then good coverage, can basically carry any run, pretty much. Will this be a spicy series? Yeah, I think so. I think both these teams are very good from playing from ahead, and I think they're quite poor from playing from behind, so I think it's going to be a scrap in the early game and then a huge snowball after that point. That's probably how I'm predicting this. So whoever's going to win is going to win hard. OMG didn't look... Their drafts were super weird recently, you know. Their grass versus TT, I didn't like the Maokai. I think that they have to go towards more aggressive junglers. Is it safe to assume that Ninetales is my favorite Pokemon? No, it's not, Cam, actually. I like Ninetales, but it's not my favorite Pokemon. My favorite Pokemon are, I love Lapras, Dragonite, Articuno, Charizard, and yeah, Ninetales and Eevee are in there as well, because they're adorable. But, yeah, I think on the first three I'd go towards are, like, Lapras, Charizard, Dragonite. Articuno is also in the list as well, but yeah. Or Gen 1. Well, yeah, because I played a lot of Fire Red growing up and then also into Gen 3 as well. Gen 1, 2, 3. I think my favorite game is still Emerald. Emerald is an incredible game. And there's a reason why all the ROMs are based off of that too. I mean, I love... Wait, what do I like from Gen 3? I mean, Flygon and Salamence are awesome. Blaziken's cool. I like Grovyle more than Sceptile, but Grovyle's really fucking cool. Anything else from Gen 3? Nah, I'm sure I can think of more. But, yeah. Feels like NA gets a disproportionate amount of scrutiny for importing. I think it's because their their talent factory has been so poor over the years, and they have talent. It's just they've been so poor at developing that talent. That's why they get scrutiny for importing, because they're actually not great at developing talent. And now the thing is, the secret is, I actually don't think EU's good at developing talent either. It's just that they have so many ERLs that can financially do stuff that they kind of get their job done for them. And also EU's server is just a better server than NA for developing talent, because higher ranked player base, lower ping across most of the region, and then just like less amount of one tricks as well. The community and the philosophy around the region is very different. The grass starter from Gen 3 felt really bad to me compared to the other two. I really like Sept. I really do like Trico and Grovyle and Sceptile. I mean, like, I think Gen 3 has the best overall starters. Yeah, I think I like the Gen 3 starters the most. I think they're the best like overall set of starters for designs. I like them a lot. EU High Elo is also filled with more pro players. Yeah, because there are more pro teams as well, that which definitely helps. Wait, Sandile wasn't Gen 3, was it? No, Sandile was Gen 4, wasn't it? Or beyond that. Hello, Namera. I've been watching LPL for like a year, and every morning with my coffee, I watch them and listen to you. Thanks for the commentating and the time commitment. We appreciate it for sure. Thank you so much. Owned by Santa. That's a very cool comment to make. I haven't been checking on YouTube chat for a bit. By the way, I do check out YouTube chat as well, but like most of it is moving quite quickly and in languages I don't understand, sadly. But yes, I do occasionally pay content towards that as well. If you have a preferred platform between Twitch and YouTube, obviously choose your poison there. Right. I'm gonna quickly go to the toilet, and also refill on drinks, and also rest my voice very briefly. My voice is like recovering, it is not recovered. It's not quite there just yet, so I'm gonna not speak for like a minute. you can babysit chat for me.
All right, you're totally right, Amber. I appreciate that. Okay, I was talking about the grass starter. I was talking about Chikorita. It wasn't that bad. The problem was the region was not good for Chikorita. The first two gyms were so bad. It was really bad for those for that starter. And then of course later on you got to fight Price, right? Which, you know, a lot of them were water and ice types, but ice types are as tough times for Chikorita. I wish Gen 2's level scaling was just a little bit better, because I don't know, it just felt so great. It's just the gyms in Kanto were just an afterthought. Yeah, I agree, Johnny. I think that this will be a pretty spicy series. Both of these teams listen, when you've got two good teams that have something to play for, you are going to get a good series on your hands, or at least one that's super competitive at the very least. And I mean, when you take a look at these teams in terms of their game score, incredibly close. We're at them 10-4 in individual games. OMG is 10-5. Like, that's super close. Funny you say that, Shibby. I just ate a banana while I was away during my break. But I agree that fruit does definitely need to be juicy. Nothing beats biting into a nice, juicy something, you know? Strawberries, cherries, anything like that. Banana bread is OP. If you hate banana bread, you got a problem. That's like almond cookies? Do you think almond cookies are good? I mean, I've only had almond cookies like 1 or 2 times, and I thought they were okay. But I've never heard anybody be like, almond cookies are the shit. Oh my god. Carrot cake is really, really good. Yeah, that's what happens when two good teams play against each other, is if one of them gets a nice early foothold, it's super easy for them to snowball. But because both teams are good, theoretically the other team should be able to prevent the snowball if, you know, it's hard, right? Because if you're already in that position where you're down like 3-0 in kills or something like that, it's hard to prevent that snowball at that point, but theoretically you should never really get there, if that makes sense. Duo Cat, you did miss the UCal special. Game 2 wasn't as good as Game 1, but UCal in Game 1 was a hot fuego, honestly. You know, after taking a look at Nymera's Secret Lab RE chair, I had the opportunity to get the RE chair, and I didn't. I got the NA LCS chair. But that RE chair looks super dope. Yeah, UCal's blue hair looks really cool. I think he needs to, it doesn't, I don't think he's using like one of those color enhancers. So although I have brown hair, which you just saw for a second as the cams have been knocked away now, I did have colored hair for quite some time during lockdown. So I eventually had to use stuff to, you know, keep the color in the hair, and it doesn't look like he's using one. But he should, because it'll like stay looking super vibrant. I did have long hair. I had hair down to the small of my back. I've been a buzz cut guy my entire life before that point. I had hair longer than Nymera's, to be quite honest with you. He's got pretty nice, real nice hair too. If there's something Ari related, he's gonna get it. Did he buy the skin? I have to ask him when he gets back if he bought the Ari skin. I'm sure y'all might know if he did or didn't. Oh, he did? Okay, excellent. So now I don't feel as bad as saying I also bought the Ari skin. I did not get the Faker signature one though, because Faker did not kill that turret. I did.
Okay, hello, I'm back.
Welcome back. You bought the Ari skin?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. I did too. Don't worry about it.
Great stuff. Oh, that was wonderful. Okay, so should we talk a little bit about this matchup? And yes, I do like King Viego. In fact, I think Amber made a Photoshop of me. There is a picture of me somewhere out there with my face on King Viego. In fact, I think it's in the Discord. But there is, by the way, there is a Discord which you can join. We talk a lot about LPL and just things in general, but I'm sure there's a picture of it somewhere in there. Someone could put like exclamation mark Discord and you can see that one there.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm already looking at the link, and once we're done, I'll be joining up. Don't you worry.
Right. But yeah, so thank you, Joker. Yes, we did hit partner, partly because of the support of all of you guys, folks. It has been incredible to have that kind of support, and I'm not sure what like viewership and stuff like that's going to look like when I'm not doing LPL like this, but the fact that so many people have come in for this already has been really, really cool. So coming into this series, the key players on RA for me to watch for me, the biggest one, even though I've talked about the way that they play around the solo laners, are actually their jungle and AD carry right now. Assume has been on incredible form, whether that's been on more utility picks like the Jhin or backline kind of alt bots like the Misfortune, or something like the Kai'Sa recently too. This guy's been incredible. I think that Assume's been some of his best form that I've ever seen him in. And then Xiao Hao, so he had a tough spring over on Weibo. He changed teams in summer as Weibo looked to replace jungle and top lane. Xiao Hao is maybe the best Lilia player in the LPL. And this guy is absolutely insane on his choice picks, and that's a great Spirit Blossom Ari. We always love to see them.
Yeah, really nice cosplay.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, Xiao Hao has been really, really key to this team. Funnily enough, I think for OMG on the other side, one of the biggest changes to them as a team is they completely rebuilt their roster this year. From 2023, they had a fan favorite roster of Shanji, Aki, Cream, and then Abel and
That was a good
God.
roster.
It was an incredible roster. I love watching that play. Of course, those of you who are fans of I Will Dominate will know when it comes through that as well. Getting ourselves into that draft, but OMG, they've rebuilt this team. They've rebuilt this team from the ground up, and they rebuilt it again a little bit in summer by replacing Xiaofeng, LDL jungler, for another LDL jungler. In Tianzhen, who had seen some playing up in the LPL over on Victus Gaming, and he hadn't found his feet there. He has done here on OMG, particularly on the Rengar. That is why the Rengar will be permanently banned in this series. If it's not, something's gone wrong. Also removing that Sejuani. I think Rare Adam have really got to the heart of the issue with OMG. Tianzhen wants to be on aggressive champions like the Rengar, the Sejuani, or something even like the Vi. So I think removing those options and putting them on something slower really affects OMG.
Yeah, and the thing about OMG's bans is it's going to allow Xiao Hao to get whatever the heck he wants, right? You're like not clearly focusing the jungle. It means compared to our last series, so many AP jungle picks are open to be able to just kind of do your thing. So I'm interested to see what Tianzhen is going to pick up for OMG, though, because you mentioned the aggressiveness, and that's something that I love. The aggressiveness in LPL players just runs so deep.
That it does. You know, we've got so many players here with so much of their power picks as well. I think Lilia is a huge power pick in this series. Both of these junglers are very proficient at it. Tianzhen, this is his one AP jungler that he plays very effectively. And Lilia is the one AP jungler that also brings good engage whilst also bringing about that same kind of damage. Now, you could argue stuff like Diana or Fiddlesticks do the same, but they're so risk of feast or famine, it's much easier to play it towards the Lilia in the same way. Vikla snaps up that Lucian. He's been playing it a lot recently. It is also a takeaway from Angel, who is a huge Lucian player, so that will maybe give Vikla something to play in this mid lane. Vikla has struggled a little bit recently, and Angel has been a real rock for OMG before Tianzhen came in as well. Angel has been by far OMG's best player over the course of his tenure on this roster. If he gets himself a good matchup, wouldn't surprise me to see him lock in towards something like that Corki and just take the ADC versus ADC brawl. There he could also work as well, and just trying to see if he can outvalue Vikla.
Yeah, and the good news is it is pretty easy to outvalue a Lucian if this Lucian isn't allowed to go crazy, right? If you keep him around, there's not any early skirmishing because you just get to late game Zeri, and it's like, okay, I'm just a little bit better. You mentioned that Kai'Sa, really strong for Assume. We'll see it on the other side, going over to Starry, and nice double AP stacking up here on the side of Rare Adam. With this Zyra now, you just need a little bit of tankiness, and you're looking pretty good.
You need some engage. You really need some engage. Ziggs is such a combo-reliant champion. Ziggs is very, very good when you have heavy engage and a load of targets to dunk down on from a million miles away. So if you can catch someone out in the backline with something like a Leona Solar Flare, typically that's the way that this champion works the best. Leona's been banned away. It wouldn't surprise me to see a lot of the other engaged supports banned away. I am surprised that they're banning them themselves. Alright, they probably would want something like a Rel or a Rakan or something like that to help combo up, because they don't have engage right now. They have range, they have decent laning ability with that Lucian in the mid lane as well, and of course Zyra is incredibly potent at clearing quickly and getting active on the map. But they need something to set up with later into the game, and I think OMG with the Lilia, that's already some engage for them. They can look towards some more pick CC if they wanted. They can go towards a Nautilus or a Rakan themselves. They're happy with that.
See what the final ban coming out for Rare Atom is. They'll go after that Gnar on the top side. Just want to cut out any extra engage that OMG could put together on their team. And this OMG ban is going to mean a whole lot because you could really cut that support pool as you were talking about. The quick-oriented Nautilus will be the one to go away. So it's Rakan or bust. Obviously, if you want to go to Alistar, that's totally valid.
It's another engaged champion. You need something, right? Because the thing with Ziggs, when you play Ziggs, you want a support that has so much CC that they will be that the target that is chosen, or group of targets that is chosen, are CC'd long enough for the Ziggs ult and full combo to land. Now, Alistar can do that. A little less of a long combo compared to someone like the Rel or the Rakan with their full abilities, and of course the Leona as well. But it is something. Also provides some frontline for RA as well. Now we're going to get them OMG picking in blind pick top lane at Renekton. Renekton is definitely a champion which has been blind picked a lot in the LPL. It's not locked in just now, though, at the Rakan instead.
Yeah, and one concern that I have out of RA's team composition is the same concern that I had in the RNG Thunder Talk game, where the Zeri will largely be able to go unchecked. You don't have that point-and-click hard CC. Like, sure, Alistar can kind of get there, but you're going to have to walk a long way to get there. It takes some really creative angles. And angles that you might not be afforded in this game.
So, Cassandre coming through from OMG, good front line. The Camille counterpick, and also something that works out very well with the Ziggs. So, alright, we've said that they've had some really good flank teleports in the past and coordinating their engages. Xiaoshu has a pick which can work with that. Harry has struggled in individual matchups too. So, OMG, they pick up that Lily up Tianjin. I think it's going to be a really important part of this game to get those pick-offs onto important targets. If a Swirl Seed lands onto Xiaohao or onto Vikla or onto Assume, maybe this game goes awry right from the start. Neither of these teams have been playing particularly well when they're behind the game. So this will be a series where I think that the first couple of fights are really going to be telling. Whoever has that best early game, I think, walks away with a better footing. Neither of these teams are particularly good at playing from behind the game, so the early game gains even more value to make sure you're not put in that situation in the first place. These teams are now playing for a top 2 spot. If they win, they mean that they play off against TT instead of LGD or NIP.
Real feast or famine potential here for the side of Rare Atom, because if the OMG composition gets behind, at least there's things that you can say, okay, well, we have 280 carries, right? We can make it to late game. If we can get that far, we'll be okay, right? But Rare Atom, if they twist their ankle out the gate, it'll be a long day or a short game, whichever superlative you want to use.
So, second series of the day, we'll be heading on to the Rift here in Shanghai between OMG and Rare Atom. So, these two teams facing off against each other for a chance to play off against TT instead of the Ascension group teams in that Knights Rivals team. And also just keep up some momentum, showcase that they do deserve to be at that top of the Nirvana group and fight for that last place in that playoffs through the Knights Rivals. Let's see how the crowd feel about it.
I love the Alistar cowbell, by the way. Always great.
Yeah, the Alistar has some good skins. I have to say, I don't love the skin in general, but the cowbell is nice. I really like is it Conqueror Alistar or Marauder? They changed the names a lot. I think it's Conqueror. In fact, he might even have both.
There's two, yes. Yeah. He's got both.
Yeah, because, okay, fun thing about Conqueror is that Conqueror was Challenger, and then changed the aesthetics effectively for the MSI skins. That's what they changed. But then before that, because Ari was the first champion to get one of these skins, my favorite name for that skin line, this is a bit of trivia which you might not hear anywhere else, that skin line, which never made it to live, was initially called Dauntless. Dauntless Ari was the working name for that skin, and I prefer that. Oh. So I actually still call it Dauntless Ari from time to time, because it was a fun name for that. So that's a little piece of League trivia here, as we see Tianjin starting off on the Raptors, not seen on Vision, so OMG currently have an unscouted jungle start. RA might think that Tianjin is starting on Raptors or starting on bot side and passing towards top side. Instead, he's likely going to be doing a bit more of a unique path, hitting those walls first and then going down towards bot side. Xiaohao will find out now, though, as the wall spots him.
Yeah, and I like the fact that these junglers are going to be standing around the top side for this, at least this early portion, just to make sure that nothing crazy happens. That ward was really well placed to ensure that Tianjin does not get up there, disrupt Xiaozhu, because you get to disrupt the Camille early, kind of set them behind, it'll be some really bad news. But there's also a world where these junglers just clear to 6 because that's where they're going to make their most impact in the game.
Of course, the big thing about Xiaohao on this Zyra or whatever is that you clear super quickly and then you respawn. What you want to do is you want to get your first back towards Fated Ashes on both these junglers, and once you get the Fated Ashes, you just steamroll in terms of farm. So if you manage to disrupt the other jungler, take away both scuttles or take away a camp early, then you can stop them getting towards Fated Ashes, because what you need is a full camp clear, full jungle clear, and then also a scuttle crab on top of that to get that one. Shashi taking great trades against Harry here in that top side, gets himself the level advantage and tanks through that Q3 with his adaptive defenses as well on that Camille. So, alright, doing well with that pick there so far. Harry, he's going to want to bring in some teamfight impact, but if he's losing lane, it's not a great sign. Harry had a pretty poor series versus TT last time he was on the Rift, so Xiao, you can also summon some of that power. That could be a big problem for OMG.
Yeah, Xiaohao making an appearance into the mid lane here. Angel is a little too far up. This could be problematic. Gonna tag him with a couple of plants, flash out, jet set radio over the wall. Nice gank.
Okay, so I'm a bit of a Zyra connoisseur myself because I reached rank 2 in Arena playing Zyra. So I've played I've played thousands of games of this champion, and I got used to the more intricacies of the mechanics. So I feel like I should have some grounding to talk about this now. Not many people play the Zyra that much, but well, they do nowadays because she's jungle. Right there, you really should be looking to get a double W stack onto your E to get the 60% slow. Dre gets a jump back into tower.
Oh, that's disastrous. Ignite goes down. Luckily, it's only Ziggs at level 3, not quite enough sustained damage.
And also, you don't even get this flash out of Starry, so you end up using both summoners to get get just the heal out of PP God. It is going to mean that Starry resets, but it's a little bit of something that's not nearly what you wanted. Xiaohao now going to go onto the wolves, potentially contest these.
Yeah, got that third iffy plant spawn that did not land on the side of Tianjin, but it's going to fight over. That wolf secured anyway by the Lilia. As PP God has moved up here, this could be really bad for RA. He's going to shove them off for right now. Vikla can't help out his own jungler right now. Forced to flash away, Xiaohao.
I think he's afraid of the Conqueror and the Q stacking coming in from Tianjin. If you get caught out and you actually run down, then yeah, literally a load of damage. And Xiaohao doesn't have that low cooldowns very early on. Xiaoshu doing fine in this top lane matchup again. This matchup really starts to take off when you get towards 2 items on the Camille. Then it is really horrific. 2-item Camille is nasty as heck. See that both supports roaming across the map. When you get early resets coming in from Starry, who's brought the teleport, by the way, on that, so it's another global for Starry. Less combat summoners, but more ability to remain in lane. Assume doing the same thing on the Ziggs. It means that both these supports can go roam whenever the heck they want, as soon as you get towards around about level 4 on your AD carries when they get... Particularly Ziggs rank 2 of his Q, really important because his rank 1 cooldown, not that high damage, and also very long cooldown. Once you start getting more ranks into your Q, it's much easier to sit alone in lane as that Ziggs. I typically prefer having Ziggs on strong side because he's so good at killing turret plates, but it's not going to be the case in this one. Both the supports instead leaving their AD carries alone and just saying, all right, let's go about the place and start roaming.
Yeah, and you know, the AD carries are pretty chill with that. There have been... longer the days have gone by from having 5 people in the bottom lane this early in the game, so must be a nice sigh of relief that the game is not in that state right now. And you mentioned the Fated Ashes rushes. Be Xiaohao getting his first, so it is time to steamroll.
Yeah, well, Tianjin didn't get his Fated Ashes in the first recall. That's really surprising to me. Instead gets himself that Ruby Crystal instead. Not the most active early game. We said that both these teams kind of crap from playing behind the game, so the first big fight of the game might determine the whole game, particularly because, and look, it's too early to call that most of the time, but particularly with both these teams and how OMG have played from behind the game and how RA have played when they've started falling off as well in a lot of their later games if they're behind the game, it does become that much more important. You see that now, objectives being started up on both sides, but no real big fights yet. We're kind of gearing up for that first real haymaker of the game.
Yeah, well, now that Tianjin is level 6, Xiaohao should get there very soon. These are big, impactful ultimates that, you know, could tilt these fights either way, as Vikla with a level up decides that he wants to go in and find himself a bit of a trade on to Angel, but it just feels like Zeri trades back so well.
This is why So what we saw out of mid lane matches, because of course we saw the Corki Tristana. I've talked about this a couple of times. There was a flowchart. We started with Corki Tristana, with Tristana being the best, but Corki being able to survive and then be able to take 1v1s at particularly 2 items after that point, but also just be fine. You kind of scale up at the same time. Then we saw Lucian go into Corki, because Lucian very early into the game can dash over the Q and over the rockets, and it can be very, very powerful. And then we saw the Zeri into the Lucian, because she actually can trade back very, very hard, particularly with her right-click passive, which is really good point-and-click damage, and Zeri still has very good wave control. So we've basically seen Zeri like be another kind of answer to see a way to scale up into the game. So you see him throw out an ult, and it's a bit of a swing and a miss there. But I thought we were talking about extended topics on the AD carries. Funnily enough, in the bot lane we have one less than we normally do.
Well, Tianjin was able to infest this top side and take everything away from Zhao Hao, so having a nice camp lead here. And EXP, oh no.
Hey, plants get it, it's all good. So,
nice.
Yeah, this is Zyra for you. You get Faded Ashes, your plants do the rest of the work. It's, look, you can nerf that plant damage a little bit. She is still exactly the same champion who can do stuff like this.
And I wonder, being down a level, is that really going to affect things so greatly when it's finally time for these teams to fight? Zhao Hao is at least going to try and get that camp disadvantage back here with Angel taking it back and Tianjin on his top side and with very low mana, even though he's got blue buff. It's only one camp though.
So in terms of the level disadvantage between the junglers, with AP junglers, more so than other matchups we saw before in jungle matches, I think we might have a fight here. Dwayne might have looked for a flash in. Not continuing the case now. Should be safely collecting this wave. AP junglers don't fight each other much. Lee Sin, Xin Sao, whatever, they can do. I mean, in the past when we saw like Morgana, Udyr, we definitely saw them fight each other, and the Nidalee too. Nidalee is one which can definitely do that. But when you have these true kind of like AP damage carries, yeah, the individual matchup doesn't matter that much. So you have to just view their point in the game. What you're looking for is Zhao Hao to get towards 2 to 2.5 items. I think particularly in this game, going towards something like a Banshee's Veil or a Seekers can be very important against the likes of Tianjin or PP God who are looking to hard engage onto him. Typically, you see that very much into Leona's as well, which Zyra's put into. But once you get to Liandry's Rylai's for Zyra, you are Exodia. This champion is not fair at those 2 items, and particularly if you have Pen Boots as well as Soul AP, you do a ridiculous amount of damage. Wouldn't surprise me to see if OMG stacked up a couple of Merc Treads across the board, but because of the Camille and stuff, I think Pen Boots go up in value because you just do so much damage to Leandry's Rylai's. But on the other side, Tianjin, he's also looking for about 1.5 items at the same time. It's a slightly earlier spike than the Zyra because it's 1.5 compared to 2 to 2.5. And also it's just very good in this game because he's ahead in gold too. So Tianjin looking for really that Rylai's and then into the Seekers, and then suddenly you have ridiculous team fight power. So in terms of the actual level and gold discrepancy, it does matter, but not in the 1v1. It matters in just terms of them reaching their power spikes at the right point in the game.
Gotta love when teams and players properly play around their spikes. It always gets so frustrating when it's like, huh, you're so weak right now. Why are you doing what you're doing? So far, OMG at least winning out slightly in the gold battle, up almost a grand, we'll call it 800, as the supports have once again shown up near the mid lane and made this pseudo 1v1 an actual 2v2
yeah,
right now.
It's not a 1v1 anymore. They basically just found themselves
Never
extra.
was.
They see the Ziggs in the bottom and say, hang on, this is the wrong lane. That's a mage. That's not AD carry. Wait, my AD carry is here instead, and they go towards that all the time. Maybe that's the logic, but it's been a slow game.
It's good logic.
I don't know whether I like this being a slow game or not, because neither of these teams want to play... Look, no team wants to play from behind, but neither of these teams are good defensive teams, realistically. Sim getting placed down here is a problem for OMG, actually, thinking about that. We'll talk about that later.
Oh,
but,
he's chunking too,
yeah.
Luden's companion.
Yeah, but when you have... Once one of these teams has a lead, I think the game is going to explode. I think both these teams are very good at pressing advantages, and the other team are not great from fighting from behind. So I understand in an important game, when you are struggling teams, because you're in the Nirvana group, yes, you've done well in this group, but you're still not flawless teams, not that the Essential group are flawless either, that, yeah, I think it's going to be a problem. 850 gold to see.
Golly.
Nasty, but the gold is still within... It's within touching distance on either side. It's 400 gold advantage for RA overall. I understand not wanting to fight early and potentially flip a game in such an important situation.
Yeah, this does mean that 6 grubs go over to the side of OMG, and Harry is going to make good use of those, especially on this turret, as they're setting Vikla up to at least catch this wave. Harry obviously can't stick around with this dragon coming up. Looks like Zhao Hao should have the run of it. And you know what? This is the objective trade that they've decided that they are okay with. You got a bunch of gold onto Assume as well. so far,
Yeah.
all signs pointing to RA really liking the way they've played this.
You know
early
what's
game.
quite funny to me? We still have 3 AD carries in this game. This is a low amount of AD
For
carries
real.
in this game. However, I'm so surprised that we're getting average like 5 AD carries a game with 1 in top lane or jungle as well, when we don't even have the AD supports anymore. That was a crazy time. Look, we have level 6, so we're probably going to see a fight. This could be a big turning point.
And PP God looking for that initial engage, but he's knocked up, he's taking a bunch of damage, and he is dead. It'll be first blood going over to Assume. Harry is here, but it is a 4v3, and everybody on OMG is split as Tianzhen wants to get back in, but he can't link up with his AD carry because Zhaozhu is here, and he will fall. It's 2 kills for Assume, and Zhaozhu looking for more. Forced the flash at an Angel, trying to stick on top of him, but the rest of OMG come to the aid of the mid laner.
Harry with the hero save. Vikula's still here. Might be able to flash forward. Stops Angel's recall. There's a problem here.
Yeah, Starry wasn't paying attention, but it looks like Alistar will fall to Harry. Vikula gets the burst kill, but PP got an Angel.
Oh, the
Can they make
restore!
the play? The shields are too much. It's Angel getting a kill. Zhao Hao has to flash away. It was such a win for Rare Adam, and they overstay.
And Vikula ends up putting the auto attacks into PP God and not into Angel at the end of that. The extra double tap, I don't know whether it killed. He doesn't have any crit chance, but still, putting it to the full health recalm is not helping your case. Vikula goes down and suddenly 3 for 3. We said that one team, when they get ahead, is probably going to start steamrolling the game. This ends up being quite an even fight. Starts off with bit of a missed engage coming from PP God. The damage just isn't there, and Tianzhen really holding on to his ult for a long time. He doesn't really get a great ult angle. I wonder whether he should just pulled out the ult angle early onto Jue and Xiaohao, but it wasn't to be. Jue still, of course, had his ultimate, so he could pull that whenever he wanted to, and Xiaoshu is monstrous even at this point. Thinks he has himself that kill. Maybe couldn't go on the auto reset, but couldn't quite get that. Harry great peel after this point. This is where it gets to be a bit of a problem, because even at this point, you probably still walked away with a winning play. Vikula cancels an auto there, doesn't get himself the full damage. The ult's not great. Gets himself good damage here with his slick auto resets here, but then you watch this. He gets himself that tap to the side, and he attacks PP God and not Angel. Definitely not helping his case. He goes down.
Yeah, I think he would have had him too.
Close.
It was
Close.
Yeah, it was so close, and ultimately the gold is so close, and OMG is able to take the Rift Herald. That is huge, especially with their 6 Grub team. Rare Adam losing a big opportunity to take a large amount of control of this game when the fight just initially went their way. The good news is, the game is certainly not over yet.
Absolutely not, because I was kind of afraid that this series would be 1v1 between the mid laners. Vikula, good accuracy with the ult, but gets away to his Angel. No one's roaming to his lane just yet. I was kind of worried that the first fight of the game would just kind of spell disaster for one team, when we'd see a very one-sided team play after that point. It is even still. We do still see even enough gold. Xiaohao going towards this top side has himself that Liandry's, as does Tianzhen. Both of them are powerful points in their own game. This jungle lead, though, for Xiaohao, a player that I've praised an awful lot coming in from Rare Adam. Being 20 CS down, like being 5 camps down. This is not what you want out of this jungle matchup. Very, very poor from him. Assume he's going to get hits.
Oh, he's forced to flash away, but you cannot escape Starry. Tianzhen will come in and take all the credit for the kill.
As is only right. Gets himself 1,000 gold up in that too. Puts down that Herald in the mid lane. Assume gets himself that turret, gets the satchel, but it will still be a turret going down on the other side. 2 for 1 turret trade, but the kill going over. I think that was a shutdown, because Ziggs has got a ton of gold from this early game. Turret's even going to get charged into with the second charge of the Herald beyond this. And again, we find ourselves very flip-floppy in the early game. It's gone way all over the place. Some slight leads one way, slight leads the other. It's 1,000 gold lead right now with the Demolish going on bot side. This will be the biggest advantage in the game from either of these teams so far, and it has flipped back and forth already. With the 6 grubs from OMG, so easy for them to take objectives like this, and Harry's been doing, credit to him, a really good job of getting Demolish procs on tower through the plates early into the game. Down to the bot lane as well, to the point where now Xiaoshu on this Camille, who should have been a side laning and team fighting threat, 2,000 gold behind. That is not what you want to see. That's a huge old problem. So RA, they're gonna have to wait for huge combos to come in through the 2-item Ziggs. He's gone for the Horizon Focus instead of the Liandry. Second, it is entirely about that initial burst proc instead of getting increased damage over the time from that Liandry's. And Rare Atom, they need to make sure that burst counts. If that burst does not land on the right targets, onto Tianzhen, onto Angel, onto Star, that's going to be a huge, huge problem.
Yeah, it creates a lot of pressure to perform here for Rare Adam. They have to be near perfect in their setups, and Assume can't afford to make a mistake, to be honest with you, as the Rare Adam game plan, it was looking so good earlier, and just feels like it has not come together. Xiaohao has been super, you know, obviously he's got 2 assists, but it's felt very vegan. It just felt like it hasn't made like massive impact in the game like you expect Desire to have.
Yeah, he's been really off the pace. He's gone towards the Merc Treads as well, afraid of some of the CC coming through from the Lilia and the Rakan. I'd say I think Merc Treads are kind of overbought on Zyra. I think they're good when you're against the Leona, but I think in a game like this, you definitely can afford to go towards the Merc Treads and the Sork Boots and try and go for the real high damage. But I guess he's so far behind in the game now that he needs to play conservatively. It's harder for him to play on an individual 11. Dragon is going to get absolutely burned down. Can RA find and engage?
They're certainly looking for one, trying to keep Angel out of the fight potentially. This Dragon goes down, and now is the time to turn. Tianzhen is going to mark just the Zyra. Big knockup coming through on the side as Vikla with the culling is massive. Tianzhen is super low, able to get picked off. Zhaozhu off on the side with Starry right now, who's caught in a cage and is not doing fine. As Rare Adam continues to push forward, you're starting to see the health bars begin to drop because Vikla puts out tons of damage, but OMG are able to escape.
So RA, they win themselves the fight, but they don't get themselves the Dragon. That's obviously going to be helped by the fact, though, in terms of the overall amount of value gained, that Assume is just back to Demolition. You know, one of my favorite games of all time is the Like a Dragon Yakuza series. I'm a big fan of that series, and in one of those games, there is a construction company. It is Majima Construction Company, and I believe they work in Demolition as well. Well, I feel like Assume has gone to that construction company. He's worked his time as a contractor. He's sat here, he's like, okay, fine, I'll just throw out my combat where I can and then get the towers after the play. He's very, very happy with this point here. Tianzhen has an awful team fight. For all the gold that this Lilia has in this game, does not get a good ultimate, does not get much damage down, and dies very, very quickly for this point in power. We said this is the time to shine when you're on that 1.5 item spike. It opens up an angle towards the other side of it, and RA, once again, bring that gold a little closer. Joy flashing out.
Had to immediately get out, and you know what? Zhao Hao must have heard me talking shit because that ultimate was perfect. As he gets all out in here on the side, Zig's ultimate coming down, teleport as well here from the Zeri, but nothing doing on that play.
Are you enjoying the fact that when you're on a co-streamcast, you can be a little bit more fast and loose with the language? I've had that occasionally. You can drop the F-bombs.
Oh my god, it's so great.
It's very
I mean,
freeing.
listen,
You save them for the right moments, but you ain't going to get fined here as I see RA not able to pull off the best Ziggs combo in that last one. Again, it's very, very close. I want this to be a close series. I want these games to be close because I know that both these teams are really frenetic team fighters. Starry going in, might be looking to combo onto Vikla.
Oh, Vikla getting tagged up here. Culling going down. Not enough to finish off a kill, but the rest of RA is there to make sure their mid laner stays alive. Sans Flash.
Yeah, so, as Vikla had some good moments, some poor ones too. Moments like that, but somewhere between the sticks of both of them. And this has been the thing for Rare Atom. I've loved how creative their team fighting angles are. I think Vikla and stuff like the Tristana earlier in the year was so good at threading the needle in those team fights, and only the way that a Tristana jumping forwards into the right position can do. Xiaoshu similarly on the Camille and stuff like the Jax too has been really good at doing that. But it is quite hard to pull off that kind of performance against a team like OMG who have leveled up. I thought that OMG were going to be one of the top, one of the worst 2 teams in the LPL. You know, coming out of group stage, Cube left the roster. They ended up being winless through the group stage, even against some teams which I thought would be, you know, worse than them. I thought that I thought that Rare Atom would be the team that were worse than them in their group stage. Of course, it's that one of those group stage reunions. But OMG, they brought in Tianzhen. They've leveled up as a team. They've gotten past the drama they had as a team with Cube leaving the roster as well, and they have looked a lot better. And credit to them, I thought they were kind of dead and buried. They're currently here fighting for a top 2 spot in Nirvana group, which I thought was beyond them from what they'd showed in summer. But you love to see a team overcome their own flaws and build into something better.
Yeah, certainly achieving Nirvana and on a 5-map win streak right now. That is always nice. They were 5-5 at one point, have now gone to 10-5, looking to extend that to 11-5 in just individual games. And so far so good after that early fight where Rare Atom looked like they had an opportunity to seize control of the game. OMG rustled it back for them, and they haven't been looking back since. With only 1,000 gold lead, though, they have started up the Baron.
Baron started assuming just within Zig's ult range.
Oh my god.
Use that blast gun. This is going to go down quickly. AP Jungler's kill is very quick. It's going to go.
Yeah, it's getting shredded. Cullen coming through. It's a smite steal from Zhao Hao, and the engage is on. Tianjin will pay for his mistakes. Now, Alistar is the look here. Big double knockup off to the side of Starry. He's dumping in damage. Vikla's caught in the back of the pit, and he falls next.
So OMG, they don't win the burger flip. They give it up to Xiao Hao, who gets out alive as well, but it's still going to be a couple of kills going the way of OMG, 2 for 1. This is very much a rare atom favored play. And what did we say about both these teams? If they fall behind, things go disastrously for them. They're definitely teams which don't like playing defensively. They want to play on the offense. Plays like this are very, very bold, though. Xiao Hao has vision in the pit from the plants.
They got vision on him too!
And both of them know that, yeah, both teams know that's going to happen. It is a straight 50-50. Tianjin goes down, and, you know, just, look, Tianjin had the gold advantage from the early game. He has not used it well. Xiao Hao has had the more impactful plays around team fights and now around the Baron as well. Yes, Vikla does die after overdiving in a little hard, but now with the Baron buff on, particularly for Xiaoshu, who was behind almost 2,000 gold, he's closing that gap more, and now he is a 2-item Camille. This is a point in power for RA. Now, I don't want to see them throw their lives away over this dragon, though. You have the Baron buff. You could be playing the map, but look, folks, it's the LPL. It's teams in the Nirvana group. It's these two teams. They could look for the map. They look for the team fight.
Well, RA is looking to throw their lives away for this dragon. They are forced away to sleep only onto 2 members. Not a whole lot going on here. So the dragon has just been started up, down to already to 8,000 HP as the poke coming in for OMG. Take a look at Xiaozhu on the side. He is not in vision right now. So a key opportunity to be able to hop onto somebody. It's going to be on to Tianjin, who's gone golden. The knockup misses on top of it. Harry is low, is about to fall. And again, a dragon secured for the side of OMG. 3 dragons right now. Xiaozhu was looking for more. PP got on the knockup, but he went maybe a little too deep. But it's Angel who's starting to speed skate around and do a bunch of damage. It's a quadra kill. It's a certified Zeri moment, baby.
Static shots to the ground. RA plant their feet in the river, but the water's electrified. Dragon, yeah, that's taken by OMG, I guess. And they thought that the fight was going to be lost after that point. Angel comes to the rescue once again. Rare atom, they flip one too many fights. And with that, in a blink of an eye, 6 scrubs, members alive. That's an inhib down. Will it even be more?
The Angel of Death has connected to the server. RA are watching their turrets fall one by one. The death timers, I think they're a little too long. They will be able to take out the Alistar, and in the blink of an eye, Nymera, this game is over.
So over the Nexus falls, and OMG, their mid lane superstar in Angel, 3rd All-Pro from Spring, the best player on this roster, even though the team has struggled throughout the course of this year, saves them once again in such an important game. OMG, they find themselves that clutch moment, and can I just say, the Angel of Death connects to the server. What a fucking line. That was great, Yanni. I love that one. Getting ourselves out of that into, hello, us again. That was our first game of that second series. That was blink and you miss it.
That was an LPL game.
That was an LPL game. We did say, first team to lose a big fight, probably going to get snowballed on. I didn't quite mean it literally in terms of lose one big fight, end of the game. This was after RA had taken the Baron. RA could have ignored that dragon and played the map with the Baron buff. They chose not to. They opted into the fight and they lost. That was a disastrous decision from Marathon. Disastrous.
Why, man? It's just team get Baron and then immediately fight for the next objective challenge failed. Like, just, you've got a Camille. He was all 2 items. We talked about that. You know, the 2-item spike. What are we doing, Adam? That was so depressing to watch because, I mean, Zhao Hao, big ups for that Baron steal, though. I got to give you credit there. Trying to will the team to victory, but OMG just were able to pop off so hard. And I really didn't think that fight was going to go the way it did, but Angel played that so well.
Yeah, man, that last call thing was fucking great. I love that, by the way. So, folks,
Appreciate it.
We are, of course, covering these games in the LPL while there is no official English broadcast. My name's Nymera. I've been doing this the entirety of the year, and joining me today is Yanni, who is joining me, who's a caster over in the NACL, so you can catch their work over on that broadcast. If you are enjoying what we're doing, whether it's on Twitch or on YouTube, come and follow us on various platforms. Find out what we're doing next as well, because we're trying to bring coverage to this league, so we don't just have that lost media floating about on Ryan. online, the lost LPL games where you have to search so hard for them. We thought we'd bring them to you nice and easy so you can enjoy them in a bit more of a formal setting, where we focus on the games and the teams like this. This game was... yeah. Maybe this one should have stayed a lost game if you're an Rare Apple fan. I'm sorry for you Rare Apple fans out there. Look, a lot of this game still looked fine for them. A lot of this game still looked good for them. They had some really good skirmishes, but that decision-making around that Baron buffer, around that last Dragon was just not it. You could have played the map. We called it out. They could have just left it. They chose it, and they died on their own sword.
It was a cacophony of errors, really, from both sides, right? I mean, I think if you're OMG, you didn't really have a reason to burger flip this Baron. You've got nice scaling on your team. It's okay to play the game a little slower, but you know what? They knew all along. Somebody looked into the future, a la Raven Simone, and said, "We win this next fight anyway. We don't care if we lose the Baron. Let them have it."
So, that's going to be game one. We'll look through these post-game stats and get towards the MVP as well. So, our OMG, they win that next game. I'm trying to remember exactly where they'll end up, because this will go through the entirety of the implications of all of this now, because, of course, with that result of the last series, we'll have our top four completely locked in after this one. As it stands, let's have a look-see at this one. Currently, TT have themselves at 5-2 with a +7 game score. Now, if RA lose, even if it's in a 2-1, they will now be in 3rd place. So they cannot lose this series. They need to win the series, or nothing really matters beyond that. For OMG, if they win, they're 1st. If they lose... ooh, if they lose, they're also in 3rd. So yeah, loser of this series, regardless of game score, will go down to 3rd place, partly because of the 2-0 earlier from TT. That is, so this is a fight for 1st place in Nirvana. Whoever wins this series comes away with that based on series score, not on game score. And TT, with that victory earlier on, they will be the team that they face. The number 1 seed will face TT if they win this series as well. So that's the implications for this.
Yeah, and for the team that finishes in 3rd after this game, I would be a little nervous, because despite how awesome that looked by OMG to decisively end the game, that's not going to fly when you go up against Group Ascent.
Well, yeah, I mean, the last 2 big objectives of this game were basically just 2 big objective flips. And I don't know. Neither of them were great. I like the boldness to go towards the team fights. I do not like not executing on that. Like, you can prove them wrong. You can prove us wrong by saying you should have gone for that fight and you just win the fight. If you're not going to win the fight afterwards, then you shouldn't. You absolutely should have gone towards that. They had the Baron buff going into the Baron. That last fight, and they chose not to. And, these fights were really back and forth. I love watching these team fights, and it was a blink and you miss it end just because of the egregiousness of firing off in that last fight. Yeah, Baron still comes in from Xiaohao around this one. Didn't need to flip this one, and they do get themselves 2 kills back, but it's still not a worthwhile fight. The real egregious one is after this, because we get out of this play and we'll go into the Baron fight and into the Dragon fight. They didn't have to go towards this. It's a Camille ult wasted onto a Zhonya's. Jue doesn't get himself the knock-up, and that's 2 huge tools already used. They chase on without having a lot of their big tools, that flash or that Camille combo. Xiaoshu gets knocked up as well, and Angel just finds himself a place to run them down. They don't have the flash. They don't have themselves that Camille ultimate, and Angel just gets to do everything. And you know what? That probably is just a stolen Penta. He probably would have walked away with that for 3, but still, I think they were pretty close on ending the game. Probably okay to steal that one, because I think it was quite tight, quite tight timing there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give Starry the shout out that they did a lot of damage to, whittle down some key members. Maybe their Penta was the one that was actually stolen. Obviously not quite, but still had some key damage. They earned that 1 kill. Yeah, it's a stolen Penta kill. Everybody's gonna get up in arms about it. I'd be up in arms about it myself.
I'm guessing Angel gets MVP. I'm guessing it's Angel. Yeah, that was easy.
I hope so. This better be unanimous.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody else who would have earned it. 7-0 and 4, 36% of your team's damage, 85% kill participation. Definitely well deserved. It was a fantastic showing, and the exclamation point on that game that, alright, they might have a tough time trying to shake that out of their heads. They need to have a short memory.
How many teams are in the LPL? There are 17 teams in the LPL. 17. They're split
Strange
between 2 groups right now. Yeah, it is. But hey, they used to do a single round robin, so it doesn't really matter in terms of that. It does mean that when we had the group stage coming through, things changed a lot. God, I kind of need to sleep at some point. I hope this series. Well, I did
Hey,
sleep,
me
but-
too.
Yeah, you do. Times as though it has been a long old split vote. You know, unanimous MVP votes for Angel, and
Okay.
also, hey Lara, how's it going? Good to see you in chat. Hope you're doing well. Lara's reading up on LPL for reasons. Where you can find all current LPL standings, go check on Leaguepedia. Leaguepedia will show you that one, all fandom.league of Legends, or whatever it is. It's Leaguepedia.
Can I drop a link in chat? I actually have it up right now.
Do it. Drop. Absolutely, you are free to drop links in there. We've had some people abuse that, but most of the time it's been fine. So
Yep.
yeah.
I had this page up for study purposes because listen,
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna come in, not doing my due diligence, obviously, but I had 4 hours and I had to choose how much of it was gonna be sleep and how much of it was gonna be prep.
Yeah.
And I wish I would have gotten a little more prep in, but I needed the sleep. Oh my god, dude. My buddy messaged me. He's like, brother, you gotta go grab a banana or something.
Yeah.
Next time he says take a break, go get a break.
Yeah, no, honestly, do that now. It's the time to do it. So you do your thing. You've been
Oh,
doing
I'm
it how long?
all good. I already
Sure?
I already
Okay.
got my banana.
Alright.
We're at the end of our rope
Right.
for our monster here. We're all good.
Harold redeemed a compliment, which you too also can do if you're in chat and have 5,000 points. Yeah, I will run ads now. In fact, I'm going to do that now. Harold has a sub, so you can watch this as well. Yeah, Harold, compliment for you. I think you're one of the people which puts the most thought into the specifics of like your expertise. I think the one thing which I really appreciate about the way that you talk about the game is like, so for instance, when we talk about Jace or Aatrox builds and stuff like that, you understand why you are building towards what you're building towards, but also while you're in that, you do accept other people's expertise as well, which is a really important thing. I think a lot of people, when they become experts on a topic, they kind of refuse other opinions after a while, which I somewhat get because you have such a strong gameplay view at that point. I understand it, but like, I think that talking with you about League is a very cool collaborative experience where like you add in a lot of expertise, but you don't stand on that hard and fast, which I think is a really good thing. So yeah, that's a good thing. Keep up that mentality. You will learn more that way, and more people will learn from you too.
Yep, and learning is one of the most important things you can do as a
Especially in
human
a game.
being.
And especially
Harold.
in League when there's a million things to learn as well.
Harold, I don't know you super well, but you got the hammiest hands this side of the Mississippi.
Which side? He lives in San Marino. He's on the.
Well, you can either be on one side of the Mississippi or the other side of the
That's true.
Mississippi.
Oh my god, he's just like half of the world then at this point.
Yeah. Ooh.
This is a very catchy song.
Yes, it's so great. Ow! Oh, banged my elbow on the table.
Skill issue.
It was a skill
Okay,
issue.
I am
dude,
gonna
honestly.
I'm gonna quickly go to the toilet and just take my headphones
Sure.
for 1 second, and then we'll get back to it.
Sure.
I think NIP is more dangerous in best of fives, more games to tank the rookie in games. I don't know. Well, we'll see tomorrow. Whoever comes out best from that, I suppose. But it's so the series tomorrow, LGD NIP is actually really fucking big. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a quick break.
Yep, see you soon. The RA01 comfort zone, full agree. I'm gonna be real. I'll keep it a full stack. I think if RA did not overextend in that first dragon fight that they won, they win. I actually think they just can win the game at that point. I think that Zhaozhu, after he burned the flash of Angel, should have just been like, all right, I'm not gonna go for any more. Fog of War is a dangerous drug. And even after he died, I think that's also when you just call off the rest of the play, put them on like bad resets, and just made life really hard for them the rest of the game. But the fact that they were able to get that nice early advantage against OMG is pretty good. I love OMG's decisiveness, and that's the risk you run when you decide to give away 6 grubs against a team that can really shove down turrets, right? This is a double 80 carry composition. So, when there's no resistance, right, because they're both a little short-ranged, when there's no resistance because everybody's dead, you're just going to, knock down every turret. Yeah, the Vikla missed auto was pretty massive, but, even if that ends up being like a trade there, he would have traded up 2 for 1. I still, don't like the fact that they went a little too far. That's something that I would have expected to see out of tier 3 NA, which I've seen a lot of and casted a lot of, where you win your fight and then you just keep going when you don't need to.
Boom, what up?
Welcome
It's
back.
Renekton only. How's it going? Okay, Vikla ended up having no damage later. Yeah, I mean, Vikla's team fights have been weird, man. Yeah, I don't know. Vikla has had moments of real bright sparks, but it's becoming more and more common where he just kind of has quite poor laning phase and quite poor team fights. And I mean, I know he could do better than this. Like, he's done better than this quite, not even that long ago. It's just his form is very variable. Yeah, do we got any Jace top players in the LPL? 369. 369 plays Jace top. In fact, he plays it into Cannon. And I don't know whether he plays into TF, but yeah, he plays it. Birdle also plays Jace top as well. Those are the two which I first think of. There might be another one, but those are the two which I first think of.
Best way to start the day is Yanni's way. Sean, the day hasn't ended for me.
True. Yeah.
Currently 1-0 for OMG right now, so minimum one more game, max 2 more games. Do we think RA can still win it? I mean, of course.
Yeah, I will say I'm getting quite worried about. Nice fan signs there as well. I'm getting quite worried that if Xiaohao's going to fall behind that much in an individual matchup to Tianjin, who is. I mean, the glow up from Tianjin has been insane. This guy was middling to poor in Invictus Gaming when he was there. Now, that might be something about Invictus Gaming. Of course, they're making it through in 4th from this group as well. They changed the roster, and I think they have improved. But Tianjin never really found his footing on that roster. He really has an OMG. His team fights weren't the cleanest in the last one, but they were clean enough for the job. So, Rare Atom down 1-0. They are going to be on the blue side now, which means they can potentially look to first pick the Lilia themselves, except they can't because it's banned.
Yep, and that Zeri gets banned away too. Can't let Angel have that. It's the trauma bans, as Shibby always likes to say.
I like
yeah,
that.
There's a lot of trauma coming through after that one.
That's a great serve. That's great. Man,
oh
okay,
my
you know
god,
what?
it's so great. I love it.
With the blessing, I will take that one. So what's going to be that last ban? The Ashe banned away, so stuff like the Leona becomes more powerful. I think Lucian also for both these mid laners is just an instant no-brainer because they're so powerful at this in their own way. Angel will pick that up if you don't pick it, so it really depends on what Vikla wants to go towards. With the Zeri banned, you might have also banned out one of the matchups which Vikla doesn't want to play against as much in that mid lane. I think Lucian first pick makes a lot of sense. Why would you ban the Zeri if you're not going to pick the Lucian? They pick up that Leona. Yeah, the Ashe Braum is down, but this is a very different set of priorities than their bans would indicate.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you just really want to get this Leona that badly, right? And maybe play a more aggressive flavor of bot lane. You know, we talked about how, like, Vikla's fights weren't always the cleanest, but I thought he played an objectively solid game on Lucian. Like, it wasn't like, oh man, this is, like, so bad. Obviously, he had that one miscue in the jungle fight, but his callings did a pretty good job of driving people away on the side of OMG, but we'll see that Rumble come through and the Vi pickup for Tianjin.
Tianjin has been a big, aggressive, engaged player. So that's why the Lilia, the Rengar, and the Sejuani have all been very powerful for him. He has played the Vi a lot. He had one of the funniest MVP games that I've ever seen, where he had a 0-7-6 game on Vi, but he stole 2 Barons, who was still the MVP. So that's what we've got out of this player. Sometimes he's mistimed his engages, but it is very important to have him on that go button, because OMG like to play fast. They like to play those snappy engages, and going into someone like that Lucian with a Rumble behind you as well is a good combination for OMG. On paper, it's fast, it has a lot of damage, and it opens up a lot of opportunities for them. RA, they do lock in that Lucian for Vikla, which does get through this. I'm surprised that it wasn't locked in for OMG, but I suppose with the Rumble up and available, they want to lock that instead.
Yeah, and I like this Aatrox that's coming through, mostly because, you know, the damage that you're going to get out of your bot lane and your mid lane are ripe targets for Vi, and at least Aatrox is a champion that can, you know, survive through a cease and desist, right? But we'll see if we get the ultimate combination of Talia Vi that everybody has loved so much. I don't see why you wouldn't pick it up here. And also, it kind of hurts the Lucian a lot.
It does. It really does. And we don't see a lot of the Talia anymore in the LPL. We see so many AD mid laners that AP mid laners are kind of fallen by the wayside. I have to say, I think LPL has done well with AP junglers, but they are over-prioritizing at this point. You can still play other stuff if you are good enough at the AD bruises, and make sure that the individual jungle matchup doesn't fall out of proportion. As it stands right now, RA do need some extra magic damage. OMG ban away that Ziggs. The Kai'Sa's banned away as well. well, so it will be coming through from the jungle. Lilia's gone. You can ban away the Zyra. I think that makes a lot of sense. Ban away the Shyvana instead? Look, I think Shyvana is strong. I think Zyra as a disengaged champion, though, into this comp from OMG would have been very, very powerful.
Yeah, I guess maybe they're electing to take away a champion that you can't point and click as much as Vi, right? Or as Vi, when you're playing Vi, I should say.
Yes.
We're on the other side. Like, if it is a Zyra, like, there's a world where it's like, hey, the Zyra walked up a little bit too close. Let's blow her up in an instant. But it still does feel pretty bad because you're going to get a lot of control over these team fights. Whereas OMG, I like the control that they currently have, and a lot of that coming from the Taliyah. We talked about how it's going to be really good against Lucian, but the micro stuns on everybody that is showing for RA right now are going to be the big thing that we talk about in fights, I think.
Yeah, so alright, they have themselves powerful lanes. We know that the Aatrox does well into the Rumble, or at least can do if you survive to a good enough first and second back. And of course, that Lucian, very, very strong early on. If you lock in the Misfortune, that's 3 very powerful lanes. I like the combo from OMG. The combo is great. You can start off with a Jhin or the Vi. Depends on what you have there, and you still have a support to lock in as well, so that can definitely change the equation in terms of your pick and engage. Something like a Nautilus or a Rel could be very, very powerful. Whereas on the other side, RA, big laning presence. If Aatrox gets himself into a good position, he'll be very powerful on those flank team fights. And of course, Vikler, if he gets himself a good laning phase too, can potentially allow Rare Atom to have a lot of pressure and a lot of different angles to play around. Last pick jungle for Xiaohao. We have seen Ivan rise to prominence in LPL for the first time, really, ever. The only other LPL player I can think of, I mean, Tien played a lot of it, and we've had Wei play it for a while, but the only ever time we ever saw this before, really, was thinking back to, like, Season 7 MSI, when that was, MLXG back then playing it for RNG. He was, like, one of the few players that were played it weirdly, given his notoriety as, the Lee Sin and the Xin Sao, and, of course, the Nocturne as well. Last pick of that Rakan gives you some extra laning phase power for OMG, which does at least give OMG another early lane to play through. The Taliyah's likely losing, Rumble's likely pushing in early, and then of course the bot lane's going to work as well too. Big combos for OMG, big individual power from Ahri with their own big wombo combo too.
It feels like they're going to be hanging their hats on this Aatrox a lot. Obviously, the Ivern's going to be useful for your AD carries, but they're going to get blown up, singled out, targeted out in an instant. And I feel like a lot of these fights would probably, unless RA is absolutely running them over, like we're talking 4-for-1s or anything like that, is going to end with Ivern shielding Aatrox and trying to outlast everything else in a fight. As you mentioned, the Ivern, it just doesn't feel like an LPL champion, man.
It doesn't, but it's becoming more and more of one, because you know what it allows you to do? It allows it allows you to fight harder, because you have all the shields, you have a redemption, and something. If you use the right mental gymnastics, it can help. So, OMG, Rare Atom going into game 2. Game 1 was over in the blink of an eye. It was not particularly one-sided up until the game ended, but then one fight went wrong around that dragon, and the whole game went with it. OMG, if they win the second game, they will seal out a 2-0 and seal themselves first place in Group Nirvana here amongst the teams which did not succeed in that group stage, and Rare Atom will fall to third. Rare Atom will have to claw back into a 2-1 victory if they also want to have thoughts of claiming that first place. There's a big combo on either side. We'll see which one is piloted more effectively. We saw how scrappy the fights were before, with even more engaged tools and big combos. That is signaling more of the same.
You talked about how you really want to get that first place slot. You don't want to have to go up against the group of Sen teams. It would just almost assuredly spell doom for RA if they were the ones to fall. But it's a brand new game, Nymera, and the good news is for Xiaohao, a little bit less pressure when it comes to playing Ivern. It's just like you're a shield bot, you're clearing these camps super easily, and it's nothing too stressful. You're just kind of using your really long arms and legs and just having a good time and slapsticking around the map.
Yeah, just as Harlem Globetrotter dunking on them when you can too. But yeah, I think that I do really like this Ivern, because if you're going for that single first pick, well, I do and I don't. Ivan is very good at protecting a first target with his shields, and once he gets items, he's very good at protecting and nullifying a lot of damage too with stuff like Redemption, especially now that the Warmog support meta is now kind of out of the question. You can go towards stuff like Locket as well, and stuff like Leona. We might have ourselves a level 1 fight. They're hiding in this brush. I don't think they know about this. They're going to walk up, and that's going to be the end of that fight for now. But yeah, later into the game, this Ivan value might be able to stop the Vi first pick in the big combo. If OMG break a certain damage margin, though, the shields aren't going to matter, because you're going to kill them through it. And then after that first person is dead, I think the problem becomes that more exacerbated. So, OMG, they're looking to keep things off as best as they keep things, above that margin as best they can. If they can kill the first target through all of the tank and the shield, that is a very, very good position for them.
Based on the champions they're playing, though, it feels like you need heavy investment to be able to knock out that first member. You know, if you're looking at a 2v2 between Xiao Hao, Vikla, you know, this mid-jungle 2v2, Angel does not have a lot of damage to be able to burst through an Ivory shield. Even if Starry is nearby, just simply by virtue of how Jhin works, it feels like you might not be able to effectively break those shields.
Yesterday, we did see a Jhin go Shiv into Serpent's Fang. It was hope that ended up going towards that one. So you can go towards the Serpent's Fang onto Starry, which would be valuable this game. There's a chance of that being... there's a chance of a shield pickup item being used from Joy as well. If he goes towards a Locket, typically goes towards the Zeke's Convergence or something like that for the early game stats and the damage. But hey, there's definitely some thought process to be had. Starry maybe looking towards that as a second item, especially in a lower physical damage game from him. The lethality also means a little more. Vikla gets himself a good trade there. Well, doesn't quite get himself to double taps. It's not quite exactly what he wanted. Xiao Hao, clean first clear from him. Tianjin not really able to fight in the early levels of the game. Once you get towards level 3, you can do, but you are really waiting for that level 6, and Ivan is much more powerful at the earlier levels, the very first of the game, before the Vi comes online.
Yeah, it's almost, you know, you've got the cease and desist versus, you know, 6th man of the year, Daisy, right?
True.
Which we all know at early levels functions much like the 6th champion of the game. God, you know, why is Daisy so damn strong? Like, I get why, but like...
You know,
I've seen Daisy solo 80 carries.
You know my favorite, so I like to have jokes with myself and rename champion abilities because I find them funny. So I do this a lot for when Silas steals champions' ultimates, and my favorite one in the game, well, there are two. One is Ornn ult, which is Call of the Forgery God, because it's not the real one. And then the other one is, of course, Ivan's ultimate, which is normally Daisy, but then it becomes Peach, because your ultimate is in another castle.
Oh my god!
So when we finally get ourselves around to a Silas Ivan meta again, that was good. Oh yeah, but the third one, by the way, as well, is when you have Ivan versus... No, when you have Silas versus Azir, and they both cast the ultimate at the same time. It's like, I promise I won't talk about the 256 Macedonian, 256-man Macedonian phalanx. Me 3 drinks later, both of them ulting at the same time. So I call that Macedonian warfare, which is one of my favorite ones as well. Sadly, none of these particularly relevant in this game, but hey, I like to talk about this stuff because I find it funny.
Hey, listen, I'm a phalanx enjoyer, all right? Let me tell you, as a Greek person, I'm a big proponent of the phalanx. Well, one of the greatest military inventions of all time.
As a Rome Total War enjoyer and a proud player of the Macedon faction in that game, me too, buddy. That won me so many different campaigns with that, with the hammer and anvil combination. It was a fun old time.
I would have never guessed the Daisy Peach thing, though. It's so obvious.
That's why they pay me, I say, the big bucks. I'm completely doing this thing for free right now, but that's why they could pay me the big bucks.
That's why they occasionally pay you the big bucks.
Yeah, that's the one.
There we go. There we go. As Harry is having a grand old time, we talked about how Rumble was going to have the shove-in. Null Magic Mantle had to be bought early by Xiaozhu. And a nice little CS lead, but a big crash up top. All's quiet on the Western front. Otherwise, we've seen Vikla getting... a couple pot shots onto Angel, but nothing more. Although Angel did have to back without teleport available this time.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's okay for Angel. He gets himself something in there. You're expecting some of these early. The Lucian earlier is going to do some damage, and the fact that you're only 5 CS behind is completely fine. And Angel's at a point of power. At least he's at a safe point now, which he's got multiple levels into his Q. He can be a lot more effective at clearing through the wave. Similar in the top lane, you might think that the CS advantage is really bad. Xiaozhu's playing the matchup well, badly rather. It's not that bad. I mean, you're against a Rumble. Rumble's been nerfed, still going to be quite effective in that laning phase. As long as you stay within touching distance is fine. What we've seen a lot of LPL Aatrox go towards his first item, Hex Drinker, I think I still prefer first item Merc Treads and then into Tunneler for the extra HP, because I prefer the HP building Aatrox, especially in a game like this, because one of the problems that Xiaoshu might have a problem with later is how quickly he can get soloed out if he goes for a flank angle. If you go towards the Sundered Sky and you've got the Merc Treads and you go towards a bit more of your tankiness, especially with the Aatrox changes to benefit more max HP, you can be a lot more safe. We might have ourselves a fight towards this top river though. The Spectator is potentially looking towards seeing if Tianzhen can get himself a last smite.
Yeah, it looks like we're not going to see the link up of mid lane to find their way up here, so it'll just be 2 grubs for 1. Is a bit of a catch out here as PP God burning, but still alive somehow. So that ends up going 2 grubs for OMG. I thought that Rare Adam was going to be able to secure that second grub.
Yeah, they walked away from him. Tianzhen goes into burst. Of course, Vi not the fastest 3 grub taker, but kills the first grub just fine. Goes in and takes out one. Tianzhen somehow didn't even have to use the smite, or maybe it just came off the cooldown. I wasn't completely watching that one. So, another close early game. Some split objectives. We've got lanes which are very much competitive, and I like this. Look, these are 2 teams which are at the top of the Nirvana group. They're scrappy. We know that one team, when they get ahead of the game, will very much run through that advantage. Game 1, blink and you miss it. It was completely over. But the fights were very, very back and forth up until the final decisive blow. And I want to see that kind of gameplay. As look, one thing you have to learn about LPL observers, they are savage as fuck. They will zoom in on you, losing those cannon minions every single time. And right there, saw that Xiaoshu missed that one up there. So it's a shame, but the LPL observers, they don't miss that stuff.
Yeah, as you should point that out, because you can't be missing cannon minions. I don't care how bad your lane is. I don't care if it's lane swap meta and the cannon wave is crashing because you're getting dove by 4 people. You can't miss your cannon minions. It's too big of a source of gold.
You know, there's a chat command in my channel which I don't advertise that much because I've had it for so long and I just forget about it. It's !cannon, and it says that basically it's a copy paste which says that I've never missed a cannon in my life. I'm just saving them for later. But it keeps track of me every time that someone's pressed that in chat. I've just never kept up with the amount of times it's been pressed, but it's still there. And I'll just check in with it every so often at some point. Well, coming back into this game, it's been very close. Not necessarily that scrappy so far. We're waiting for those first items. Xiaoshu's close to us towards his Hex Drinker, so he'll be happy with that. But if OMG can get themselves a good play with Tianzhen's first ult of the game, I think they can start blowing out one of these matchups. Xiaoshu's not that high HP. That's not a great equalizer, though. Chunks him down. Maybe Tianzhen can look for the burst, but I don't think he can really do much here.
I thought it was maybe to clear that wave out faster so Tianzhen could get up there and maybe they want to dive Xiaoshu. It feels a little dangerous, but it's certainly doable with how big this wave is, crashing on the cannon wave. And it looks like they'll go for it because Harry is getting into the danger zone. Ultimate pop by this Aatrox, but the damage is far too great and the healing is not there. It's first blood, although Vikla looking for a little bit more, a little bit of help from his turret. And now in a 1v1, good flash to dodge out of the culling, and Vikla unable to continue the onslaught.
Yeah, Menzit's a 1-for-1. Who does this favor more? So this is a kill just before the Hex Trinker came in, and it's a kill over towards that Rumble. So we know that eventually Aatrox can overcome that Rumble matchup, especially with a bit of magic resist and a bit of HP. So Harry getting that extra gold to make sure he can stay a bit of that ahead of that matchup for a bit longer does matter quite a lot. Equalizer's been used at this point. The Q3 does land, but he just doesn't have the damage at this point. No, Aatrox just doesn't have quite the early damage. It's a good flash forward from Vikla, gets himself one back. Tianzhen's first ult of the game does get some value. At least it gives something to that lane. I'm still going to call this worth for OMG despite the gold going up to the Lucian.
And you know what? I don't think Tianzhen had to go take that blue buff, because the time it took for him to get that blue buff gave Vikla enough time to get up there and trade that play back. He wasn't even level 7 off of it. Obviously level 7 now, so you would have had much lower EXP, but I think you actually survive if you don't go for that. And now, you know, that blue buff transfer, Vikla could be real happy about it and continue to pour it on here in the mid lane, because blue buff Lucian, I've never seen a happier player.
You know, funnily enough, Ivan Lucian used to be a thing ages ago, back when, hang on, that's W not going to land through there, okay, that's something. Blue buff and red buff, when you had the Ivan on your team, used to be so powerful for Lucian. He was so good with both of these buffs because he's very cooldown reliant, very mana reliant, but also great with his auto attacks too. Ivan was the only person that used to share buffs back in the day. So you used to have Lucian Ivan back in like Season 7 with MLXG and Xiao who are doing good work. This time though, it's just going to be a fight towards the top side. Equalizer not available just yet. Coming up now, we end up disengaging the players. Daisy, the one person to fall. Goodbye, Daisy.
No!
We'll see you soon. Should we hold like a memorial service for Daisy?
Yeah, a moment of silence, perhaps a eulogy, even.
No, hang on. Oh, you know, one of my favorite community memes was, well, you were around since season 2. Remember the moment of 99% slow for Talon, where they changed his his
oh
E,
my
his blink
God,
away
dude.
from being a silence for 99% slow? That was hilarious to me. That
That was
made me laugh.
disgusting. I'm not sure what was worse because, damn, silences were so annoying back in the day.
It was Talon and LeBlanc they would want. It was one of the ways they made assassins work. They were so disgustingly broken that they would.
Could
just
you
1v1
imagine
at every
LeBlanc
point.
today? If the silence was still a thing? Could you imagine?
It would be absolutely terrifying. All of these mobile AD carries immediately dying. Harry might be finding himself in a position of immediately dying. No flash, uses the ult, gonna die all the same.
Yeah, that equalizer, not gonna do a whole lot. He's gonna sit on top of it and close his eyes and pray that they stop hitting him for some reason.
That is, like I said in various other casts, that's not an equalizer, that's a subtraction at that point, as he just dies for nothing. Xiaoshu no longer has his ult, and now he might just be the one to die instead.
Yeah, he no longer has teammates either. And Tianzhen does have enough damage, and Xiaoshu not enough sustain.
Yeah, so, while it was not maybe the best equalizer, OMG have still balanced the equation. As, wait, was that just the Gromp being... I think Angel just tagged the Gromp. Was he trying to stack up his tier because he wants to hit the Q onto a target? Maybe he's just stacking up his tier on the Gromp.
Yeah, maybe.
Now
I just thought Gromp was coming in for a turret dive.
That's the one. Classic
Assume's been rooted up here. PP God is here, but a mid lane fight is never a 1v1 or a 2v1, and Angel is flying in as well as Tianzhen as they get on top of Assume and take him out. Teleport is here for Xiaozhu, forcing flashes, but they're not able to catch any members of OMG out.
So the Avengers come to play. They assemble in the mid lane. One wall coming from one side and then Tianzhen from the other. While all this is happening, kill goes to OMG, and they also manage to keep Harry alone in this top side with 5 grubs. 5 grubs, and of course the pen boots as well give you extra damage on tower. So Xiaoshu came in to teleport into that mid lane, tried to affect things. Sadly, doesn't do anything and ends up falling further behind in the individual matchup. That's really not what you want to see here as Xiaoshu, who... Camille last game, Aatrox this game's not necessarily working out the way that he wanted. Harry,
oh my goodness.
With the Ignite in as well. Look, I get you have a Hex Drinker. Ignite is true damage. That is not going to help you with regards to that.
Yeah, there's fire and then there's true fire, right? It's the blue fire. Blue
Sounds
fire
like a
does
George R. R.
does
Martin kind of thing.
Yeah, blue fire does more damage. You know, it's just scientifically proven. But yeah, it's been a tough series for Xiaozhu here. I think Harry has done a really fantastic job so far. Up big in CS. Now the question is, will Harry die on this attempted play coming in from Rare Atom, or will he, elect to give up some of his keep here in top lane?
I mean, he has Flash coming up soon. He has an Equalizer, and he does have some HP components now. Look, I'm not going to go towards the double Summoner Rumble with that kind of gold lead. That probably sounds like that. That's how you lose League of Legends, I've heard. You can see Starry setting up shop in this mid lane. Has gone towards the shift. I want to see Starry go towards a... I do really want to see him go towards that Serpent's Fang later on. I think second item Serpent's Fang here is so broken for his team, especially with the shielding coming in from the Ivan. Going to hit Joy there with that W. Jim is a champion of a lot of controversy. He is at a decent point of power right now, though. Can he get himself into this fight? Dragon going uncontested. Tianzhen does have ult coming up right now. Harry not at the play. I don't think he should take the play without the Rumble.
Yeah, this is just what happens when you don't have teleport available. Sometimes you got to give objectives. That'll be a Hextech trait going over. Daisy just once again, sacrificial lamb. We love that. We stand Daisy in this household. Is looking for a bit of an engagement here onto the support. Jue is taking a lot of damage, but Tianzhen gets a lot on the way back. Assume with a perfect bullet time, and flashes are forced away as the team's not giving up an inch. Nobody's lost the big fight yet, Nightmare.
No, not yet, but it is still a kill and the Dragon over to Rare Atom. So while there are good advantages here from OMG, and they have themselves this Rumble and a real point of power, they're not running away with this game. It's definitely not like that. This has been a scrappy series so far, and right there, just as we saw, full channel bullet time. That's a bullet minute at that point, as Tianzhen, he's fairly tanky with the first HP items. At this first item, the Vi tends to be a lot tankier than the AP junglers that you see in meta right now. Not tanky enough to go through that full ultimate. OMG, they still have themselves demolished and 5 grubs. They get themselves really good tower damage, so if they go towards these side lanes, which they can absolutely do so. That can be very, very powerful for them. Of course, neither of these teams have been great at going towards side lanes when objectives are happening. They've just been throwing themselves at the enemy team and hoping for the best. And hey, you know what? They've been doing pretty well at that so far. So, well, okay. No, Ari, I say that. They did kind of just lose that last game as well. So I'm going to take that one back. It has been entertaining, so I'll accept it.
Yeah, and you know, we saw OMG last time with this many grubs and what they were able to do in one fight. Take a look at this replay. Hey, sometimes you just got to hit the go button on the support, but golly, that bullet time was...
Are you kidding me? That's not... I didn't quite realize that at the time because I was focused on the bullet time. That was not just a full bullet time. That was a full culling as well. That was a four-gun salute to Vi's demise. That was... I'm surprised that Tianjin lived that long if you got the full channel of both those ults on him. Yeah. That is an insane amount of firepower.
Said, hit me with your best shot, and they said, all right, that's fine. We'll hit you with everything we got. And the kitchen sink, too. I'm not sure if you saw that. The kitchen sink.
No, I didn't. I missed that one, too. Damn. I'll need to get a new one.
Yeah, you know. Hey, listen, the visuals on the kitchen sink have not been updated in many years.
It actually looks like, you know, like it looks actually like a smoothbore musket ball coming out of...
Tally-ho, lads!
It's the one. See if we can get any rifling on that one to make it a bit more accurate the next... Well, I said no, it was fairly accurate. Well, we'll see if the rifling improves on that one. Herald now object to both teams. Sorry, that objective. So now up Daisy has rejoined us once again. No longer being pushed up. Pushing up Daisies has kind of been what OMG are aiming to do so far. It's going to go down. OMG, they've split towards the side lanes again. I think this is okay. I think this is right. They have typically gone towards the objective. They don't overfight this one. BB God needs to get E out here. He does, just about, as he was caught weirdly throughout that wall. But OMG looked to split the map a little bit more as a tower was taken in bot side. So Harry getting some more gold for himself.
Ro turned on the walkthrough walls cheat code for a second there. But I really like that Rare Adam was able to pick up this Rift Herald because if you take a look, they haven't gotten the greatest damage on some of these structures. And they need to break something because they're in danger of just falling too far behind.
Joy.
Oh, that's just poor timing. That is just unlucky. Joy is going to take a lot of damage. But again, the culling combo with the bullet time is too much, but Vikla is all alone, and there is plenty of damage that OMG has. Xiao Hao going to be the next target. He's forced to flash away. Assume looking to turn this around as the health bars get lower, but doesn't have a clear path into the fight.
I am loving how scrappy these fights are. OMG, they once again walk into the four-gun salute, all guns blazing. That's, I don't know, call it Toho League of Legends at that point, the way it's bullet hell. But OMG, walk back with more...
They're just playing Swarm.
They're playing Swarm. You know, for me, I was always a Binding of Isaac player, so for me, I load into the Hush fight, and I'm sat there thinking... The Aatrox ain't got nothing on this, but OMG, yeah, they managed to fight back better this time. You can see that the timing coming in from RA is just really unfortunate. As by the time the Zenith Blade comes out, the ult is already being shadowed. It's just unfortunate time from Joy. Maybe he thinks he can get away with it. The bullet time's not bad though. Again, look at the 4 guns firing across the team. Angel massively burst out. Then Vikla goes too far. He probably should have positioned further backwards at that point, and a lot of the combo from OMG is still available. Both of these teams has powerful team fight combos to bring to bear, and you can see right there, the Vi Rumble did a lot of turnaround damage.
Yeah, RA should consider themselves lucky that that fight did not go worse, because that had all the makings of a clean 1-0, or heck, even a 2-0, but Vikla also burned his flash in that fight when I don't think he needed to. I think his goose was well and truly cooked. So big summoner down for the Lucian. When you're up against a Vi and not having a flash is almost always a death sentence.
It especially when you got the follow-up with the Jhin and the Rumble as well, particularly because now Jin's picked up a lot of gold. Star is going to be a big damage threat. And Jhin is a weird champion because he can do situationally great damage. He's gone towards the fire cannon. I think that's a mistake in terms of the itemization. Should have gone towards that Serpent's Fang, but still do damage all the same. Now, Dragon started up. A wall coming up from Angel. Herald put down in mid lane. Starry not in position to influence this fight right now, so the Herald's just going to pop that mid lane turret alone for a little bit.
Zhaozhu on the bottom side here, looking for an engage, and they find a priority target. They are going after the Vi. Ultimate off to the side, bursting out the Misfortune as RA's backside, though. They are untouched for right now, but they've gone a little too deep as the Leona has nowhere to go. Zhaozhu is super low. He's going to try to get out, but he gets shot in the back, and it's only Vikla staring down the rest of OMG. Angel to teleport to try to cut him off, but the team will be able to take him out all the same, and OMG make a beeline for the Baron.
It's scrappy fights all game long, but once again, OMG find themselves on the right side of this cutting knife. Starry, really the star of that last play. Huge value out of the Jhin. It's not a champion which has always done well in pro play. It's sometimes fallen up and done 0 damage, but he got huge value out of his roots, out of his auto attacks, and of course out of that ultimate as well. It's going to lead to the Baron. 5-man Baron picked up by OMG. RA, yes, they get themselves that soul point, but I don't think it's going to be nearly as easy as that for the rest of this game. Baron's gone down. Xiaoshu not able to influence this game. Angel might just be caught out, though.
Yeah, at least they'll make a quick play here, and they'll be able to pick up Angel. You get something, 400 gold for Xiaozhu, but it's still not worth it. Yes, you got the dragon. Yes, you got that kill, but you lost so much more as, once again, a fantastic Talia wall when it was time for RA to engage.
Yeah. And I think this time you see the combo fails from RA. You don't get that bullet time at all in this play, whereas OMG, they were just much better at pulling the trigger in the right coordinated motions. Yes, it was Tianjin, poor flash at the beginning, but still combos up at the end. Great accuracy from Starry, gets himself a great finish off there. W comes through, so not even Vikla can escape. Angel was teleporting to cut him off at the pass. Didn't really actually need to because of the accuracy coming in from Starry, and that's all she wrote for that one. Great play. See at OMG's coaching staff happy with that one in the back rooms. Remember, if they win this game, they go to first in the Nirvana group to play as first seed from the lower group in the LPL. In that night's rival stage, they'll be likely playing against TT, who they did lose a series to recently, so it's not going to be necessarily the easiest time, but it'll be a best of 5 for them to earn themselves a playoff spot at the last gasp.
I think the biggest problem for Rare Atom here is they still had so many structures left alive. A lot of standing gold on the map for OMG to just take and ensure that this game is never close again. That might be the one fight that sinks Rare Atom. We'll have to wait and see. Always a chance when you can get a soul, especially an Infernal Soul. Get that extra nice kick of damage. The question is, how much are you going to lose before this dragon, and what are you going to lose to try and secure that dragon?
And particularly,
30 seconds.
particularly when it's two very combo reliant, engage, big team fight comps too for both these teams. If you are losing side lanes and you've lost that Baron, and you've now lost that mid lane outer turret as well, your angles of attack get much more narrow. And that is a huge thing when we've seen around objectives across the whole spectrum of the LPL, from the top teams to the bottom teams. If you get Baron, you get yourself this ability to clear through most of the map. Just look at the vision coming in from OMG. That's going to help. Look at the push they've got in all the lanes as well. That's going to help too. If they can keep that up for the next minute, the Baron buff, get themselves a reset, and keep that vision up too, RA are going to struggle to pull that combo off again. They looked good when they got that culling bullet time combo off in the first couple of fights of this game. It's not going to be as easy to do that this time, and I think the next fight is going to be really very, very different from those first couple. OMG, now they're pushing in towards this inner turret, see if they can force something with the Talia wall.
That combo also required like near perfect conditions as Daisy comes in from over the top, and PP God is the first to get engaged on. Xiaozhu off to the side looking to drive back Angel and the rest of the team, but they turn the engage onto Xiaozhu, who takes a lot of damage, but they continue to push forward. PP God's got to go over the wall. Harry wasn't able to join this fight. A lot of low health bars. Equalizer only hits one member, that's Xiaozhu. So OMG gets driven back by RA, and they're very healthy health bars.
No, that was not a bad solar flare. The bullet time doesn't get much done though, and Xiaoshu can't really manage to get much done, even though he managed to avoid the minefield from Angel. That all at the end from Harry, I believe that was blind, so I'm not going to criticize him too much for that one. Still, minute until Dragon, RA were trying to take a fight there against the last bit of their Baron buff, and also just to make sure that their setup was in a much better place.
Yeah, the good news for RA is this Baron getting timed out here for OMG, so they were able to take like what, two turrets off of it. It's not the end of the world. It is still doable. It is a 5,000 gold deficit, but as always, it gets harder. Xiaohao, though, is going to be able to shield up these big carries. We'll see if Xiaozhu is ever able to get to the point of sustaining hard and getting these shields. It's exactly what Rare Atom's going to need in order to stay in this game.
So 30 seconds until that Dragon. Infinity Edge onto both AD carries, but the full 3 items from Starry is so important. Tianjin has flash, has ult. He's powerful too. He might go for Engager any given moment, especially if he's in range of Angel. They can do so much damage. They spot out Xiaoshu down here. You'll know that. Blue trigger's down there. This is a problem. Xiaoshu, he's caught out alone there. I was wondering whether the trigger would be pulled even at that point. There was no response within range from Rare Atom. Not able to pull the trigger though, and it's going to be Rare Atom taking a turret on that top side. Vikla can go back, get himself a teleport into the play, and now R8 may be able to force through mid lane and look for a new engage of their own.
Here comes that teleport. Vi is on this dragon, but it's still very healthy as Daisy is coming in to try and get some vision.
Man,
the walking ward known as Daisy. Good Weaver's Wall, but they're not putting a lot of damage onto this dragon, so it doesn't keep RA out for that long, and now the opportunity for Xiaohao to make something happen is here. Trying to get this dragon onto RA. Yeah, force RA to put the damage in.
Xiaoshu has flash, has the blast cone. He can get somewhere as well. If this is a front to back, I think it favors RA. The big combo from OG needs to be strong. He's going in.
Oh, he flashes forward, but they're going to get on top of Vikla, who gets blown up. He's still alive for right now, flashing forward, trying to get as much damage as he can out, but Harry is overheated and doing a lot, and Starry was untouched, and he manages to take down Assume, and it's all OMG here, as the Leona is the last one standing. Yeah, you got the soul, but you gave 5 souls for it.
OMG almost get torn apart by the bullet time. I thought that might be the difference, but it doesn't quite end up like that. There's so much damage put down onto OMG, but they managed to turn it back with Starry on the Jhin once again, being the main character of that play. It's still that soul over. It's not going to be game ending. You know what? I think I favor RA in this play.
Yeah.
Even though you're giving up towers for this, the Infernal Soul is permanent. The kills, yes, they're going to give those towers over to OMG, and the gold lead is now very substantial, but when you have stuff like the Misfortune, we can proc that Infernal Soul from a very long distance away. That is more than I thought RA were guaranteed in this game. They'll definitely take that from the position their game they're in. Jway gets a point-and-click stun onto Tianjin, but he pops that ult right there. But look how Angel just gets shredded. Angel doesn't get to impact this play. He doesn't get the immediate combo. And I do think that the turnaround was good from Harry and the Starry with their big ultimates, but the fact this fight went the way it did and they lost 3 members in this, given how well they've been fighting before, is not what OMG would have wanted. It's 5 for 3, soul over to, of course, RA, but the turrets going over to OMG at least give them the short-term benefits. RA now need to prove they can use this Infernal Soul well to make up for that fight.
Yeah, they have a lifeline in this game that was looking increasingly to go in the favor of OMG. The bad news is OMG has all the vision on this top side and can rip this Baron whenever they want. I do wonder if there's some PTSD when it comes to Barons, especially with how the last game went, and Baron was a little disastrous for OMG. But, as you said, plenty of damage for RA. Is that enough to cover this 6,500 gold deficit?
Well, Harry is very, very strong. Shashi's on the flank again, has that flash. That's a big equalizer though. Jway killed for free. Even though it was a decent solar flare in return, Jway has had a torrid time trying to get onto the enemy team comp. This is the losing support syndrome a little bit. OMG do use that equalizer. That is a big tool down. Alright, I don't know if they have themselves the lockup now to go towards this Baron. Daisy's back up again, and they'll be the forward scout.
Alright, it's a 4.5 v5. This Baron is gone, and Daisy's going to be gone in a couple of moments too. OMG able to get that with relative ease. Great use of the tools that they had. Being able to take out the Leona and stop RA from doing a whole lot.
You know, the last time I saw OMG on the Rift, hang on, it might be a fight round, isn't it? Not quite, okay. But OMG, the last time I saw them on the Rift was versus TT before this, and they looked quite poor because they had a composition that day. They had compositions which were quite slow at engaging, and I think that ended up being a big problem for them. When they have that snap engage, things really work in their favor. Having the Rakan, the Vi, it really works out for the way this team wants to play the game. I think Rare Atom, they're a team which also thrive in quick engage comps too, but they also need those flanks to work out. If they are getting engaged on snappily enough, though, you can see that the players which are setting up for those players are not able to get into the same position that they have done before. OMG, this has been a much better series for them. I preferred their drafts, and I preferred the way that they've played around these big combos too. You're now at a point where Starry has 1 million damage. Harry has almost 4 items too. He's got the Oblivion Orb as well to cut down some of the healing that can come through from Rare Atom's comp, particularly with the Bloodthirster, and then of course the Ivern heals as well coming in from the Redemption. OMG, this has been a much better series from them. They are deservedly ahead in this game, and they deservedly played the last one with the way that their team fights went.
Yeah, and despite how good this game has gone, obviously you got to talk about they did hand over 4 dragons, and things weren't as clean as they could be, but they have objectively played a really solid series, and a series that means so much for both of these teams. OMG trying to give themselves that lifeline when it comes to playoffs and the play-ins. So we'll see if RA can hold their ground. They haven't lost any structures in their base yet, so it always means you have a shot.
Yeah, you know, the Nexus is still standing, technically still in it. It's so hard to see how they can get clean wins, though. Jway's been struggling to get onto the key targets. If you manage to catch Angel and Starry at the same time, that's your go button. But I just don't think they're ever going to be positioning together because of the way that the team comp wants. Angel wants to be walking up to combo with the Vine. Starry wants to be standing back for W's and for his ult as well. You're not going to catch them at the same time, which means it's very hard for RA to get a clean pick without the other one responding. Angel's coming in now, and down goes that turret with the last few seconds of the Baron.
Yep, another nice usage of Weaver's Wall. And that's what, you know, fights around these inhibitor turrets are always the ones that can go a little poorly, as Hey, listen, he went for it. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and Jue misses 100% of the shots they do take in this case.
That was actually the one time they could have caught both carries at once. That was the right time. You can see the angle. Angel and Starry stood next to each other, couldn't quite get it. Daisy dies again. It has been, sadly, a bit of a, I don't know, herbicide at this point. Daisy's really not been that well piloted by Xiaohao and really not gotten that much value. Starry's ult comes out. Here comes the dive.
Oh, that's so much damage. Goodbye! Just ripped apart as Assume. And that could do it here as OMG has well and fully broken the base. It's a 5v4. Strongest member of RA is down. And they are pushing on to the Nexus turrets. Jue is the one who gets caught out. They combo everything they need together. Starry takes a lot of damage. It could be time for an Aatrox moment here as Vikla dumps out as much damage as he can. A lot of low health bars, but it's a 4v2 for right now. The question is Ivor going to be able to help this Aatrox persevere and heal up? No, it's not enough. Harry and PP God are the ones to shut him down. Not sure if they're going to be able to end the game because Assume is up in 10 seconds.
And now the Elder's alive as well. Xiaoshu has an Aatrox moment, but I think it will just be that. A moment, a flash in the plan. Yeah, it's going to be RA getting some shutdowns off of that. They have that Infernal Soul, which gives them some extra damage, and Xiaoshu turns around in the right moment, has that Sundered Sky now for the extra HP. Harry, he doesn't have a teleport. He steals the red buff away from RA. But with the respawns coming from RA, there is a chance that they could rush towards the Elder itself. There's no teleports on the side of OMG. It's not going to be a backdoor potential for OMG because of that. They might lose Nexus turrets to the 2 super minion waves, though, going towards the base. Things open up with a huge amount of ultimates being used for this first kill. Now, that's good. You get the kill. Problem is, you don't have your ultimates afterwards. They are a combo-reliant comp, and they do manage to hit a unassisted Talia combo after this, which gets another kill afterwards. I think they get a bit hypey after this point, though. They get themselves a bit into an extended play as good culling from Vikla makes things really nasty. A flash back to form that Q2 from Xiaoshu. Gets a huge amount of damage done. Xiaoshu on the Aatrox. We knew that this is the kind of damage that the Aatrox can do. It's just really hard to get this consistently.
Yeah, and a lot of the good in that fight came from Vikla being off the radar of OMG because they had to focus so much on the Aatroxes. RA has now linked up. Xiaoju does have teleport available as the teams begin the Elder Dragon dance. Xiaoju does have to play some defense here with super minion waves bearing on them from
they're just
top
going to start
and mid.
walking mid. I think RA are out of position. There's an ult towards the base. One of those Nexus turrets is down. They're not going to be able to catch out Xiaoshu, but the World Ender being down is huge. We just saw how much damage he can do. We're into smoke and mirror territory now, and that's an ult and choke point.
Jue is going to have to be the one to be the sacrificial lamb and give his life. Flashes away, alive for now. It's a good bullet time to keep the support alive and force away Tianjin. So there is still an opportunity for Rare Atom.
Maybe, but Dwayne now missing his ult, missing his slash. I think that's your engaged down. There is a ward and Xiaoshu could teleport. I don't think he wanted to. Oh, God. Problem is, you give the Elder, you lose, but if you go towards it, you're not in a position to fight. They may be looking towards it, but it's already gone by the time that RA poke their heads into the pit. OMG, they walk away with eventually the Elder. They don't end the game. They do end up getting themselves the Elder. That will give them so many combat stats to go towards the Barons. They're going to get the Baron as well, and OMG, they look like they are on a collision course with a first place spot, and with Twisted, Twisted Tree Line. TT, Thunder Talk Gaming, very, very different. Be a 5v5, not a 3v3. That one in the Knights rival stage. Rare Atom, there is room for one last twist here to bring it to a third game, but it is looking oh so unlikely. So much gold in the advantage of OMG, even with the Infernal Soul from Rare Atom. They're struggling to hit the targets. They're struggling to defend themselves against the combo.
Yeah, it's been getting picked off these last couple of fights, whether it be Dway, whether it be Assume, to really kick off the full control for OMG. And I have to say, this combination of Vi and Talia, while it is not the most popular combination to play, it is certainly still effective. You know, keep that in the back of your mind, in the notebooks, coaches, because you can still win games by playing a comp like this.
Yeah, and you can see that Starry builds up quite a rare item, the Yuantal Wild Arrows. It's basically a second. It's basically a second Infinity Edge. You crit on an auto attack and it applies a bleed. It's not the burst, but it will definitely start stacking up over time. OMG, they're going to take themselves the last inhib. The Elder's still available for a minute. There is one structure between the Nexus and OMG right now. It's that one last tower. Here comes the combo.
Oh my goodness. The blocks are at least there, but Assume gets chunked out. the last turret will fall. Bullet time is coming through. It's not hitting anybody. Tianzhen is just buying more time for his team to rip through everybody. The healing for Xiaozhu, there is a lot of it, but he finally gets pulled below the threshold, blasted away by the Dragon's Breath, as OMG have achieved Nirvana, the #1 team out of the group.
Starry goes down, and the sky is briefly left a empty canvas, but OMG will be reaching towards them once more. First place in Nirvana secured for OMG, a team which I was fairly convinced would be a bottom 2 team in the LPL. They have fired above that. You get a 2 over Rare Atom, who, sadly for them, found out that some Rare Atoms have shorter half-lives than others. They will find themselves in 3rd place, and they'll be playing against, I believe, the loser of LGD and NIP, which happens tomorrow. So they'll be facing up against one of those Ascension team groups. OMG versus TT, and then of course IG will be against the winner of the 2 teams in the Ascension group that play off tomorrow in those bottom 2 berths from that upper group. This was a great series from OMG in terms of the way that they look for team fights. I think that Angel had a fantastic first game. I think that we can see how much Tianzhen has revolutionized this team as well, despite him having a really awkward start in LPL on IG. He was not the player which people would look towards to say, oh yeah, this will revolutionize the team. But he has done on OMG, and serious credit to him. So we walk away from the series and from today's games as well. 4 games today, short day, and you know what? I'm very, very glad to have joined in this venture by you, Yanni. It's been great to have you on the cast today. So it's been a hell of a good set of casts to kind of get to know each other in that sense. Hello, my name's Nymera. I'm also known as Alex, and this is Yanni as well, who's been my co-caster for today. We have been doing these kinds of streams when there is no official English broadcast for the LPL on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. Now, funnily enough, Wednesday does have an official broadcast this week as it's the last day of the stage, which means that tomorrow will be the last day of this entire year, which you'll be able to see it in this kind of format. So please come and join us tomorrow. I believe Munchables is going to be around for that one as well, for the play-by-play. If you have enjoyed us doing this for the entire year with about 170, 108, look, a lot of games done throughout the entirety of this year, which could have become lost media and lost to time where you wouldn't be able to see them besides the old dark annals of the internet. Please drop a follow, drop a sub. We have put hundreds, if not thousands of hours into this at this point. We're not doing it for any sort of upfront payment. The only thing we're getting from this is your followers and your followers, likes, and then of course the subscribes as well. It means an awful lot to us if you can drop any of them down there. But most importantly, if you have been here and you've been enjoying it, that's already mission accomplished. So Yanni, thank you so much for joining today. How did you feel about it?
Thank you for having me, first of all. Felt great about it, man. I mean, it was really tough. I was like, oh man, this is going to be an interesting night. You know what? Just going to enjoy League of Legends like I always do. And, more than happy to have done it with you. I really appreciate the opportunity from the bottom of my heart, sincerely. And it's been a great time. Your stream is really fun. I like the community you've cultivated over here. Everybody seems to have a great time in the chat with some really high-level analysis about the teams as well. And you know what? The games were entertaining, despite them being 2-0s. It's always a banger in the LPL.
Yeah, I've really been enjoying this this whole venture. I came into the LPL at the start of 2023, so this will be my second year doing this as well. And getting to see these teams on their journeys has been really, really special. And getting to kind of put my face to this league a little bit more and put my time and effort into this as well, really just sweating out some of these games. I've cast well over 300 and I don't know, God, I think I'm actually at 370 or 380 games cast this year so far, which is...
That's so great. What are you going to do with your Mondays now,
well, I mean, so playoffs is going to happen. So playoffs will still happen.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know. So what I wanted to do, so this is something which I wanted to do for a while. I'm probably going to do some historical watchbacks of some of the games. So one thing I wanted to do, I wanted to go back and watch some of the Samsung White and Samsung Blue games from 2014 when they were the best teams in the world, and watch back some of the...
That's nice.
And so if there are people out there who want to watch a specific team and some of their journeys, someone suggested Longzhu in 2017 as well.
It's a good one.
In terms of their, just in that summer where they looked like one of the best teams in the world. We can absolutely do that. So yeah, we might start doing that. I'll probably do some VOD reviews. And you know what? I also might ask some other people in terms of, I might drop Monty a line or hell, I might even get Quickshot online as well. See if they want to watch out some of their favorite teams and some of their periods of history, because the League community is not great at revisiting games that defined eras of time and informed years after it. I want to do that a bit more. Plus, I just like revisiting some of my favorite games. So we might end up doing some historical watchbacks over time, over off-season, and if that's something that people are interested in, come join the Discord, come join the chat as well. Put yourself some suggestions in chat for what games we should watch, because that'll be a fun time. There are a lot of games and a lot of periods of time which I think have gone undervalued over time, and maybe we can watch back some of them and enjoy them again.
Yeah, I mean, I always like to look back, at least through clips, maybe not full games, but you know, things like SKT Rocks is something that I always go back and look at. Moscow 5 too. Yeah, that is a really fantastic one because they were revolutionary players.
So last off season, I went through the world wins from SKT. So I watched back 2013, 2015, 2016, and then 2023 as well, and that was really fun. I really enjoyed doing that. That was a good watch back. And you know, a lot of people just watch for Faker at that point, which means that the numbers are really good on the stream. And you know what? Sometimes that's worth it too. God,
nothing wrong with that. Listen, nothing wrong with liking Faker.
Yeah, we can definitely go back and watch some of that too. So that might be the kind of thing where I might set up a thread within my Discord or something like that, or if you want to at me on Twitter or something like that, go give us some. Let's get some series down for that. And we'll in off season I'll see how many games I can get through. Of course, I also probably need a break at some point, and I probably need a fucking holiday. But hey,
take some time for yourself.
Yeah, I've been sat here at my PC at my stream, either casting or co-streaming pretty much every single day. It is available to do so, but. KT or Griffin era teams in LCK. Man, I'd love to watch the KT. I think Season 4 OGN is one of the first ones I want to go back to, because, God, that was such a good era. And, yeah, maybe I'll reach out to Monty and Dara.
The intros were sick, too. I miss those.
Yeah, I kind of want to watch, I want to see if any of, like, if I can rope someone else into doing this, so we can basically have, like, a really chill watch-along by some people where they were there at that time, like a caster or someone from that era of time. That'd be really fun to watch, I think.
Oh, that's such a smart idea.
Take a holiday in America. New Jersey is nice this time of year. You know,
it's not.
Yeah, is it not? Why is that?
There's nothing wrong with New Jersey, right? The most interesting thing about New Jersey is that at any given time you can be like 40 minutes from Atlantic City, which is like the Vegas of the East.
Right.
40 minutes away from Philadelphia, which is a really like nice city, despite the reputation it gets. But then like an hour and a half away, or less than an hour and a half away, like maybe an hour and 10 minutes from New York City, which is just more things to do over there. That's the best thing about
I've enjoyed going to New York before. I also went to Boston at one point too, and I went to do Cape Cod.
You went to Boston?
I went to Boston. Boston. Yeah, and I enjoyed that. I did, because like, so the funny thing for me is like, because you know, growing up in Europe my entire life, Boston is said to be like the old bit of the US. Like, oh, we've got things from the 1800s here, and I'm like, buddy, in the place I grew up, there is the pub where King Charles I spent his last night before being given over to the Roundheads in the English Civil War. There's a cathedral which has been there ever since there have been ruins since the 700s, and there's also a Roman villa and a medieval road.
We don't really have that kind of.
You don't have that kind of shit. Starry walks away with MVP, absolutely deserved. Okay,
as he should.
I'm gonna go find someone to raid over to, because I need to rest my voice, and also I've got two podcasts actually to record later today. Gonna do a long shift today, folks. So I don't actually know who I'm gonna go right over to, but honestly, Yanni, it's been a real pleasure having you over here. And
thank you so much.
If I get a slot for this again, I'll definitely keep you in mind. And
I really appreciate it.
And yeah, it's been really cool having you on here. And yeah, I need to find someone to raid. I don't know who I'm gonna raid. Is there anyone online that people?
Let me see.
Look, someone who would actually appreciate the raid of several hundred viewers. Like, that's typically what is it. Does Trouble just come online? Yeah, we can go up to Trouble.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, we can go up to Trouble. Yeah, sure, cool, we can do that. Right, we can do that. Alright, we'll do that. Cool. Alright, see you in a bit, folks. And, alright, I'm gonna go sleep for a bit, watch some VODs, and then I'll be back with some podcasts later today, and you'll see them coming over in the next couple of things. Alright, see you in a bit, folks. I'm gonna rest my voice. Bye-bye.
See ya!
Okay, and we are good.
Oh boy, hey, thank you so much for the opportunity.